March begins in the Virtual Endurance Championship in Central Florida as we roll into Sebring for a 1,000-mile race around this iconic circuit. Although bumpy on the surface, teams are going to be hoping today's race goes a little bit more smoothly. There's only 2 more rounds to go after this one before we reach the conclusion of Season 17 of the Virtual Endurance Championship at Le Mans. Welcome to the VEC YouTube channel today. Delighted to have your company on this first of the month. Myself, rFactor, joined by Ed Hunter in the commentary box for the first couple of hours at least. Vidya Heatley and Cam Roger will be here throughout the race. This is going to be a really important one, Ed. You know, Sebring, a circuit that can often throw up quite an exciting race, and I think after the start that happened at Road America last time out, teams are going to be hoping to get off the line pretty cleanly.
Yeah, it's sort of up there with Circuit de la Sarthe, isn't it? Sebring is one of those iconic endurance racing circuits, of course, and it's going to be 1,000 miles of action tonight. So, yeah, it's certainly going to be one of the longer races that will put the field to the test, of course. So bumpy as well in places, especially into Sunset Bend. The final corner can be a bit of a challenge too. But yeah, as you say, there's this Nürburgring and then the big one, the 24 hours of Circuit de la Sarthe for the finale as well. And for our hypercars, our LMP2s, our GT3s, this is, as you say, Dara, where we really get to crunch time in the championship, where there's only really a few key contenders that I think are really fighting for overall honours, and everyone else might have to settle for fighting for scraps. But nonetheless, there's been lots of big stories up and down the field, haven't there, Dara, across the season, and not least from the massive accident we had at the start last time out with the 2 Go teams.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of teams hoping to avoid that kind of incident. Let's have a look at the grid, though, as we get into this race. It'll be Go Team leading the pack ahead of Seawolf Net Race and Racing Zone in the top 3. Blackhawk make up the back end of row number 2. They led early on last time out, but got involved in a bit of a disconnection, actually. Mark Veit and On-Off Racing, and Blackhawk, I should say, in 5th ahead of On-Off Racing, Undercover Racing and Sean Clark Racing. They make up rows 2 and 3. That's the leaders in our LMP2s. Go Team car and the Go Team car again. Binsbergen ahead of Russo in 9th and in 10th, with RFR Simsport and Hyperion making up row number 6. Leading the way in the GT cars, it's Team Iris and Blackhawk in 13th and in 14th. Caspian and Satellite will find themselves on row number 8 overall. We look back to MC Motorsport by Biogas, Sim from Esports, Sim Racing for Holland and SRC Commerce Esport. This may be some of the... Double check, actually. This may be some of the warm-up results. We will double check that because we've got the Go Team Hypercar and NetRex back here, along with Hyperion and Cybra, making up rows 11 and rows 12. Yeah, we will come back to this. It didn't look necessarily right from the start. It's okay. We can do it again. But really important to get your lap times in early qualifying, get yourself into a good position, isn't it, Ed? Because we saw off the start last time out that it can be difficult, especially when we've got some chaos off the start to pick your way through if you're a little bit further back in the pack.
Yeah, exactly, and it so often is the case that you can't necessarily win the race by getting on pole position because there's still another 8 hours of racing to do after that, but you can certainly lose it by qualifying badly and then getting into an incident at the beginning of the race, having to pit to repair damage, and you spend a lot of the early part of the race in the pits rather than out on track, able to show what you can do. But of course, if you can stay out of trouble on the flip side, then you're in a much better position as we look at Roland Toff in the Racing Zone. Oh, and a bit of the advertising hoarding has decided to go for an exploration of the circuit there. So it looks like we have got a 40th car that's joined the field, and it's the form of a WeatherTech advertising board.
Yeah, it's not really what we want to be seeing on the circuit, as it could be proving to be slightly tricky for some of these guys, getting towards the end of their warm-up session, getting themselves dialed in. And warm-up can be so important, can't it, Ed? For teams and drivers, maybe to put in a little bit more fuel than they had in qualifying and get themselves maybe starting to get into that rhythm that they'll need in the opening stages of the race.
Exactly. So because it's such a long race, you really don't want to get caught out at the start particularly, but also you sort of don't want to sort of run out of energy early on. You can't really treat it like a sprint. You've got to treat it like the marathon that it actually is here at Sebring, because you sort of don't want to get halfway through your stint and then suddenly feel absolutely exhausted and then have a bunch of people who've been saving maybe their tires and fuel as well as their energy then start to attack you, because then you can find yourself in a really vulnerable position. Sounds like we're about to get going there.
Loud enough. Thank you.
Yes. Jimmy Allison there, getting everybody into the right place, knowing what they're doing at the moment. It sounds like we are going to be getting going relatively shortly and perfectly on time as well. Should be about 8 hours of a race today here at Sebring. A give or take, you know, if we have a few codes 37s, then we may be finding ourselves having a little bit longer. But there you can see the lap count of 268 laps in front of us. So many opportunities, so many risks that the drivers are going to have to be taking, and that they're going to have to be somewhat concerned about going into this race. You can never feel too safe in a VEC race, and it's definitely one that I think a lot of the teams have been targeting, particularly after the last couple of months, and a lot of teams being a little bit up and down in their pace. But the Go teams are being consistent, and they make up the front row of the grid. Norbert Jakob will be leading Michael Leroux. Racing Zone team and Blackhawk are third and fourth, as I saw earlier on. Then we get a couple more hypercars. Seawolf Net Race and Netrex GP make up second and, the third row in fifth and sixth, with Thomas Vack and Mark Veit on the front row of the LMP2s. We've got Cybra and Antica Horizon on row 2. They make up the back end of the top 10. Go Team and Thomas Enger Sim Racing in the form of Luigi Russo and Wojtek Polozny, 5th and 6th in that secondary class. Sim3 Esports and On-Off Racing make up row number 7 ahead of Go Team and Sean Clark. Binsbergen going from 15th. What can he do? Can he work his way through the field? We know that Lincoln Swan has been a difficult customer. Can he move up the field? The two Valley Esports cars in 17th and 18th. That's 11th and 12th in class. They're just ahead of the final LMP2 in the lead pack, Hyperion. And they're just ahead of Blackhawk and Arda Erkan, who lead the way in the GT3s. Caspian Motorsport and Referee Esports team, those three teams really been the mark this year. They're going to be second and third. G League Esports and Team Iris make up row 12 overall and 4th and 5th in class. Seawolf Net Race and Brabham Motorsport, 25th and 26th. They're just in front of Satellite Racing and the second of the GT3 Blackhawk cars in 28th overall. Sim3 Esports and Team Iris are inside the top 30. MC Motorsport by Biogas and 1ACO, currently piloted by Boya Milan, inside the top 32. Dennis Duna and Angel Banegas for Sim Racing for Holland and Top Racing are in the top 34, with Satellite Racing and Tamelli ERT getting towards the back of the field, but they are by no means the back of the grid. A couple more cars to run through. It's the Gilles Racing team, the SRC Commerce Esport team, and the rFRO Esports LMP2 that may be stuck towards the back of the field. So many cars though on the circuit. A little bit wider here at Sebring off the line, Ed, but still there's walls on both sides. You can't be too safe.
Yeah, certainly not. And on the side note, it's great to see Norbert Jakob on pole position, of course. Him and Michael Leroux, of course, were involved in that massive crash that triggered the massive pileup at the start at Road America, and Jakob got quite a lot of stick in the chat, I think it must be said, for that one. But it was the reaction from Go Team, I think, has been brilliant. They didn't throw Norbert under the bus. They said, look, it was really unfortunate, but we win together as a team, we lose together as a team. And I think they've really had a very, very mature attitude from both the 17 and number 7. Even though they're fighting for the championship, it doesn't feel like there's been a whole lot of bad blood that's spilled over here. So hopefully we're going to see a nice, clean race between the two of them. But I'm sure the likes of Moynier and Toff right behind will be looking to spoil the party as well.
Yeah, and I think it's worth pointing out, of course, they both lead the championship. They're first and second in the championship. Yeah, I think individually the 17 crew will be hoping they will win the championship, as will the 7. But for Go Team centrally, I think they're just happy to find themselves so high up in the championship. They wouldn't mind a little bit of that, good fortune sprinkled into the LMP2s. They're currently 13th and 14th in those standings, so wouldn't mind getting a little bit higher up the order. Listen to Jimmy.
That's a nice gap. Good job. So let's get to yeah, let's say the first couple of laps. Good luck.
Nice hypercars, good hypercars, says Jimmy Allison.
Yeah, I think Jimmy happy with the gaps that we're seeing. Hopefully it should be better than Road America. I don't think you can get any worse, and that should be a good start here. The Go Team cars, how will they be able to coordinate this through Sunset Bend? They come, of course, on that pit limiter, waiting for the green flag to drop and for this race to get underway. Only 6 hypercars at the front, but danger lurks a little bit further back. The LMP2s, the GT3s, championships up for grabs. So many storylines to write today, and 8 hours or so to race out here at Sebring. The green flag flies, and 268 laps begins with a difficult start in the middle for that Go team car. They've got cars either side, inside the Racing Zone team. Are they going to be able to pick up P2? It's difficult to work your way through on the bumps here at Sebring, but they are just about going to make their way through the opening turn without too much of a hitch. Little bit of a moment though as the Go team car comes down the inside. Sorry, that's the Racing Zone team down the inside of turn number 2, and they take the lead from 3rd to 1st in the early stages in this race. It's a good start for Hyperion and the LMP2s and for Blackhawk and the GT3s, but still a cleaner start than we saw a month ago, and important to get off the line early on.
I didn't see who it was. One of the LMP2s went flying off at turn 1 before rejoining there. I think it might have been Nicholas Lemoyne. You see Thomas Vack under attack from Mark Veit, the Blackhawk number 30, still the LMP2 championship leaders, of course, and the 44 Hyperion team, bit of a thorn in their side at the present moment. The last couple of races they have been beating them, of course. But yeah, as you say, Roland Toff making that superb start to outfox both of the Go teams, and around the outside at Cunningham Bend attempts Mark Veit trying to take the lead off of Thomas Vack. They're going to go side by side towards Tower Corner. Luca Martino waiting in the wings in that Arm Serpra, and they're still almost side by side, and Veit completes the move, and now here comes Martino. He fancies a piece of this too, Darren.
Yeah, looking to come down the inside as they make their way towards going to be in Bend. Oh, getting a little bit closer to the outside. Car will have the outside line in towards that difficult right-hander with the inside line again for Thomas Vack in towards the Le Mans curve as they make their way onto the Ullman straight. Good line from Vack, maybe a little bit of contact, but the push out wide, the slight drop of tyre into the grass means the Arm Cybra is going to have to likely fall behind. It's still not good for Hyperion, who of course led this race in the opening sector. Arthur Erkan looking to try and keep himself in the lead, but he's under pressure from the cars behind. Has a little bit more of an advantage though, and I think he's got a little bit more comfort when it comes to the gap back to Sema Celik in that Caspian Motorsports car. They'll run their way through the final corner, but it looks all nice and calm here in the GT3s, at least comparatively to what we saw in the LMP2s, and they've gapped out just a touch off the start.
Yeah, and Jules Neal has got past the GT3 championship leader, Rafa Sports, and Jene Simicic, as we see the number 26, Nicholas Capdebalion, just making his way through the pack here in the RFRO to try and catch up to the rear of the LMP2s there. As you see now, Caspian Motorsport having to defend from Carl Mangaspore in the Team Iris number 78. So the white and purple car is looking absolutely menacing, that BMW, as it tries to fight for second position. But for Arda Ercan, this is absolutely ideal, because unlike Road America, they kept it clean at the start. The number 91 can now start to stretch its legs, and if the RAF are having a bad time, all of a sudden the number 91, the happy looking out of the championship picture, could suddenly work its way back in here.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams looking to try and just get themselves, I think today may be a last chance to get themselves into a championship picture. Only a couple of rounds to go after this one, particularly in that hypercar battle, maybe into the LMP2s as well. A little bit more of an open field in the GT3s. We'll have to keep a very keen eye on what we're going to be seeing. Capdebalion getting through and nicely negotiated his way through all of the GT3s. He should now be at the back of the pack from the LMP2s. It's a good, decent margin for Mark Veit at the front of that LMP2 class. He's got that second back to Thomas Vack and Hyperion, who gains a little bit away from Luca Martino, but it's not the most comfortable of moments. Quick word as well on the Gilles Racing team, the only team in the pit lane right now. Difficult start for them. They're right down towards the back of the field, but comparatively to what we saw last month, Ed, having only one car in the pit lane at the end of the opening lap, that's pretty good going.
Yeah, certainly it's a relief for all concerned, not least for race direction, I'm sure. But meanwhile, actually, as we see Mark Veit set the fastest lap in LMP2 class, it's actually Norbert Jakob in that number 7 that's going fastest in hypercar as well, trying to retake the lead from Toff as well. So Jakob has got the bit between his teeth. That last lap 1:43.0, so 10th quicker than Roland Toff, as Ercan unsurprisingly sets the fastest lap in GT3 as well, 2 minutes 0.1. So yeah, Toff, this will be interesting here, because of course they won the opening round at Spa when Go Team hit trouble, didn't they, Racing Zone? But the Hungarian squad, we've not really seen them in this position since then. It's great to see them bring the fight to Go Team, but there's a case of when are Jakob and LaRue going to unleash that pace and start to challenge him? I suspect, as we see Toff actually gets a penalty. Well, there we go. That's how they're going to deal with him. Toff clearly has exceeded track limits already in this race and got himself some sort of penalty.
Yeah, not really ideal when you're leading the race at this stage.
No.
Especially after picking it up on the opening lap. Good start, really, to get yourself there but then difficult to work it through. Actually, I've just seen that Jimmy has sent us a lot of penalties that are likely to have been applied from Road America, including for the number 7 car, the number 22, the 77, the 251, the 70, the 53, the 75, the 30, the 22, the 45, the 18, and the 272. That's what the Shield Racing team, I suppose, is serving. A lot of penalties to apply. We're going to see that play out in the opening stages of this race, and how that'll affect the race, we'll see in the coming minutes. But for the time being, at least, we'll see what Roland Toth is doing towards the front of the field. It's looking okay for the moment, but a penalty, of course, hanging over the head. I think a few of those guys having a bit of a hangover from Road America, it's fair to say.
Yeah, and if that's the case, then it looks like number 7 might be in a similar position as well, having to serve penalties too. So all of a sudden, Michael Leroux, no wonder he's not challenging his teammate very much, but he's still actually got Jan Vennegar and Loic Moynier only 9/10 and half a second behind each other, respectively. So I think Leroux, even if the 2 cars ahead have got penalties, he might not necessarily be staring down the barrel of first position here if Vennegar and Moynier are going to start to not fight each other and start to focus on the Go team, the championship leader in front of them. And of course, Loic Moynier, who was leading at Road America at the start and then got disconnected, he is going to be desperate to make up for that. He's been so impressive at many points throughout this season, and Blackhawk, I think, really keen to get a strong result here. So let's see. Loic Moynier always excels at these really long races, and Sebring in particular has been a happy hunting ground for him in the past. So I think there's every chance that Moynier is going to be pressuring Vennegar before too long as well.
Yeah, and we'll see if he can make any kind of moves. I've seen down pit lane, we have the 70 Team Iris and the 77 Seawolf net race that have come down in the GT3 class. They are likely serving penalties. They're on the list that we've been sent, so I think it's fair to say that is what they're doing. I think there's two stop and goes for the number 7 Go team car, and for the 60 Go team from Road. 2 times 60s from Road America, which Jimmy said. I was getting confused with numbers. Too many numbers kicking around the place. There's lots of penalties to serve. We will, progressively see them served over the coming probably half an hour or so, maybe a little bit shorter, depending on particularly when the front guys decide they want to be serving them. But in the meantime, we've got more than our fair share of battles on the circuit, not least this one with Nicholas Lemoine trying to close up a little bit in the on-off racing car. He's just behind Sean Clark and the 38 Go team car. Nice little train here. No one's really been able to get too far away in the LMP2 class, very much still bunched up.
Yeah, it's going to be congested a little bit for a while. Of course, there's quite a lot of very similarly matched teams here. As we look at Nicholas Lemoine, I'm pretty sure it was the on-off car that went really wide at the very first corner of the race. You see just a few places ahead of him is actually Wojtek Pilesny in the Thomas Enke Sim Racing car that, of course, won last time out at Road America and is now only about 7 points off of Blackhawk in the fight for the championship lead. Unfortunately for them, Blackhawk are leading, so even though Pilesny has made up 2 places from where he qualified to get up to 4th, he's still about 1.8 seconds away from the podium fight and under attack really from the 3 cars behind. Luigi Russo in the Go team, Lucina Roller in the 34, and then this man Lemoine as well, who's also joining the party as the Frenchman. And don't forget Alex Beggy in the Simfree number 47 is not too far behind either. So yeah, one mistake could change things as we see the race leader going into the pits. That's Toth serving that penalty then, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Yakab doing similar in the next couple of laps.
Yeah, I think there's going to be quite a few who are going to be there soon. Yeah, Toth down. I mean, from the lead, disappointing really, but they always kind of knew it was coming, didn't they? They will be out ahead of the big train of LMP2s. As we do see the 30 Blackhawk come in from the lead of the LMP2s to serve a penalty. I don't believe that Arda Erkan in the 91 has something to serve. No, he does not. So we've at least got one leader who shouldn't have to rescind their advantage, but it does mean, as you can see, that as we've got Thomas Vack now leading the LMP2 class, he's just about to come around turns 4 and 5. Roland Toth is just about to come into the hairpin. So he made sure to wait so that he wouldn't get stuck in that gap, and smartly done, really. The issue is he's going to have to gain a lot of that tie back to some of the drivers around him. He's 19 seconds off the lead now.
Yeah, but at least he's got the penalty out of the way now, and he's got clear track ahead of him. So potentially, even with the penalties are sort of planned into your race strategy if you know they're coming from the previous event. So in a way, he's kind of undercut your cab, if you think about it that way. I do wonder, in terms of LMP2, did Thomas Vac know that the number 30 of Vite had that penalty to serve? Because the way he was defending that lead, it comes across to me like Hyperion either didn't know or didn't inform him. And maybe it was for the best, because he has been able to pull out 7/10 on Martino then, which is good for them. And of course, it does change the championship picture around completely, because now Polesny, all of a sudden, Thomas Enke Sim Racing are looking potentially to take the leaders. Now, finally, in comes Norbert Jakabs. That promotes Michael Leroux into the race lead in that championship leading number 17 car, as we ride on board with the satellite entry of Pauli Ahonen, trying to chase down the Tamelli ERT BMW for, I think, for 13th in class right in front of him. That's Gandosi, of course.
Yeah, it's really illustrating, going on board there, how difficult it is to gain in the slipstream here at Sebring. It's not necessarily the biggest impact, and you've got to be right up behind the cars in front to make any kind of move. Carl Magnus Bore and the Team Irish car has been stuck behind the Caspian Motorsports Selim Celik for quite some time now, and hasn't been able to work his way through.
Caspian, another team that's got a penalty coming their way. I think they've got at least one.
Yes, so. Yes, yeah, or yes, yeah, 75 if they got one. Let's have a look. Yes, they do. You're completely right. They are on that list, but even still, the point still stands that it's difficult to make moves here at Sebring organically. Yes, there's some long track. Yes, there's heavier braking zones, but whether it's a case of teams and drivers wanting to settle in really early on, whether it's a case of difficulties getting through, still not looking the easiest to overtake, or at least compared to what it was like last time out. Again, Banegas, we'll look back at this battle. He's tucked up right behind the 83. We've got one of the Go Team hypercars coming through. In fact, the leading Go Team hypercar coming through the field with the Seawolf Net Race right in behind. And you can see a little bit difficult to gain. Still very, very close down here towards Sunset Bend, and we can go on board and see that gain, but you're just not gaining enough to make any kind of lunge at a corner where you can see tightens up on the apex, widens through the middle of the corner, but you can't really make too much of a send without any kind of overlap, can you?
No, and Angel Banegas is going to have to stay stuck behind the Brabham Corvette in front of him. It looks like the Netrex is coming in, I believe, to serve their penalty from fourth. But yeah, of course, Johan Kurgin in that Brabham entry. They have been doing really well recently, Brabham, in the duty-free class. They've got their way up to 7th in the points. They had a really tough start to the season. They've started to get those sort of top 5, top 6 finishes chained together the last couple of rounds. And that is really, really encouraging to see. At the moment, of course, they are down in 10th. Not quite so much chaos at the start here for them to take advantage of. But yeah, as long as they can keep that Mercedes behind them, then they should be setting themselves up well for the next couple of stints. And I think they've got the Sim Racing for Holland of car of Dennis Duna and the Waneco Borgen Milan in arrears as well. So those are 3 pretty solid teams that they're keeping at bay then, which is crucial for their own battle as well in the championship, as there's Leonov in pits being serviced, and it might actually be a service pit stop here, because I think there is a 60-second penalty for Netrex GP number 18, which I believe is this car then. So this is definitely a drive-through, or stop and go, sorry, that's being served. Yeah,
and you can see Norbert Jakob coming around the final couple of corners now. In fact, the final corner, Norbert Jakob, who's just about, I believe, to re-overtake, unless he's got one more lap to do, although I don't believe he does. Yes, there we go. He goes ahead of Ivan Leonov, and Leonov cycles back towards the rear of the field. The leading GT3 may concern Leonov somewhat. Zadar Ertran is just about to come to the final corner, so if Leonov can't get off pit lane soon, which he is, he might have had to get through, but he's getting off pit lane now, should be okay. We'll just have to try and recover somewhat from being last in class. That intervals will jump around. He's not that far behind Norbert Jakob. Still not exactly what they really want to be having right now.
Yeah, and you notice as well that Toff is still ahead of the LMP2s, only 14 seconds down on the lead, because he just had, I think, a drive-through penalty, whereas Norbert Jakob had the full 60-second stop and go, much like Leonov has just served there. So that's why they're both behind the LMP2s. So that really condemns Jakob and Leonov to fight against each other rather than the rest of the hypercar field, barring, of course, any further incidents and disaster, of course, that you wouldn't really wish on anyone. But these three, of course, now get to contest the podium pretty much exclusively to themselves. Leroux, Venegar, and Moynier. Moynier has definitely been biding his time behind Venegar, looking threatening on occasion, but he's not really been trying to make any aggressive moves or dives up the inside at this phase of the race. And we are only still 9 laps in as well to a 268 lap race, so there's no need to panic just yet for Moynier. He just wait for the pit stops and see if he can maybe undercut or overcut Venegar to get into that second position then, as we look at Binsbergen now having to lap the GT3 leaders.
Yeah, I wanted to pick up on this actually, that the GT3s are getting lapped now a little bit, not quite the leaders, but Binsbergen and the group really is quite a clump of LMP2s. You can see them all flying through, having to work their way through, and some GT3s all now successfully negotiated. This train really headed by Luigi Russo at the moment. He's at the front of it in P4. You can see that the gaps aren't big all the way back to Jelle Binsbergen at the back end of the top 10 in class. So a lot up for grabs early on here in the LMP2 class. Of course, we're still very much early on in the stints. Will be interesting to see how far drivers can go in terms of that one stint, in terms of laps. Of course, this isn't a timed race. Are easy to get a real judgment on, timings throughout the stints from the get-go. But here we'll have to see if they can try and maybe stretch it to, we don't really know how many stints they can do. Probably about 12 or 13, you think, that kind of range, but it's still a little bit up in the air. Probably about halfway through the opening stint, maybe just under that for the time being. A lot still to unfold, but for the LMP2s here, the first lappings of the GT3s, probably one of the most tricky points in the race, and it comes so early on.
Yeah, it certainly does. And you see as well, they just lapped Jules Neal, and they're about to lap Semir Selek in the Porsche just in front of them, and both of them have served drive-throughs, which is why they're not fighting for the podium positions. They are a little bit further down the field, just outside the top 10 essentially in class. So Selek, of course, has got the fastest lap of the race so far to his name, as he just has to let all these LMP2s through without letting them trip over him. He has got a lot of work to do if he wants to keep his title, the Cassian Motorsports title hopes alive. They are still second in the points, the closest challengers to RAFA Esports, but that might not be the case by the end of this if Blackhawk win this one.
Yeah, it's getting very congested down here, as I look at the wrong car. Fabian Baller in the Valley Esports car, you can see just about coming in towards the hairpin. He has got all manner of things happening in front of him. LMP2's GT3's negotiating his way through one. He's got so many cars around him. This really is a frantic opening to the race. So many cars involved. I think there's more cars involved in this battle than we saw with the opening collision on the start line, I should say, last time out at Road America. So really interesting to see these guys fighting it out in this manner early on. And you can see just up in front, Justina Roller getting a little bit stuck behind the GT3, but they're all going to file their way through. Gap is starting now to open up to Wojtek Poleczny and Thomas Enger Sim Racing car for the time being. But 4 seconds is by no means insurmountable, is it?
No, especially not at this phase. There's all sorts of things that can happen, and it only really takes a handful of good laps to get back ahead. As you see Roland Toff, I think that might be another drive-through that Racing Zone are having to serve here. So that is certainly going to... They might have been trying to space them out just to give himself a little bit more chance to make sure he doesn't get lapped by too many of, or overtaken, sorry, by too many of the LMP2 runners. But yeah, that's certainly... looks like he's got out of the pit lane then, and now he's, let's see, 25 seconds behind the lead or so. So, yeah, not ideal start to the race for Roland Toff. But again, you said a 4-second gap isn't insurmountable. I don't think a 25-second one is either, if he's got the pace to do so. But yeah, look how tight it is in this first sector with two classes trying to lap each other. I wonder how this is going to go when we get the hypercars involved as well with 3 different classes. I think it's going to be a little bit wait and follow the leader until we get to the straights, essentially.
Yeah, very likely that's going to be the case. It's clearly difficult to overtake at parts around here. Car that is getting a little bit closer is Loic Munier down in towards the final turn on that Seawolf Net Race car. Of course, fighting over second and third with a big gap back behind. They've not allowed the Go Team car to get very far in front. They're going to be very happy about that, as we are going to take a quick little look at this battle between Luca Martino and Thomas Vac, because Vac has been overtaken the lead of the race, and he'll be looking to get back through in that Hyperion car. They've also been joined by Wojtek Poleczny, you can just about see in the background. They have that margin to that clump of cars, but if they're swapping positions for the lead, that's not necessarily going to help them build that gap.
No, not really, but from Martino's perspective, he thinks he's fast and can get away. He just has to get around this Iris car through Le Mans chicane there, which he does so as they go on to Ullman Straight, then the back straight just before Sunset Bend, the final corner of the track. But yeah, Thomas Vacchi's had the Blackwell number 30 pass him and then had to serve a drive through. Now Martino's gotten through as well. So yeah, the man on pole, starting, well, it was not pole, wasn't it? I think it was Blackwell, what in fact just briefly took the lead off of him. But yeah, the man who was leading quite a lot of the early phase of this race now suddenly finds himself in a little bit of difficulty. Is Lemoyne. They're trying to go either side here, him and Nirola of that Satellite Racing BMW there that we saw finish on the podium last time out at Road America as well. And yeah, Lemoyne picking his moment then. Looks like Satellite aren't too far behind the Raffer Esports car, which is currently the final car on the GT3 podium as well. So yeah, it looks like those two are going to renew their rivalry from last time out. Alex Beggy also makes it through past Simoncic as well. He's now trying to fight for that sixth position with the on-off car of Lemoyne just in front of him there. So yeah, it really shows sometimes you have to pick a side and be decisive when you're trying to lap traffic here, because otherwise you can end up stuck behind for a bit longer, or more disastrously end up in a collision if you aren't predictable with your movements.
Yeah, it's never really particularly easy to work your way through. I mean, we've got Boya Milan, one of those cars that was just lapped by that group of LMP2s right on the back of the Rapid Motorsports car. Bjorn Kurjan just in front of him. Boya looking for the move of the 1ACO car. A decent enough start really for the 1ACO team. Of course, they're having an alright season, it's fair to say. 17th in the championship, consistency getting them there. But, you know, they're really in the mix to get themselves towards the top 10 by the end of the season, and the move past Brabham would really go towards that. Brabham, of course, 7th in the championship. They're looking a little bit higher up, maybe looking for a top 5. So keeping this position is going to be really critical for them. But there's still so much time left. Of course, we have to say it. There's 255 laps to go here. It's obvious that there's a lot of time left, but it really is worth hammering home the point that this race is going to be won after a lot of occasions, a lot of strategy options. You can sit behind and wait for a lot of time now and maybe try and benefit you on the fuel strategy later on into the race, because maybe a 5-second loss in the opening stint could be a 30-second gain across the rest of the race. It's really that trade-off that drivers and teams have to judge and work out what the best decision is going to be.
Yeah, we did see the Corvettes trying to extend their stints at Road America, particularly in the form of Brabham Esports and Sim Racing for Holland. Milan, interestingly as well, Borger has passed Angel Banegas in that Mercedes just behind for that 8th position as well. So Milan was at the rear of this train. He's decided the Ferrari isn't best served by just hanging around. He wants to make progress up the order, get closer and closer to the top 5. As we see a little bit of dust kicked up actually by Banegas in that Mercedes as well. Maybe a bit of understeer through the first corner. But yeah, the hypercars up front are starting to spread out as we expected them to. But as you say, Venica is keeping LaRue honest to within a second and a half as well, as we cut to the battle for 7th in LMP2. This is Alex Beggy under attack from Fabien Ballet, who has started to light up the timing screens as of late, is lapping very, very similarly. Both of them in the mid to high 150s at the moment. So Fabien Ballet, has a big snap actually through Tower Corner, and that's a tricky one as well, because often you can have a better run, but you don't want to hit the car in front of you and end up having to spin out essentially. So you need to have evasive maneuvers on standby as well as overtaking maneuvers as well. But yeah, the Ballet team, after a bit of a really, really battered and bruised run last time out, as Ballet goes wide again out of the Le Mans chicane. So that's going to hurt his exit here as well. Valet really, really looking for a better result here, and good to see them in the top 8.
Yeah, they're going to be looking for a little bit more, though. You know, the two Valet cars in this race will be hoping to almost work with each other to get a little bit further in front, but with the second of the Valet Esports cars being... where is the second Valet car? We're going crazy. Oh, I don't know. They may not have been too bad.
I couldn't possibly comment on whether you're going crazy or not. There. It's not my place to say.
But Ballet, either way, on his own, at least, is going to be hoping to get his way a little bit further up the order. It's not ideal that you have Miko Korkiakowski just behind him, though, because Undercover Horizon, being a team that really have gone undercover so far this season, we've seen them get towards just the fringes of the top 10 in the championship. Not really with the headline result, but picking up 31, 30, 29, 26 and 24 points across the races. Consistency really high, and I think it's going to please them as a team, even if they're not getting the headline finishes.
Yeah, it's a somewhat necessary quality in endurance racing to be consistent, because the races are so long. Often you can have a very, very quick driver, but if they're not consistently pumping in those sorts of times, the best possible times to get out of the tyre life and amount of fuel you got on board of that car, then they might not be giving you as much lap time overall in the race compared to maybe a driver that doesn't have quite outright speed, out and out speed, but maybe in the races comes into their own, is able to pick people off left and right, keep setting consistent lap times that are competitive and good enough to sort of get them into the mix for the higher positions as well. And also just the case of in the very, very long races and towards the final stage, we'll see. Oh, as Korkiakowski has a massive save over the final curb there as he gets onto the Ullman straight there. I don't know how he saved that one. That was a 10-slapper and a half. But Korkiakowski, cat-like reflexes coming to the fore right when he needed them there.
Yeah, and not just cat-like there. I think Luigi Russo and Yusi Narola have had a bit of a battle. Russo fighting over P4, of course, trying to get through differing lines through the final corner at Sunset Bend. But it is now Narola in his Sean Clark racing car, looking to try and get himself towards the podium and close that 5-second gap that has emerged. The gaps have opened up in the front three. We saw how close they were as well. Gaps also closing up right at the front of the field. Look, Munier is just on the tail of the Seawolf net race car of Jan Vennegar right now, so not much to separate them as they run their way through this race. So many battles that we really have to keep ourselves on top of, not least this Kevin Yeager battle. He's trying to get into the top 5. This may be a move into turn 1. We haven't seen one here for a while.
Oh, no, we haven't. It's a tricky one to pull off because you need to get a good run out of Sunset, but you also don't want to just understeer off into the runoff and then maybe into the wall. It's so easy once you're offline at turn 1. You get on the marbles on the part of the track where there's less grip, and all of a sudden the rear tyres just start to complain because it's such a high-speed corner. You really, really need to have rear tyres that behave themselves through that part of the track then. Yes, that's Gianluca Scalvini then in the Aston Martin Simfrim car, keeping Kevin Yeager at bay here in the 81, the second really of the two Blackhawk teams, with the 91 of course leading in the hands of Erchan, and Erchan has built up a 1.7 second lead over Carl Magnus Boré though, but Boré has been matching him pretty consistently across this opening stint then as well. But they are both building a big gap to Simoncic, interestingly, so this is not, I think, the way Rafa Esports, who won the last 3 GT3 races in a row, would have expected this to play out. But yeah, Erchan has been threatening to do this. Has taken pole positions before, has not always had the best luck go his way, but now Blackhawk are really starting to turn things around right when they needed them to in this season. But as for Scalvini, he's really just got to hold track position for as long as he can against that BMW. We know compared to the Aston Martin, the BMW is a bit better in a straight line, so Yeager is always going to be a threat going into the braking zones of some of these corners, especially at the end of Ullman Straight there. And Liam Rance is not that much further up the road either in his own BMW too.
No, he's not. We'll have to see if he's going to come under pressure a little bit in the coming moments in this race. Nicholas Sanwan still applying pressure up here to the Go Team car, who is still fighting over P4. A couple of echelons being forming at the moment in this LMP2 class. This battle still continuing as well in the hypercars between Loic Munier and, of course, the Seawolf net race car with Jan Vennegar behind the wheel for the time being. Just behind them, that is the Netrex car, a lap down on the leaders. Mind just sticking with these guys, using their slipstream a little bit to make sure they can stay competitive. Albeit a lap down, they'll have good pace and may be able to pull their gap out to Go Team, because a long race, 72 seconds, isn't a big gap when you've got in excess of 250 laps to go in this race, because it only takes a couple of tenths of a gain per lap. and all of a sudden you'll have no lead by the end of the race. So definitely definitely something to watch throughout the rest of this race. Also, move possibly going on with Fabian Ballet in this Valley Sports car, a tenth or so of a gap. Again, though, you need to be right behind. You basically need to be inside the car in front to have it go into the final corner. Sunset Bend not working out for him.
Yeah, I think the problem for Toff is, well, not for Toff, but more for... Toff isn't actually a lap down, you're right. He is 57 seconds or so down. Roland Toff in the racing zone. It's Leonov that is a lap down along with your cab. And the problem with that in that situation is so early in the race when you go a lap down, it does, I think, demoralize you a little bit in a way, because you suddenly see the mountain you've got to climb and all of these LMP2 cars in the way. And you know it's going to cost you time trying to get past each and every one of them. That you sort of realize the scale of the problem. And I think the top drivers, what they tend to do is they sort of say, right, I've got to focus just on the next car until I'm clear of this LMP2 pack. And then I've just got to lap consistently and see if I can get some luck maybe to help me out, essentially. Whereas I think a lot of drivers, it's easy to get demoralized, but you have got to sort of keep your mind focused on the task at hand there. But Ballet losing a little bit of ground actually here to Beggy. The two Bs locked in battle, but it looks like Beggy is just a little bit better in this infield section. But when they get to Sector 3, coming out of Le Mans onto Ullman Straight, that's really where Ballet is a little bit stronger as well. So I wonder if some of these LMP2s set up a little bit differently to the others there. But yeah, Ballet is not quite able to lap consistently enough to put Beggy under pressure here.
He's not, is he? And I think it's definitely going to be something that we have to very much keep ourselves on top of throughout the entirety of this race, because a lot of these battles have implications for the championship as well. So definitely something that we are going to have to be very much wary of throughout the entirety of this race. Quick little word on Gianluca Scalvini. He is tucked up behind the back of Kevin Yeager in the 81 GT3 at the moment. Nice little battle forming here, as is just back here with Zelem Celik, who's right behind Ahonen and Gandossi. Of course, Celik had to serve that drive-through penalty. Looks like he's going to have to work his way back through these guys already here, Ed.
Yeah, of course. He'd be grateful to catch up so quickly, though, and he's going to try and go up the inside of Gandossi, then coming into Cunningham Corner. That Porsche looking absolutely rapid here, and nothing there that Andrea Gandossi and the Timella ERT can do to halt the charge as Celik gets the Caspian Motorsport machine back into 12th position and now focuses on the satellite car of Pauli Ahonen, who is his next target then. So he's got to pick them off one by one. And really, for Sema Celik's point of view, he's got to hope that a misfortune befalls Chan and Simic that brings them back into his clutches. But he's certainly got the pace to make up a lot of ground here and limit the damage in terms of the championship. But of course, long way to go. Anything could really happen here at Sebring.
Yeah, anything and everything likely to happen over the course of the rest of this race. Celik looking to try and get himself up the order. This is probably the tightest battle, or one of the tightest battles we have on the circuit at the moment. A couple of gaps have opened up. Tightest battle actually at the moment is this one between Munier and Jan Venninger, as they are within half a second of each other. Things are around them gapping out a little bit. Gaps within a second up and down the field, but generally a lot of the cars gapping to that 1 second margin. You can see in the LMP2 on the tower a couple of those gaps are under 1 second, but illustrating my point, in the GT3s, a couple of those gaps just over the 1 second, just over a couple of seconds. So still some way to go in this opening stint. I think this is very much a management phase of the opening stint. You know, we've not had a code 37 at the start of this race. Drivers and teams working out how best to approach the pit strategy from this early stage.
Yeah, certainly. It hasn't really mixed up the strategy too much like we saw at Road America. So thankfully, it has turned into more of a straightforward beginning to the race for those that didn't have penalties carried over from the previous event, as Venninger gets all the way onto the grass there almost through the exit of turn 1. So that shows you how much pressure he's under from Moynier. And whenever they go to traffic, it's Venninger that's got to deal with the traffic first. And you can tell, like Moynier, getting excited because this is him in multi-class racing. It's absolutely him and his element here, and he's waiting for the opportunity to present itself where he can strike and catch out the Seawolf net race. Oh, he nearly catches himself out the hairpin as the rear absolutely hangs out, but somehow Moynier avoids disaster there. Fantastic car control, and Moynier certainly value for money today.
Yeah, just trying his best. Not to disconnect, as he sadly
Well,
did.
that's not really in his control, is it? Oh!
Well, no, obviously, obviously, but you know he'll be trying his best in this race. But there's always that hanging over his head. Having to work his way through Cunningham Corner Tower Turn, not easy places to make moves for some of these LMP3s. 3 classes, 3 wide. He'll get through just before they make their way towards the final couple of corners on the lap, the penultimate corner at the Le Mans curve. But he's still got a whole load of cars to lap. He's going to have a much better exit through the Le Mans curve, though. This could be a move on going here. Can he get a good enough exit on Jan Vennegar? He's right tucked up behind as they make their way down in towards Sunset Bend, getting some slipstream off of the LMP2 in front of them as they'll work their way towards Sunset Bend. Is there a move for the Black Hawk car? Short answer to that is no, not quite yet. But again, being able to get a better run through Sunset Bend may help him out here, but they're still going to have to lap that Go Team LMP2, and they're not going to be too helpful if they want to get their own teammates at the front of the hypercar field further in front.
Yeah, there we go. I think the LMP2 Go Team wanting to keep well out of the way there and focus on its own race. But yeah, you see also in the background, I think that's Leonov a lap down on the hypercar field, trying to pick off the LMP2 field for actual position in the overall order. But yeah, Moynier, you saw there he lost a little bit of ground because Vennegar was able to get 2 cars in between, but then all of a sudden he was held up going into Le Mans chicane by the Team Iris GT3, and that was what backed him back into the path of Moynier, gave Moynier a little bit of a sniff of challenging for that second position then. So yeah, Vennegar doing well to hold on and hold his nerve at the present moment, and yeah, Moynier just trying to follow him through and lose as little time as possible here. But yeah, while all this is happening, LaRue is just cruising up front, 3.4 seconds ahead of both of them, and at number 17 could well be on for a 5th victory of the season at this rate, because they're just absolutely controlling this one, and neither of these two are able to really hold a candle to what LaRue is doing at the moment.
No, LaRue's in a very good place right now, keeping himself clear. 2.5 seconds or so is that margin, and it has been for a little while now. Kevin Yeager is a little bit closer to Liam Rance, though. That gap under 3 or 4 tenths of a second, and this is a battle for the top 5 positions in the GT4s. In fact, top 4 positions, with Sebring just in behind trying to get themselves a look in as well. The car that you can see just in the background of this fight is the last place 77 Seawolf Net Race car, who have had to serve a couple of penalties and are down the extra lap. So even though they're right on the back of this train, they are not quite involved in the battle. But as it is, Yeager fighting with Liam Rance. These early stage battles haven't, created many overtaking opportunities, but there's more than enough time. Pit stops probably on the horizon now, as we've got to about 40 minutes into this race, for drivers to really start having to think about what they're going to do with the strategy, how much fuel they're going to put in the car. Yeager might get the move done, though, if he can get himself to the inside of the hairpin. No such move on.
Yeah, so Yeager, who's cleared Scalvini some time ago, now focusing his attentions on Rance, and Rance is just looking a little bit like he's struggling here. He's dropped 5 seconds, nearly 6 seconds actually, off the back of Simoncic. So clearly not able to live with the pace of the top 3 as they have to let the LMP2 lap up the inside into Cunningham and go. Good awareness there from Liam Rance, cut right back to the defensive line once the on-off. Oh no, that's the Martino, isn't it, in the class leading number 41 LMP2 Arms Supercar, as we also see one of the Go Team hypercars get through as well. Fabian Ballet, meanwhile, still continuing to harass the back of Alex Beggy here, and Alex Beggy, I think, begging for release at this point, because Fabian Ballet not able to consistently put him under pressure, but he's now caught back up again, and he won't let him get away this time. I think he's really upped his pace a bit in the last couple of laps.
He has a yellow flag in sector 3. What's going on there? Can I spot anybody in the pit? Well, there's a GT3 that has made their way to the pit lane. That's going to be the 18th placed Francesco Mattaiana, who's a couple of laps down. Not too sure what's happened to him, but no kind of code 30 for us to worry about. So we'll continue onwards here as battles still continue. Chelik was getting closed in on Dennis by Dennis Duna briefly. We've got Liam Rance still having to defend from Kevin Yeager. Look at that battle once again as they make their way through the opening turn. No move on this time around for Yeager. So many nearly battles are on the circuit at the moment. I think we're just waiting for the pit stops for them to almost kick into life here, Ed.
Yeah, I think it's the drivers behind are waiting for the driver ahead to make a mistake as well. As there we go, there might be one because Liam Rance gets a wheel onto the grass and Kevin Jaeger senses an opportunity then as they go once more towards the hairpin. Is he going to make a dive up the inside? He can't because the Sean Clark car, if you've seen a roller, is trying to lap them at the same time as well. And that is the problem with the GT3s. When you're the lowest class on the totem pole, you've just got to make sure you give way to the others. And often that means compromising your own battle. So Liam Rance, mercifully for him, given a little bit of a reprieve.
Yeah, let's see if he can continue onwards here as they run their way. Oh, it's so difficult, isn't it, to pick your way through at Cunningham Corner when you've got so much traffic around you, especially if you're trying to chase after cars in front of you. Jaeger just about going to stay behind this train, but this is the train that involves Nicholas Lemoise. He will make his way through just to the front of the train. Fabien Ballet just trying to get his way through as well. Going to get around the outside. Inside at Genterby and Bend. Just about going to get his Valley Esports car slotted through that small gap. And he continues in P8 and continues in that train that is still led by the Go Team car. No separation in the opening 23 laps of this race. These guys albeit on their 22nd lap, but they will run towards the final turn with risk over their heads, but also the pit stops very much in view. If you were at the back of this train, Ed, the Valley Esports car, would you maybe pit slightly earlier, or would you allow the drivers in front of you to pit first and try and put in a bit of an overcut?
I think you might be better served maybe taking it easy on your fuel and tyres and going for that overcut, because in terms of endurance race, pitting a bit later just gives you a bit more options, a bit more flexibility later on. There might be certain scenarios where you do want to undercut, but you've got to make sure you can get into clear air and take advantage of that, whereas the less risky option is to run a little bit longer, as long as you don't run ridiculously long to the point you make a mistake and your tyres are just toast. But now Ballet all over the back of Beggy then as they lap Jene Simoncic, and Ballet's got a small opening on the inside, but it's just too narrow. There's too much traffic at this part of the circuit then, and it's going to be difficult. But the on-off car of Nicholas Lemoyne right in front of them has also made a mistake at the hairpin, and now Beggy, far from defending, he now has to attack, because otherwise it's pass or be pass. Look at this, here comes Ballet up the inside of Cunningham Corner. They bang wheels, and Ballet's going to try and go the long way around to get the inside for Tower Corner, but it's not enough. The Simfream car has held that position there. Beggy is not going to be barged out of the way that easily.
No, fantastic send though from Fabien Ballet to almost catch out Alex Beggy, just to try and make a move there. Really, really good opportunism. Sadly for him, it's not quite going to come off, and he's going to have to wait behind that little bit longer. Send very much from the offing though, maybe say in towards Sunset Bend if the Simfream car gets a little bit stuck through Le Mans curve, but not really getting heavily affected by the line. If we go back on board with Ballet, we can see that he's gaining just that little bit, but it's just not that big of a gain in towards Sunset Bend. Is there a send on? Ooh, it looked like he thought about it for a second, but he's going to think against it. And while all this is going on, we've got a first pitter in the LMP2 class, and from the lead, it's Luca Martino in the armed Cyber car.
Ooh, maybe they were using more fuel to get to the front than we thought, but that is an interesting call, and it looks like they're not the only one, because Ballet and Beggy are also in.
Yeah, important for them to pop into the box, it seems, at this stage. Capita Bayon for the RFR Sim Sport car, the number 26. Are they going to come down pit road as well? They're making their way through on the GT3. They're not going to get through now. It gets very, very tight as they try and overtake Mark Vate just in front of them. Of course, this RFR Sim Sport car started behind all of the GT3 cars. They had to fight their way through the GT3s before they could gain up towards the LMP2s, and doing a good job at the moment to keep themselves competitive now into the top 8, albeit with the help of some pit stops.
I'd say who's also been doing good recovery job, Semir Selek in the 75 Cassian Motorsport squad, because he's cleared the satellite car of Paul Liahanen and Dennis Duna in the sim racing for Holland, and now he's about 3 seconds behind Angel Banergas. There he is then. So that is in 9th. He's already gotten back into the top 10, and we're going to see him on the bottom of that timing tower before too long, I think, if he can catch Banergas in that Mercedes. A couple of seconds in front of him. But yeah, he's been consistently lapping in the 201, still got the fastest lap of the race, that 2 minutes 0.1 from early on. So Selek really fired up, he's got the bit between his teeth, and is starting to make the progress that he needs to do. And if I was Simoncic and Erchan, I might be seeing that and looking a little bit concerned there, because he's not too far behind now, within 24.9 seconds of the lead. Yeah,
you're not wrong there. It's a good drive so far. especially after the adversity they've had to overcome so far in this race. Not quite the adversity that some teams had, of course, at Road America, but not really what teams want to start their race here at Sebring. No moves we've seen at all for position since the opening lap in the hypercar field. Luc Munier has been right on the back of Jan Venneker for position. We may see a move with Nicolas Lemoine. Maybe not. He got right up close down the start finish straight to Luigi Russo, but he isn't quite able to make that move. These guys continue onwards as Jelle Pinsbergen has made his way down pit lane. A lot of battles are ongoing in this class, as is in the GT3 class as well, and we haven't really talked about the RAF Esports team much today, which is surprising considering they lead the championship now by a relatively comfortable 29 points, but they're in a battle for P2, and Simonton has to try and find a way through on Carl Magnus Borre at the moment.
Yeah, this will be, in terms of the hopes for getting a fifth win of the season, Borre is holding them up a little bit and allowing Erchan to escape as around the outside goes Toff in the racing zone there. Of course, fourth in hypercar. He's got his own race to worry about, but yeah, Carl Magnus Borre, a bit of an old hand at this, but not used potentially to going against the likes of Simoncic. We're not used to seeing Iris run quite this high up. They have got 30 points in both of the last two rounds as well, so they've been just off of the podium in GT3, so they have been starting to come into their own. But it's great to see these two sort of endurance racing titans come together that we wouldn't normally expect to see fighting on the same piece of racetrack. That's one of the beautiful things about VEC, that it forces all these really high quality drivers from different disciplines together then. So it's not every day you get to hold off the four-time Formula Sim Racing world champion, but Carl Magnus Borre, the super Swede, is doing it at the moment. But yeah, Rafa, of course, we know he knows the strengths of that McLaren 720S inside and out. So yeah, the BMW's got to rely on its straight line speed, I think, to hold that position for the time being, because Simoncic is just looking that little bit more confident now that the tyres are starting to wear out at the end of their stint here.
Yeah, let's see what Yane can do on the back of that Team Iris car to make a way through. One of the Go Team hypercars working their way through as they come in towards Sunset Bend, but Yane not really with any kind of line into the final turn. Pit stops ongoing towards the front again in the LMP2s, a little bit longer though for the likes of Narola and Russo, as they are now, well, have now stopped and have made their way down pit lane. That allows Norbert Jakob, the driver who was getting through, the driver with the fastest lap in this race, to work his way through the order. Brief yellow flag in Sector 2. Everyone looks like they are A-OK. Big clump of cars towards the back end of the circuit, but not many overtakes for position ongoing, as we do see the kind of... Oh, actually, that's a complete lie. Johan Kerjon actually in this battle for P12 with Jules Neal and Andrea Gandossi in towards turn number 1. Brabham Motorsports looking for the top 12. Are they going to be able to find it? Not quite. But I'm going to eat my words immediately, Ed, because this three-car battle is one of the best we've seen in the last half an hour.
Yeah, I think that's Jules Neal recovering from his earlier penalty. Of course, he was on the podium last time out, wasn't he, for G League Esports at Road America, and he had a really, really impressive opening stint in that race, because they had to pit, I think, for damage, and then they were almost immediately picking cars off left, right, and centre. Was Jules Neal, the young Frenchman who's been very, very impressive in not just in rFactor 2, but in Le Mans Ultimate Championships as well, where he drives in the hypercar class, interestingly enough. But yeah, in the GT3s, he's able to master that BMW too. So good to see him getting back into the top 12 here, as Kerjon has now just got his mirrors full of the car immediately behind, which of course is the Gandossi in that Tamelli ERT. And yeah, Kerjon is noticeably on the defense for quite a lot of this opening stint, it must be said, but doing a solid job not to hemorrhage too much time in the process. And Gandossi has just had to stay behind and watch others make the pass while he's been stuck behind the Brabham.
It's really good to get a bit of a driver's eye view of this as we see lots of the traffic work their way through. It's so difficult for a GT3 at the back end of the circuit, particularly, to make sure that they're safe.
Ooh, has something happened to LaRue?
Race. I was about to say exactly the same thing. As you mentioned it, I noticed it on the timing tower. Just under, well, it's well under half of a second of a gap now between the two leaders. Venneker has caught up. Last lap for Mikael LaRue, a 46.4. Venneker was a 43.5. This time around, he was 2 seconds slower in that middle sector alone.
You'd see yellows in the middle sector as well, so I just wonder what that was.
It was him. Yeah, very possibly it was Mikel Leroux. And look at this. This is not what you need to have when you're trying to battle for the lead, as you can just about see through the windscreen. One car, 2, 3, 4 to be negotiated, and the leading hypercar as well up in front. This is always so tricky for Jan Vennegoor to work his way through, but doing as good a job as he can. This is now immediately a real battle for the race lead.
Oh, and look at that. The car immediately front. And Mikel Leroux is the sister LMP2 Go team that's now backing him unintentionally into the path of Vennegoor, who dips a wheel a little bit onto the grass there. You can tell Seawolf Net Race are going absolutely nuts that there's a chance of snatching the lead at this moment in time there. But Leroux, oh, now he's got the GT3 just behind him with all the hairpin. So that's the 1A car, I think, just holding up Vennegoor, and that allows the gap to balloon back out to 1.1 seconds. So let's see what happened here, Darren.
Yeah, Mikel Leroux just going deep, putting a bit of a wheel in the grass and losing all of that time, allowing Vennegoor to get right onto the tail, and that's pretty much where we picked it up. So Vennegoor dropping a little bit back again. Clearly a chance and a little bit of a difficult line as they make their way through on the Seawolf Net Race GT3 this time. Of course, both leading cars, in fact the top 3 leading cars, will have sister machines in other classes, and see if they can help out throughout the rest of this race. But for the time being, after nearly completion of 29 laps in this race, about 55 minutes, 1, 2 and 3, so by less than a second. This is great. Oh, this could be a good run for Loic Mounier. Can he get into a good spot? Can he try and make this move? We'll go on board to see if he has a line towards the final turn. Really, unless he can make a send, and that's not going to work out. But this has really become a scrap for the race lead that we wouldn't have expected 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, Mounier is getting really excited. Vennegoor, he's had enough. Into the pits he goes. That releases Loic Mounier. Now just 9/10 behind Mikel Leroux. And Mounier, who was so eager to sort of rekindle his battle with that number 17 from the early phase of Road America, is thinking, right, now's my time to shine. But yeah, Vennegoor could well be trying to undercut both of them. And this is a risky ploy, I think, from Seawolf Net Race. Let's see if it pans out for them. But yeah, they had to try something, I think, because they weren't quite able to make the move on track at the pace that they had.
Yeah, it's fair to say that that they weren't quite able to get exactly what they required from this. But, you know, let's see how they can do in the coming stages of this race. Vennegoor into pit lane. We'll keep an eye on him to see how he can work his way through. Yes. Oh my word, sorry, you cut in there. you might cut in there, it scared me as it popped in. Gandossi, yes, there is a battle for the LMP2 lead, but it is about, you know, a second's worth of a gap at the moment. Pollationy, you can see him here about a second back on the Hyperion, not even in frame right now.
Both of them have undercut Luca Martino though, haven't they?
They have, indeed, and Luca Martino will have to work his way back through, but let's see what he can do from third. We do have Jarno Simic on the back of Karl Magnus Boré again, and he may have a chance because traffic coming through is not going to help out Boré at all.
No, not at all, but it's well, the part of the game with the traffic, isn't it? It gives you a chance to take advantage, but also takes away some of your chances too, just depending on when you catch it. And you're not always in control of that because you've got to get through as quickly as possible. And you don't always get to pick the cars, the hand that you're dealt with in endurance racing. You've got to make the best of it. But yeah, Simic continue to pressurize Boré. Boré hasn't cracked yet. And now we see our 2 leaders in the hypercar responding to Vennegoor's pit stop. So Leroux is in and Mounier following close behind into the pit lane.
Yeah, Mounier looking to try and maybe...
and Boré as well came in while I was distracted.
Yes, he did come in. As I was saying, Mounier maybe trying to have a little bit of an overcut on that Seawolf Net race car, get himself into the top 2. We'll have to see Simic with the best of line through the next couple of corners. Luca Martino, after losing that lead in the LMP2 through the pit cycle, looking to try and get himself through and up into the top 2 once again, right on the back of Wojciech Pollationy. But let's watch Jan Vennegoor now as he's coming around the final couple of corners. Where is he going to come out in relation to Mikel Leroux and Loic Mounier? Of course, he would expect to be second if everything was fair and equal, and that's exactly how everything was dealt out after the opening stint. But is that going to be how it works out in practice? Down towards turn 1, I think we've already seen Mikel Leroux off pit road. I think there he is, and there is also Loic Mounier around the outside. Where's Mounier in relation? He's going to be behind. It's exactly as they were beforehand. Maybe just giving Mikel Leroux a little bit more of a gap, but apart from that, it's very much as you were.
Yeah, there we go. So that worked out perfectly for Go Team, despite the issues they were having, maybe they're trying to double stint the tyres so that they've still got the gap to those two cars behind, that they can pit later, not have to worry too much about losing track position, because this is similar to what they did in Road America as well, which is why they sort of midway through the race sort of fell a little bit into the clutches and net wrecks, but it was kind of artificial in the end, as they said after the race in their sort of report, essentially. It was them double stinting the tyres and then having to put the new tyres on. That was why their later stops were a bit longer. But yeah. That now back to Martino as him and the Thomas Enga Sim Racing of Polesny lap the Iris GT3. Do so very, very quickly through turns 2 and 3 then. But yeah, Martino on the what looks to be slightly fresher tyres is giving the black and gold team a bit of trouble here. Thomas Vac, of course, has worked his way back into the lead, but we don't know exactly how long he's going to be able to hold on to that one, because Martino has looked so strong in his opening stint. So it's really going to have to be a strategy ploy from Hyperion, as we see Janssen has gotten himself a penalty. Tony Janssen in the number 70 near the back of the GT3 field, as we see Satellite Racing, the two Blackhawk cars. So that includes our leader, Arda Ercan. They're being serviced in the pit lane in GT3, and that hands Simoncic the race lead. So Rafa, not for the first time this season, running long, while their rivals deciding to cut their losses and pit early.
Yes, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays. My word, that is not the best line. That was very, very brave from Roland Toth to go around the outside there in the hypercar, bouncing over the grass. That's not going to be the fastest way through. Didn't even end up getting the move through on the arm cyber car of Luca Martino, who's still on the back of Polesny. There's also a couple of battles going on further back. Kevin Yeager still on Liam Rance. They're coming out of the pit lane, of course. We'll see how they can get off pit lane, but still, they're as close as they can be, and as they were, even though they've had a pit stop in the middle of it. So it'll be frustrating, I'm sure, to Kevin Yeager. Luca Martino still trying to make this move. I think this is probably the closest battle that we have, particularly with the Hyperion just up in front. And after their pit stops, to have the top three separated by this much again shows how competitive this race is going to be throughout.
Yeah, you got to feel a bit for Jaeger and the Blackhawk team, because they're thinking, right, we're going to do a clever pit strategy. Let's double stint these tyres to get ahead of Satellite. And then Satellite seem to have done the exact same thing, because they went through the exact same thought process. So there's always a bit of game theory where people anticipate what their opponents will do and then try to match that or do something different consciously to try and go on an offset in terms of strategy there. But yeah, Martino really putting Polesny under pressure, but Polesny now is actually starting to very, very slowly catch Thomas Vac as well. That it seems Hyperion and Thomas Enga Sim Racing both on similar strategies in this race then, and trying to make them work to the best of their abilities. They've got to hold off Martino as long as they can to make this strategy work, but Luca Martino is just going to be absolutely going for it. And who could blame him? Arm Cerberus, the Italian squad, looking very, very fired up then here in Sebring.
Yeah, it looks like Arm Cyber are ready for the fight. Brief yellow in Sector 1. Not too sure who that was for, but there doesn't really seem to be anybody who is stopped on the circuit, so everybody looks like they should be A-OK. A-OK is probably the term what you would use for Fabian Baller at the moment, up into P7, looking to try and get through on the go-team car for P6, and they're not a million miles away off that battle between Narola and Lemoine for the top 4, so opportunities possibly arising in the short term for them as we cross over the 1 hour mark in this race. We've had a really, really intriguing first 60 minutes here. The race setting itself up beautifully. So many battles, so many cars still in contention here, and there is a lot of opportunity to see teams and drivers get themselves maybe into these leading battles later on in the race, particularly if these battles continue. Bally getting that move done on the Go Team car then, up into P6. Not quite done yet, but if they can start to close that 3-second gap, they're going to join this battle between Lemoine and Narola just up in front.
Yeah, and that's the one you really want to be part of. So Fabian Ballet will be pushing now that he's been able to leapfrog ahead of Luigi Russo to try and join that fight for 4th position. But it's easier said than done, that's for sure. As we see again, Lemoine doing a little bit of just testing limits of the track at turn 3 as they now come towards the hairpin. But yeah, Clark car, number 34, doing well and make progress in this race. And Narola is 11 seconds though down on that lead fight between the top 3 though. So it is very much a defensive drive at the moment for Sean Clark rather than an attacking one. Yeah, plenty to keep our eyes on as we see Simičić finally pits and Scalvini doing the same. So it could be now the Corvette, the Sim Racing for Holland Corvette, and the Bram Esports Corvette that both now stay out another lap longer and take the lead. But Ercan is about 8 seconds behind. The interesting thing here, Semir Selic is actually right behind Borgia Milan, although Selic, of course, yet to serve his pit stop at this phase. But Waneko, of course, having a great race, about 3 seconds down on Jaeger and Rantz in their battle. But Selic is sort of through his own strategy with the pace that he's got. He's sort of been able to catch them as we see Ercan re-inherit the GT3 lead then. So, yeah, Custom Motorsports 75, definitely the big mover from where they ended up with that penalty in this race. And I definitely think they could well even be in the fight for the top 5 by the end of this if they play their cards right.
It definitely could, and there's a lot of teams I think who are going to be in that contention as well, thinking about themselves in that regard. Maybe everybody in the hypercars will be feeling about they can get a top 5 because there's only 6 of them, and they are all still possibly getting themselves in the top 6. It is it's a 4-team sandwich with some Go Team bread in the hypercars, with first and last being occupied by the 17 and the 7 in that order. Really too much of a comparison can be made to the LMP2s and the GT3s in that regard. A great mix of teams. Great to see so many teams getting themselves involved in these championships, and we have drivers from all over the road. Caspian Motorsports really are an exemplary example of that. And Semichelik looking to get himself up into the top 5 past the Waneko car driven by Borgia Milan. It's been a good recovery from them, hasn't it, so far in this race? I mean, they have the fastest lap in class, 2-minute 1:31, which is a little bit quicker than the Blackhawk 2-minute 1:32. It's 1,000th of a difference in the fastest laps in this race, but for Celik, getting into the top 5 would be the next step on the road to try and get that Caspian car after the penalty back to the front of the field.
Yeah, as we said, he's still got, I think, another pit stop to serve, essentially, so that is going to sort of mean he's a little bit out of sequence because of having to do that early trip through the pit lane, essentially. So, it's going to be interesting how he plays it. It could be a case that he always ends up having to pit slightly after everybody else. But yeah, certainly running behind Milan, getting that healthy dose of slipstream is certainly going to help. They're the only team that went with the Porsche this season, it seems, that seem to be able to get any real pace and victories indeed out of it, of course. So it's really great to see the 75 not give up at any point in this race. And certainly they had the pace to run second to Ercan early on, didn't they? And they still got the fastest lap of the race. So yeah, even the leaders might be looking a little bit nervous at this point in time, despite the fact that they're about 30 seconds ahead. So it looks like Ercan has gained a little bit in all of this as Selic's tyres started to fade near the end of his stint then. But yeah, Simičić 11 seconds down on Ercan after the pit stop. So that is a bit of a tricky situation for Rafa, because they're up to second, sure, but they're sort of in no man's land now, and they're not the fastest team out there as they would have hoped to be in this race.
Yeah, and I think there's a few teams that I hope that they were a little bit further forward, but they've got well in excess of 200 laps here to get themselves that little bit further up the pecking order. Move in the background between Gandossi and Dennis Duna. Sim Racing for Holland car slipping behind Gandossi, who's just made that overtake. They've got all manner of cars around them at the moment as they work their way towards the hairpin. There's some hypercars, there's some LMP2s as well. That is the battle for P2 ongoing in that hypercar class as Munier makes his way to the inside of the GT3, now right up tucked behind his rival in Jan Venninger. I think he's going to get sick of seeing the back end of that car, though. He's been right there for about 30 laps now, and he's not been able to make a way through.
Yeah, Moynier has certainly been relentless, hasn't he? But it's not been a huge mistake to really take advantage of. He got close a couple of times, but it got complicated again by Leroux also being involved in the battle as well. So he sort of, from a personal point of view, wants Venninger all to himself so that he can divide his complete attention on him completely. So not dividing it at all, so to speak. But
undivided attention.
Exactly, yeah, there we go. But Lerner now serves his pit stop as well, so that potentially could allow Norbert Jakob to retake 5th position here at this stage of the race then on lap 36 then. But Moynier he's really got to get creative here, I think, to get one over on Venegar. Interestingly, though, LaRue's not really escaped. He was 3 seconds up the road, and he's now only 1.7 seconds. So the gap is halved in front of them. Last lap, 1:45.9 for LaRue, although he set a 47.1 this lap, but it was, they're both in the sort of high 45s, Venegar and Moynier themselves then. So, yeah, just a bad lap for Mikel LaRue then. And you can't afford to have too many of those because Venegar and Moynier will pounce on that.
They will. They absolutely will. And we've seen it already in this race that there's been a couple of times where that Go Team car's dropped back a little bit, falling into the clutches of the two behind, but they haven't been able to make it pay for them. While this is going on, there's a battle ongoing for P3 still in this battle. And actually, it's right here. Kevin Yeager just behind Liam Rance as the two we've been watching do go through. This is a battle for P3 in the GT3 class as they work their way down. There's similarly a very tight battle for P5. There's a similarly tight battle for P7. Really is a busy class. I think disappointing for Carl Magnus Boré and the Team Irish team to have dropped down to 8th now. They were running right towards the front.
They might have changed tyres.
I was going to say they might have changed tyres, and they might change their position here as they look for the overtake.
Yeah, here we go. The two BMWs side by side through Cunningham Corner. Then can he get past? And it's really, really tight between these three then. And it looks like Carl Magnus still alongside then as he tries to get past Gandosi. But Gandosi is holding him mid of the road. They somehow leave enough space for the LMP2 to squeeze through there as well. But yeah, Carl Magnus Boré more being held up here. And really needs to clear Gandosi pronto in that number 78 if he wants any chance of getting back onto the podium. Another chance here into the chicane here at the end of the lap as they go towards Le Mans, and now the Irish team have got the inside to go towards the Almond Straight. There we go, just enough space left, and again Dosi has to lift off the throttle, and now looks like the Sim Racing for Holland of Duna is right behind them now as well, having served his pit stop. He's got the freshest tyres of all three of these. So yeah, the Corvette could well be a problem, but Gandosi trying to come back up the inside into Sunset, but has to back out at the last minute there. And in fact, that's compromised his line a bit. Now he's going to be easy prey surely for Dennis Duna if he's not careful here.
Yeah, and this is going to become quite the battle behind as Dennis Duna looks to try and get himself yet another position. Paulie Ahonen as well, quietly got about his business today so far, and he's not a million miles away either in this battle. Lots and lots for us to look at in the early stages here at Sebring. Same couldn't really be said last month, but that's why we love the VEC ups and downs, race to race. So many teams, so many drivers whose fortunes can change just by differing circumstances at the start of a race. They'll run their way now down in towards the hairpin. No moves look like they're going to be on at the front here. As I think we may have seen a move from Luca Martino as well. He's ahead of Wojtek Pelechny. Can he now close that gap to Hyperion?
Yeah, he's just got thrown this lap. Good spot, Dara. But yeah, Luca Martino then finally taking advantage of a mistake from Thomas Enger Sim Racing, of course, who have been on a bit of a high recently. Second in the championship to Blackhawk Racing. With Blackhawk still recovering from that penalty, the number 30 Mark Veit is still outside the top 8 behind Binsbergen, isn't he, by about 9 seconds then. Still got the fastest lap of the race to his name, but yeah, the number 30 is having a much harder time making its way back through the field then. So VAC, Martino, Pelechny, all three of those teams are going to take advantage in the championship and could do some real damage here if they can keep this pace up. But yeah, Martino now got a clear run at Thomas VAC then. So Hyperion have tried to escape. They're 2.9 seconds up the road, but Martino is surely going to close in over the course of this next couple of minutes.
Yeah, let's see if he can do so. You'd expect him to a little bit, of course, probably taking tyres in the pit stop, which is why he dropped down the order just a little bit, but definitely still possibilities up in the air. We're going to have to go back to the battles in the GT3s because Kevin Yeager couldn't get closer if he tried to the back of that Liam Rance piloted machine as they run their way through. It will be just about that Satellite Racing 64 car staying in P3, but You know, it's not a comfortable margin. Just in the background as one, the 1A car having a good race tonight, or today I should say, still early in the afternoon for many of the drivers, with Boya Milan tucked up behind Chelik, who is trying to make his way through the field. But we'll go back up to this because they're side by side in towards the hairpin. Inside line for Rance, outside for Jaeger. They've also got a contest with an LMP2 trying to make their way through on both of these guys, which it'll just about do. But Kevin Jaeger looking for the move, diving inside, diving outside. Is he going to send it here at Cunningham Corner? You'd think it's probably a smart idea, considering he's this close. He's going to go for it. Does he have the overlap?
Ooh.
Is there going to be contact? It's just about going to be Liam Rance to stay in front for the time being.
Yeah, and anyone who's watching VLMS at Daytona will know Liam Rance, very, very strong defensive driver here, and he's proving it there. Kevin Jaeger tried to bomb it up the inside at Cunningham Corner, but Rance just held his nerve on the outside, was able to retake the inside for the next couple of corners then. So evenly matched the two BMWs, but it's Liam Rance that holding it as we see, big drama in the championship. Mark Veit is out of the race. That's the number 30 Black Gold card I was just talking about. Seems to have commentator cursed it because I said they were struggling to make their way through. They're now completely out of the race.
Yeah, that's not what they need at all. I'm just trying to find that car. At the moment, trying to find where it is on the cameras. But there it is. Yeah, a lap down now in the pit, and that's not what they need. Obviously, out of the race. Had the fastest lap time in the class up to this point, and it now allows a little bit more freedom towards the front of that LMP2 field. But Mark Veit Blackhawk, such an up and down season. This is very much one of the downs. Luigi Russo trying to get up the order ahead of Fabian Ballet, who's had a good second stint so far in this race, up into P6, looking to try and close up towards Nicholas Lemoine and Tracy Narola. But still, a lot up in the air. I know we keep saying it, but some of these battles continuously going. I mean, on our timing pages, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 battles within a second at the moment. There's so much to look at. And
Disconnection from Mark Veit.
Yeah, it's definitely a disconnection.
Oh, and Russo is spun around. Oh dear, just as we rejoin, he gets absolutely tanked around at Gendebay Bend by, I think, it wasn't Tamelli in the Tamelli ERT car, was it? It was one of the other BMW GT3s that just was trying to lap it. And Russo, who was running in the top 4 early in this race, has now lost a lot of position. He's dropped behind Koryakovsky and now into 9th position then. So that's a huge, unfortunate moment there that we just cut to right as it was happening after the replay there.
Yeah, not ideal for Luigi Russo at all. Is he going to make it his way down pit road? Is the car okay? Let's see. It seems like the car's all right for him. He will continue onwards in this race. Not the good moment, though, is let's jump up to that battle for Luc Munier and, of course, for Jan Venning at the front of the field. We'll have to see if these guys can go at it into the hairpin, but there's no move that's going to be on a little bit too far back. Replay of what happened to Russo as we cut back. He's going to go to the inside again to be in bend. As he turned into, is there... Oh, he has a bit of a rear slide there, doesn't he? You could see a little bit of a rear slide. The front end of the car getting into contact with the GT3. I don't think there was really much in that from either driver. Unlucky for Russo. We'll see if he can try and work his way back through the order with the positions that he's lost. Team's got more than enough time to try and recover from there.
Yeah, that was the biogas car, wasn't it, that was involved in that one there, as we see a replay of it again.
Yeah,
53.
rear slide.
Yeah, oh dear, that's just really unfortunate that they got stuck together there. And yeah, I think certainly a big blow for Russo, but he's still in the race at least, unlike poor Mark Veit then. So yeah, every chance the Go team could get the LMP2 back into the top 8 before too long then. But yeah, Moynier continuing to pressurize Vennegar as he has pretty much the entire race so far, but not been able to quite make the move just yet. And meanwhile, Liam Rance still holding off. No, Jaeger's through, Rich, isn't he? Jaeger did get through actually in all of this while we've been distracted. So Jaeger is up to 3rd. So that's 2 Blackhawk cars on the podium in GT3, and the other trying to get into 2nd place in Hypercar.
Yeah, looking all right at the moment for Blackhawk, even if they have lost one of their competitors towards the front of the field in the form of the LMP2 of Mark Veit, but they do continue onwards to try and gain those positions back. Rance maybe trying to come back at Kevin Jaeger as they work their way down in towards Cunningham Corner. And the satellite racing car not really with much of an answer for the time being, but he's not allowing Kevin Jaeger to get too far away. That car is very much on a tight leash, and even just staying behind and maybe saving a little bit of fuel could really benefit the satellite racing team here, and maybe Blackhawk carry them up towards the top 2.
Yeah, there's every chance, but you would think losing the position is not the ideal scenario though for Liam Rance. So of course, plenty of time left to go, and he will make the best of it. But now, look who's coasting up to the back of them in 5th position. It's the Caspian Motorsport car of Semir Selic. He's cleared Borg Milan by 2.5 seconds as well, and now he's rapidly catching both of them. 2:01.9 last lap, whereas Rance and Jaeger are in the 2:02.7s, 2:03.2s for Liam Rance. So he is just taking chunks of time out of both of them here. This has been absolutely amazing comeback from Semir Selic, and he's within touching distance of a podium here.
Yeah, of course, that was the last lap to stay across the line again.
And this has only taken him an hour as well.
Yeah, it has only taken him an hour. I mean, it's going to be good to see what he can do throughout the rest of the race. If this is what he can do in the 1 hour. I know obviously he'll have teammates coming in to that car, and more than capable teammates as well. Demirkan, Akyol and Kakmakli who are listed as possible entrants into this race.
The
They look like
Yes.
yeah, they're a good outfit, are the Caspian Motorsport team. And looking at the championship, it's fair to say that unlucky last week to lose 24 points to, well, last month, to lose 24 points to Rafa Esports, but they are absolutely on pace. I think the issue for them is going to be in the last 3 races, including this one, that Rafa Esports are unlikely to make the mistakes that are required for Caspian to gain the points that they need.
Yeah, they've given themselves, unfortunately, quite a lot of work to do. They let Rafa sort of take the advantage at Monza onwards, basically. They were able to get those 3 wins in a row. And yeah, they weren't really able, even in the clean races they had, they weren't really able to hold the candle to the pace and the strategy, it must be said, of Rafa Esports. Although they were the closest challengers, getting 2 second places in a row as well. So, of course, they did win, I believe, at Interlagos in Caspian Motorsport, which was the 2nd round of the season. It was a brilliant victory. They did lead the championship briefly after that round, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, it has been ups and downs this season. They've been a very, very consistent team in other rFactor 2 Endurance Championships as well. They took a brilliant victory at the Esports Endurance 12, I think it was, the 12 hours of Daytona, where they were fighting with, I think it was the Polish GR Simfras team, and there was basically a photo finish between the two where Caspian Motorsport double stinted the tyres at the end of the race. They had no rear tyres left, but Mele Kakmali just held on to the victory by about, I think it was 33 thousandths of a second or something ridiculous like that. It was insanely close at the end over the line. But now, Liam Rance is going to be looking in the rearview mirrors rather than at the Black Hawk ahead of him, because Semir Selic is upon him. And now he's there. It's not going to take him too long, surely, to find a way through, because he's got so much pace here. It's just finding a way to use it.
Yeah, and that's going to be the issue. It's finding a way to work your way around here, because, again, we've seen it's difficult to overtake, but the opportunities will arise. Good slipstream, though, down in towards the hairpin. Is this going to be a chance? I absolutely think it is going to be. Inside line, surely a send incoming. There's the send. There's the racing line. There's P4 for the Caspian Motorsports car, and Celik is up. Doesn't really have to worry about the exit either, and he can now look towards the Black Hawk car to get himself onto the podium. This is a really good drive at the moment from Semir Celik after having to serve that penalty, hanging over, of course, the hangover from last race at Road America. Through the Seawolf Net Race hypercar. I suppose we're about to see the Black Hawk hypercar come through as well. Or maybe we won't. There it is. I was waiting. You knew it was coming. Outside line into Tower Turn it is for them. But Celik won't have to worry about them anymore. Focusing on that Black Hawk in front. Going to be the most important thing in his mind right now is to get himself onto the podium positions.
Yeah, that move on Liam Rance was textbook. He made Liam look like he was just absolutely standing still there. So he's got so much confidence in this Porsche 911 GT3, and he's using it to good effect there as Jaeger almost getting sandwiched between the two LMP2s. And is that actually the lead fight, isn't it, in LMP2 between Martino and VEC? He's trying to make the move then. Around the outside is Luca Martino. As they head towards Sunset Bend, they almost touch wheels. Is he going to be able to pull this one? They disappear into the distance, so we'll find out afterwards. But I think Martino has gone all around the outside of Thomas VEC there. They're still side by side then as they cross the start-finish line. And it's Martino that's got the inside, that's got the overlap into the first corner. He's pulled that one off brilliantly there to retake the lead then on those fresher tyres then. So Thomas VEC having to come off second best and tuck in behind for the time being.
Yeah, I'm Cyber cycling back to the front of the field. Really good to see them on top once again in this race. Thomas Vack looking to try and keep himself a little bit, well, not behind, but in contention at least to get himself back towards the front of the field. These two likely to run away a little bit together from Wojtek Poleszny unless Thomas Vack drops off the back somewhat. This is the closest battle in the race at the moment, the only battle within half of a second, so really key, not just in the race, but at this point as well. An hour and 20 minutes or so into this race, a stint and a half for the LMP2s. In fact, actually nearing the end of the second stint, to get yourself back into the lead with Hyperion maybe taking tyres on the next pit stop and dropping a little bit further back. This could be critical for the Arm Cyber team.
Indeed it could, so that they may be on the better tyres now, but when the it will switch around later in the stint when Vac pits, of course, and gets potentially another undercut, as you say. So he's got to keep his wits about him. Moynier is close to within 2/10 once again of Venegar. So Venegar just continues to be under attack then in that fight for second. But we also got to keep our eyes on the progress of Selleck, who's caught within 8/10. So he's taken another half second out of Kevin Yeager then on this lap alone. Yeah, 3/10 quicker in the middle sector and 2/10 in the first sector. Yeah, half a second exactly then. And look how close they get to the wall on the exit of Sunset there as well. And these hypercars especially, they have got a lot more downforce and performance and grip as a result. But because they're coming at such high speed, I always think they're going to tap the wall on exit there. I'm amazed when they somehow swing it in and just about avoid it by a couple of millimeters. But that shows you the fine margins here. As a little mistake again from Venegar as Moynier continues to pressurize him. And he's got to make Jan break here. He's not going to just wait around for something to happen. He's got to force the issue as Lloyd Moynier.
Yeah, and let's see if he's going to do so. Down in towards the hairpin. Once again, bit of a rear slide from both of them, actually. I think for Moynier, more of a reaction to maybe a bit of an earlier braking zone for Jan Veninger. But nothing's going to come of that in the end. Dennis Duna may have a move to be making for P8 on Andrea Gandossi. This for the final position on the left-hand side's timing tower. It's always a little bit of a good thing to have, you know. Everybody who wants to keep up to date with your team can see you on the timing tower. You obviously can't see if you're outside the top 8, but for those of you watching along on the Virtual Endurance Championship YouTube channel, if you go to the Sim Racing Club website, you can find the live timing page and keep up to date with everything that is happening across the race. So if your favourite team isn't on the left-hand side, you can't see the logo, there is always a good chance for you to keep up to date. Move in the making as well from Nicholas Lemoine and from Jussi Narola in this LMP2 battle as we run our way through once again. There is the LMP2. I think it's throwing them up, or someone's throwing them up. Is it you, Ed, throwing up those screens?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay. It's
I
Jimmy.
do have something
Jimmy's
to say.
throwing up the screens. Good on Jimmy.
I do have something to say, though, because Mark Veit, good news for Blackhawk. Mark Veit is back in the race, albeit in last position, 3 laps down the lead and 2 laps down on the next car, which is the 45 Hyperion and Matthias Dabrowski. So Mark Veit then could still get some points out of this one, and that's crucial for his championship. But he is a long way down the order then. As you can see, 13th overall. I think it's only really the top 10 that get points here. So this could be a long afternoon now for Black. They already had that penalty early doors, and now it's going to be a long afternoon has been made even longer into the evening for them, as Lemoine is sizing up Narola then through the first couple of corners here. But you see Narola has just been defending very, very well for Sean Clark Racing in this stint. And now again, Dossi in the similarly liveried Tameli Yati has got to find some of that magic himself to keep Duna, Ahanen, and Arisi, who's gotten on board the number 99 Simframe, Aston Martin, because he's joined the battle as well. So Lorenzo Arisi, who of course taken over from his teammate, is going to be a little bit quicker than these guys as well. And it's similar for Duna, who also pit very late on for fresh tyres. And up the inside of Paulie Ahanen goes Lorenzo Arisi. He's going to have the line into the first corner. Oh, so close to contact, but Arisi has got the move completed then for 10th position in the GT3 class. And now Dennis Duna, being stuck behind Gandossi, now has got the hurry up because there's a very quick Simframe coasting up to the back of him very rapidly.
Yeah, got to get his way a little bit further up the order. But Arisi looking to pick off 1, 2, and maybe even 3 in the next couple of laps. A heavily congested part of the circuit for the GT3s is look for a move from Dennis Duna, but nothing in the offing for the sim racing for Holland Racer as they run their way through the hairpin once again. Hotel, the Sebring circuit in the background there, the main hotel at least anyway. Watching over this battle as we run our way in towards Cunningham Corner. Possible chance for Lorenzo Arisi to the inside. There he goes, sending the car, making himself yet another position up into P9. This is some great work from Arisi at the moment.
Indeed it is. Also great work by Loic Moynier, who's now gotten through into second position in the hypercar class. Just a tenth ahead then of Jan Venneger, who clearly has been caught out somewhere and has lost that second position that he's held for so long in the race. But now Gandosi with Arisi just picking them off. They're falling down like dominoes at the moment to the Sim3 Master Martin here. He's just picking them off one by one. He's made 2 moves on this lap alone. Is he going to end it by making a third, or can Gandosi at least hold on into the next lap here?
Let's see, 8th and 9th and 10th and 11th being contested at the moment as Arisi looks to go to the inside line. Let's go on board with him as he has the overlap, he has the speed, and he should be able to get this move done. On board with Gandosi, you can see that car just in front of him is going to get the position, maybe a little bit wider through Sunset Bend, but the drive off of the corner is going to be that little bit better. 3 positions in 1 lap for Sim3, 11th to 8th. That's fantastic work for Arisi, and he is going to be looking to getting himself a little bit further up the order. Dennis Duna may have a chance as well, but not into turn 1.
Yeah, and that's the benefit of not only changing drivers, but also putting on some fresh tyres as well on that Sim3 car, as we see all the Hyperion and another car in LMP2 just being held up here. I think that might actually be a battle near the back of that's Nicholas Capitibalion and Dabrowski, I believe, just trying to make their way through the traffic here.
And let's see what they can do to make their way through the traffic. It should be relatively all right for them to do so, but you can never be too safe, can you? Especially given these circumstances. Joanka Jean is a little bit further off the back of this battle in the Brabham Motorsports car. He's about 6 seconds
here comes
behind.
Duna.
Oh yeah, let's go back to Duna as he's looking for the move. Right on the tail, Cunningham Corner could be a place to make a send. Oh, we thought about it. You could just see the drink to the inside line, but then again, came back to his senses. Didn't really want to send the car in that position. May have been a little bit too risky. Stays in P10. But it's not looking comfortable at the moment for Andrea Gandosi. He lost 1 position. You really can see him losing 2 in a short time frame.
Indeed you can. Semir Selic, by the way, still 6 tenths behind Kevin Yeager. Yeager's proved a bit of a tougher nut to crack than Liam Rance, unfortunately for the Cassian Motorsport team. So the Black Hawk 81 holding on to the final podium spot at the moment, and this is crucial for Caspian's race, because they can clear Yeager quickly, then maybe they can start to focus on their title rivals, the 82 RAFA Esports team in second, that are about, let's see, 20 seconds up the road at the moment. So it's a big gap, but it's not insurmountable then, as now Duna has got the inside into Sunset Bend on Gandosi. That should be a straightforward move. Oh, Moynier dies at the inside of both of them in one fell swoop. He is clearly not hanging around, desperate to put some clean water between himself and Jan Venneger there. But yeah, Dennis Duna making a textbook move there on the exit there into Ullman Straight. Just got the run that he needed. And yeah, the Corvette, not necessarily the fastest in a straight line. So that was actually really well planned and executed by Sim Racing for Holland. And now Duna free to try and defend that 9th position from the 2 BMWs behind him.
Yeah, and this is going to be quite the scrap between all 3 of them as they run their way in towards turn 6. I mean, still 3 cars involved. They've just basically allowed Lorenzo Arisi to escape up the road a touch. They're still battling, the 3 of them. Arisi had to work his way through each of them, and yet the rest are pretty much in the same order that they were in. Pit stop starting to occur now for Luca Martino in that Arms Cybra car. That's maybe a little bit early. We'll have to keep an eye on whether that is in time with what we are expecting. But Martino
I think it is
in the box. I agree as well, but he's the only one in for the time being.
Well, didn't he pit early first stop as well? And that's why he got sort of overcut by Hyperion and Thomas Enker Sim Racing.
Yes,
but now the strategy is starting to converge, aren't they? Because they're immediately following him in.
Yeah, so the rest of my point was going to be that he came in slightly early, but we don't necessarily know if this is an earlier pit stop again or whether it's on pace with everybody else. So we don't know whether the gap between pit stops will increase in terms of laps or whether we will see that stay at about 1 or 2 laps, or whether this second stint length is similar. That's what I'm trying to get at here. Russo going to position from the Sebring car coming into the box as well. So still lots to have a look at, including a battle for P3. Celik has caught up to Kevin Yeager in this Blackhawk GT3, and the battle for the podium is on. Celik looking to get that Caspian car back into the top 3, which it was in, of course, before the penalty had to be served at the start of the race.
Yeah, he has been the big mover, and it's unsurprising given the pace they had in qualifying that he has been able to set such quick lap times. But even so, the racecraft on display has been really masterful from Caspian 75 and Semir Celik. He's certainly going to be getting plaudits at the end of this stint, I think. Just to get their team back onto the podium is a big achievement in of itself, but we'll have to see how his teammates can do chasing down Ercan later on, provided they can clear Yeager, who's actually defended really well so far in this stint then, and Celik is going to have to get, I think, somewhat creative here to get the 75 onto the podium here. But yeah, the 81, the Blackhawk team are desperately trying to get 2 cars on the podium because they've not had that so far this season. They've come close a couple of times, but yeah, they've only taken overall victory once at Spa, which of course was a race that ended early due to a disconnection, if memory serves. Oh, into Tower Corner he comes. He's sold the dummy. Can he get alongside Kevin Yeager on exit here? They bang door to door, and Semir Celik's going to have to go around the outside then as they go towards Genderby and Bend. That will become the inside then as they have to let the LMP2 through. And there we go. I said he had to get creative, but that was sent from another postcode there. Fantastic move from Semir Celik. And he's up to 3rd.
Yeah, he's up to 3rd. Let's see if he can get up towards the top 2. It's a bigger gap, though, for him to try and close down, but he's more than capable of doing that throughout the rest of this race. Definitely a chance for Celik to get himself maybe back towards the front of the field by the end, well, at least the end of the race. 40 seconds is that gap, but only one more car between himself and a fight for the race lead. So opportunities are going to arise for him and for the rest of the team. They just have to make sure that they can keep behind that Blackhawk car, or keep that Blackhawk car behind, I should say, over the next couple of laps. Yeah, they don't want to keep behind. They're already ahead. That wouldn't be a good idea whatsoever. But Celik likely to start to run away a little bit in this battle. So we'll keep an eye to see if there's any kind of comeback for Yeager. But I think it's fair to say that a tighter battle on track at the moment would be this one with Duna, Gandossi and Arhan. And as they ran their way through the final corner, this could be a really key tussle in the aspects of their championships towards the end of the season.
Yeah, Arhanen, as you said earlier, sort of just sort of the shadowy assassin lurking in the background, really looking to take advantage in a bit wide from Gandossi in turn 1. So now Satellite Racing with their second car looking to do some damage here and get 2 cars in the top 10, which would be a big positive for them. Arhanen, the Finn, letting the rear slide out a little bit through turn 3 there as he cuts ready for the hairpin, and now he's lost a little bit of ground to Gandossi. Gandossi still getting a little bit of a tow from the Sim Racing for Holland of Duna just ahead of him as well, so that will be helping him slightly down some of the straights. But again, look at some of these corner exits here from Tamelli ERT car. It just doesn't look quite as planted as the Satellite car at the moment.
It doesn't, and that may be a slight concern for the team. Of course, they will have been tinkering around with what they could do with the car in the build-up to this race. A lot of practice, a lot of time, and a lot of effort from the teams will have been going into making these cars work beautifully for the teams around this circuit. And, you know, minor changes can really make a big difference. And I think we're seeing a lot of the teams who have made minor changes happy with what they've done to the car to get themselves maybe a little bit more pace than they otherwise could extract. Carl Magnus Borre may be able to extract a little bit more pace if he's ahead of the 1A car, but he has to try and find a way through, maybe for a little bit of an inside line at the final turn at Sunset Bend. It's not going to work out at all for the Team Irish driver as he has to sit behind and wait once again, but definitely chances here for him. We'll go on board briefly and have a quick look at how much he's gaining down the main straight, and it really is fair to say that it's not a big gain down the main straight. Really difficult to gain when the cars are relatively evenly matched and, you know, setups have been addressed so that these changes could be made.
Yeah, the lap before that one, he was 4 tenths quicker actually than Borgi Milan. This lap he was a tenth slower, so you can see the BMW starting to be held up here. And this is the problem with changing tyres. It's put Carl Magnus Borre back into the pack and given him a lot of work to do. And sort of it's allowed Semir Celik to kind of undercut him, essentially, in terms of the strategy. and that's why we got the Caspian car on the podium, the Team Iris car down in 7th then. So now he's got to really keep the pressure on Borg in Milan. And the 1ACO, I think there was a comment in the chat saying, oh, finally a race where 1ACO aren't having a horrible time for a change. So it's great to see fans of the Portuguese squad getting to celebrate a good performance from their man, Borg in Milan. But yeah, Carl Magnus Bore may be about to spoil the party here as he gets all over the back of the 96 through Cunningham Corner. And now towards Tower Corner they come. And it's going to be the BMW on the outside. Will he try and do a do-or-die semi-Select style move? No, he decides to tuck in behind and wait for a better chance later on. The BMW so quick down the straights, but the Ferrari, no slouch either. So it could be pretty even then as they go towards Ulman Straight. Meanwhile, we see a few more pit stops in LMP2. Yusin Arola and Luigi Russo are going down pit lane at the moment, as is Arda Erchan from the GT3 lead.
Yeah, there are those pit stops going. I think, interestingly, in the LMP2 class, it's worth. I'm going to bring up my point again about whether the armed cybercar is pitting earlier again in the stint, or whether they are, starting to match the cars around them. I think it's fair to say they've gone early again because we've still not seen the Hyperion or the Thomas Enger Sim Racing car come down pit road yet. And so maybe this could be a running theme. Armed Cyber are looking to go for one extra stint in this race than the Hyperion car. So that could be something that we have to keep an eye on throughout the rest of this race. Still 214 laps for these strategies to progress and develop. Oh, Borre with a better line. A difficult run through the corner for the 1ACO car. He's got himself through. And for Boya Milan, just a difficult run through the opening turn. And Borre said, thank you very much. Slips up the inside and slips into the P5.
Yeah, didn't really need to be asked twice there. And it was just under pressure from Borre. Milan just made a critical error at the wrong moment there. And that's why they've slipped down to what's now 6th in the order with the pit stops happening ahead of them. But yeah, we also see into the pit lane comes the on-off car, isn't it?
Yes.
Nicholas Lemoyne, and Jules Neal is now having a go at that Mercedes just in front of him. That's Angel Banagas, of course, has been slightly falling down the order over the course of this race. Neal recovering from an early penalty. Remember, he was on the podium last time out at Road America, was the Frenchman. Now he's having to make moves to get back up the order, and there we go. Plenty of room left by the 51. Banagas didn't make it too hard in the end. I think he knew Neal just had so much more pace at this phase of the race, and that's Jules Neal back into the top 10 for G League Esports.
It is, and good move for Jules to get himself ahead and up into the top 10, and Angel Banagas, a little bit more work to do for him to try and get them back inside the top 10. Couple of moves that we've seen of late, haven't we now, in our classes. It's been a little while. You can tell they're coming towards the end of some stints because drivers are forcing the issue just that little bit more in this race. We're expecting to see, I think, pit stops from the hypercars coming up shortly. Very surprised that we saw a pit stop from the Black Hawk car at the front. Am I going crazy? Or did we see a pit stop from the Black Hawk car at the front of the GT3 field?
We did. It was Erchan, wasn't it?
Yes. Oh, yes. Of course it was Erchan. Dropping down the order. Thank you. Dropping down in towards a little bit further back of the pack. He's now not right at the front of the field. It means that Celik is only technically now 20 seconds off the lead.
There's a driver change. They put Kamal Nari on board 91 then. So that's why.
Yes.
They just felt that Erchan had done enough and they wanted to put Naui in the car. So there he is. So when the other teams change drivers, Naui should re-inherit the lead. And lost too much time in the scheme of things. It's less than 70 seconds for a driver change and pit stop here at Sebring.
Yes, however, the time anywhere in the world is 42 minutes past the hour, or 12 past the hour for being pedantic, but it is 18 minutes to the hour. We are generally expecting the GT3s to go 1 hour on each stop here. And so it's been 2/3 of a stint since we last saw that car in pit lane. So an early stop, there's no doubt about that. Interesting to see if that's going to have too much of an impact throughout the rest of this race. Brief yellow in Sector 2. Oh, that looks like it could be the P3 LMP2 car. Is that Geniali going slowly? It looks like he's dropped a little bit of time here. Is that the case? Let's keep an eye. But I don't think Geniali, I think he's gone for a spin somewhere, or he's had an off track because he has dropped a little bit of pace. This is not what they need at all.
Yeah, Luca Martina did such a good job to get that car into the lead very, very solidly. But then having to pit earlier than the others for that driver change has put them at a disadvantage. So surely now there's a great chance for Hyperion and Thomas Enga Sim Racing to come out again once more in first and second. But it's going to be close then as Genial comes out here out of the final corner.
It's not.
No, it's not going to be close. Hyperion's jumped them easily.
Yeah, it's a 7-second loss in that middle sector alone for Francesco Geniali. That lap time is going to be a 1:56.6, whereas a lot of the guys who are just running without coming into the pit lane at the moment are running 1:50s in the LMP2 class. So a big drop-off for Francesco Geniali, and it's pretty easy for the two in front, Thomas Vack and Uemaka Jupi now, the two drivers in front of him. And Maki Jupi getting into that Thomas Enga Sim Racing car. Let's see what he can do. Maybe get them towards the front of the field in the LMP2 class.
Yeah, interesting that Hyperion have kept Vack in the car. That's why they're 74 seconds ahead in the lead then. Or no, 3 seconds ahead, sorry. Yeah, I think it was Vack in the car earlier, Def, so they definitely haven't changed that. So yeah, interesting ploy from Thomas Enga Sim Racing and the Armed Separate outfit. Now Magnus Bore has rapidly caught up to the back of Liam Rance. You can tell Rance really struggling at this phase of the race. We saw Selick breeze past him. Jaeger started to disappear 5 seconds up the road, and now Bore is fancying his chances in that similar BMW, as well as they have to let the two go teams from the two different classes through. Just enough space left for the pair of them. But yeah, Liam Rance under attack here from Bore.
Very much so, and let's see if Bore can make yet another position for that Team Iris car, going along very nicely in this second stint. Pit stop on the card for Racing Zone team as well. Kind of when we expected them to come down pit lane. They're not too much of a shocker there. I still think we're going to be waiting for another 15 minutes or so until we see some pit stops from the GT3s, despite the Blackhawk car coming in a little bit earlier on. Here comes the Blackhawk hypercar trying to find their way through. Just threading a needle between those two GT3 cars. Not going to help out Carl Magnus Bore much in his attempts to get himself inside the top 4. But he's still close and he's still plugging away for this position. Chances are on the cards for him. This is definitely a good stage of the race for the Irish team. Let's see if they can keep up this good pace.
Yeah, certainly encouraging. And equally, we're now seeing Ahonen continuing to be under attack, actually, from a resurgent Jules Neal, who has caught him and Duna at quite a rate of knots here, to use a nautical term, of course. But now he's positioning himself up the inside into Sunset. Ahonen leaves the door more than open, and Jules Neal slots the yellow G League Esports BMW up into 9th position then. So Neal, he's not shy about making an overtake or two when he needs to, so surely Dennis Duna is going to be under attack before too long as well then, because Neal is just rocketing up the order at the moment.
Yeah, he is. That's his Carl Magnus Bore. He's going to go for the move then. Outside line of Liam Rance down in towards the hairpin. We've seen this one once before already. Tried on Liam Rance. Didn't necessarily work out. Late on the brakes goes Bore. I don't think he's going to be able to quite get the exit, but if he can stay there, he'll have a chance at Cunningham corner. He's on the outside line. Will he duck back down to the inside line? Let's see if he sends it on the inside line at Cunningham corner. Just trying to find any kind of overlap. He's looking. He's positioning the car. He's braking a little bit later, and he looks like he's claiming a top 4 place. Liam Rance fights it around the outside, but he's not quite able, as we look at some of the advertising boards, to keep himself up in front. He is actually, as we still see them tussling it out. No kind of space at Tower Turn to make a move. Great battle between the two of these drivers.
Yeah, and you saw from the onboard shot on Bore that the back of the Satellite Racing BMW over Liam Rance looking a bit battered and bruised, and that tells the story about how hard he's been defending in this race. Oh, a late dive then into Gendeben Bend, but again, Liam Rance was not about to let that happen to him without a considerable contest in the corner itself. And now again, another good exit there as they go into Almond Straight from Carl Magnus Bore, the Team Iris number 78, looking to get closer and closer to that podium battle here. He's got another chance to go up the inside into Sunset, and Liam Rance knows this time he's going to be stranded on the outside through. Go Team Iris back into 4th position.
Yeah, and Iris really resurgent in this race now, up through the order. They were P8 only about 20 minutes ago, but now working their way back towards the top 4, exactly where they want to be, and they're looking for yet another decent result after their 230 points that they picked up in the last couple of races. They're going to try and run away, no doubt about that. from the satellite racing car, and we'll see how successful they are going to be. Turkka Häkkinen, we haven't talked about the this Go Team car for very much in this race, looking for a move. Oh, very nearly on Tony Ukic, the 249, under a lot of pressure inside, maybe, as they work their way through on the number 70 Team Iris car, who is not Carl Magnus Borre, just for reference. Turkka Häkkinen looking for this move, not quite able to find it. Ukic, though, having to defend. Really interesting to see these two now start to go at it towards the end of their stint. Or actually, at the start of their third stint, I should say.
Yeah, certainly new drivers getting on board the car and immediately having a great battle. Yeah, but Tony Ukic has got that 8th position in class, which means he's the last driver on the board there. About 5 seconds, I think, behind Ilko Busink, who's gotten on board the 233 Valet car. You can see just in the distance there, at the end of the straight, there's a yellow in the first sector, but that clears rapidly then. So yeah, Turkka Häkkinen is going to be looking to get that Go Team, take advantage in that Go Team, because that's the 38 that we saw got spun around earlier on when his teammate Russo was at the wheel then. So Häkkinen has certainly got something to prove here. If he's anything like a 1998-99 Formula 1 world champion Mika Häkkinen, his namesake, then Turkka should be very, very rapid here indeed. As we see into the pits comes the Seawolf net race of Jan Venneger, having been passed by Loic Moynier in the last stint then, holding second for quite a while in the race. Now it looks like Jan may have to settle in for third here. I don't think the strategy is going to be quite enough to get them back through.
Neither do I. However, we've got a lot of time, a lot of time in this race. All manner of things would happen. We had a mass disconnect at Road America with...
Oh, don't remind me.
well, I mean, but these things can happen. I mean, we don't want them to happen, obviously, and you know they're hopefully avoided. But sometimes there is nothing that can be done about, you know, the ether gods not really helping us out in the sim racing world. So very much hoping that these things can go well, but at the same time we still may see anything happen in this race. Positioning yourself is going to be critical all the way through this these 208 laps that still remain here at Sebring. More than a fair few hours for us left to run. We are going to be getting towards that 9-hour mark in this race, I do believe. You know, 268 laps, we're lapping at about 32 an hour, which means we might keep it to about 8, but it's going to be, you know, touch and go on that front. We'll just have to wait and see. We've got a lot of laps. Who really cares how much time we've got? We're enjoying this race up here in the commentary booth, that's for sure. 10 minutes to the hour. 10 minutes, we like to see a lot of the GT3s come into the pit lane here, Ed. And the 1ACO car, I really think we have to mention this 1ACO car, because up in the top 5, doing a fantastic job at the moment, may even start to try and pressure Liam Rance for P4. They've really been a bit of a surprise package today.
Yeah, and Selleck, interestingly, has pit and handed over to his teammate Ahmet Demirkan, and they've come out just behind Ricky Jimenez in the 53. So a long pit stop there, but they are crucially behind Kamau Naui in the 91, who also did the driver change. And Kamau Naui is actually only about 3 seconds now behind Paul Yahanen. So that really shows you just how quickly he's gotten back on pace then, trying to get past the 65 satellite car that we saw Jules Neal and Dennis Duna breeze past, and indeed Angel Banagas is ahead of them now as well. But yeah, Milan has been doing a really, really consistent job here. He's seen Carl Magnus Borre breeze past him and then Liam Rance, and now he wants to emulate Carl Magnus as well by doing the same to Liam. But yeah, Liam has sort of been just going a little bit backwards in this race. Was running second early on, now struggling to sort of, at this moment, hold on to the podium, as we see, I think, Carl Magnus now serving his pit stop, along with Loic Moynier as well, who hands over to Nick De Silva. So, yeah, De Silva might well come out behind Venneger then, due to the fact they've done the driver change. In fact, he doesn't. Nick De Silva is back on track immediately, right in front of Borja Milan there. But, yeah, great performance from the Portuguese driver, and Liam Rance is going to have a real problem in his ring mirrors in a couple of minutes' time.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of room here for some movement in the order, particularly as we get towards that end of the second stint. But Borja Milan will be hoping to get himself possibly onto the podium if things go his way. Still a battle in the LMP2 between Turkka Häkkinen and Tony Ukic. Is there a move on the cards here for Turka Hakkinen? Let's go on board with him. As he looks for an outside line into towards Sunset Bend. It's going to be a good run around the outside of the corner if he can make it stick. Oh, it's such a long way around through the bumps here at Sebring. Can he just about get himself an overlap? Not quite. Maybe have to go for it down at turn number 1, inside, outside. He's looking like he's dumbing either way. It's going to have to be the outside line for the Go Team car. Can he hook it around the outside, use all that commitment and power that the LMP2 beholds? Oh, nearly into the gravel, into the grass on the outside. And Hakkinen not able to get the move done, but still very much a competitive race for P8 at the moment.
Yeah, you can tell Tony Ukic does not want to give this one up very easily at all. This is a massive tank slapper coming out of turn 3. And that's surely going to allow Hakkinen a chance to attack into the hairpin. He positions himself to the outside. He's got quite a bit of overlap really late in the brakes from Ukic. Has he outbraked himself into the hairpin? No, just about. Gets it turned in there. So Hakkinen has to wait for a better opportunity a bit later in the lap, though. But great to see him just attacking Ukic, putting the pressure on. And this is what he needs to do to get back into the sort of top 5 fight, essentially, in LMP2 at the moment. In fact, there's a big gap between 6th and 5th, isn't it? It was the Sebring car, I think, about 13 seconds down on the on-off car. So, yeah, it's really trying to get into 6th at the moment. You can see the Boosink 233 Valet car has not quite been able to get away. It's only about 2.7 seconds ahead of Ukic, despite Ukic having to defend so vociferously at the moment. He can't really shake Turka Hakkinen. So Hakkinen is going to try another run then as they go into Almond Straight.
Yeah, may have a go down in towards Sunset Band once again. Didn't quite work out this time last lap, but there's always a chance on every single tour of this historic circuit in Central Florida. And no move in the offing though for Turka Hakkinen. This time around he will have to sit and wait behind. Along with this battle we have the Angel Banegas and Dennis Duna tussle that's ongoing towards the back end of the top 8 in the GT3 class, but that's where we really are in terms of tight battles on the circuit at the moment. Not too much ongoing, but you'd expect that from a kind of pit stop window, Ed.
Yeah, in terms of the overall picture in GT3, by the way, Kamau now has cut the gap to about 70 seconds when he pit, and he's now about 64 seconds behind Simičić. So when Rafa Esports have to do their driver change, surely it's going to be the 91 that comes out ahead. But it will be very interesting to look at the pace of Demirkan relative to Simičić, whether he's going to cut into that 20-second gap that Simičić had before Caspi 75 did their driver change as well. There's also Johan Kurjin that's in between the two of them, but I think that's a little bit illusory between Naui and Demirkan. I think Kurjin is on a slightly different strategy here.
I'd agree. Oh, that's very fast arriving on-off car coming through, very much on the circuit and in the top 5, but off the podium for the time being, which is where the on-off, I suppose, comes from. At the moment, we've got a battle as well between Boya Milan and Liam Rance. These two getting closer again as the Hyperion comes through, the leading Hyperion, mind you, as we wind our way towards the end of the second hour in this race. Interested as well to see, as we have a quick look at this Charlie Rigo in that on-off car, what on-off can do in the next couple of hours, Ed, because this LMP2 field has been pretty tight. We've not seen too many moves in the grand scheme of things, but a lot of opportunities for many teams here. This could be really going a lot of ways towards the end of the race.
Yeah, certainly the strategy is going to be important here. Making sure you're on the fresh tyres at the right moment in the race and able to make the moves is going to be a deciding factor, as indeed could be the fuel. But I think you're more likely to see that be a factor in the GT3 class, where we're seeing much more gaps between the pit stops. Potentially even Hypercar, there's been a little bit of variation as well. But for the most part, I think it is LaRue just continuing to stretch his legs 10 seconds ahead of Nick De Silva now. But yeah, certainly De Silva and Moynier have done well to actually even get into second position at this point in the race. So yeah, there's every chance that things could change there. So no room for complacency for Go Team. Now they've got a real challenger within 10 seconds, or roughly 10, I should say 11 seconds now, because LaRue is continuing to extend that gap. But yeah, for Rigo, for the on-off team, Narola and the Sean Clark team have proven to be something of a roadblock here. You do wonder if on-off maybe could unleash a little bit more pace if they could get through, but at the moment that's not happening. and they're having to settle in for the long haul in 5th position here. So the 27 crew going to have to think outside the box, I think, to get into 4th place here.
They are, but you know, there's definitely chances on the table for them. Ahead of them, Shortcut Racing have been slipping back just a little bit, and I really say just a little bit. They're only about 15 seconds off the race lead at this stage of this encounter. However, they have dropped a little bit further back. They were right on the tail of the leaders towards the back end of the opening stint, but again, really not much to separate them lap after lap. Kamal Nui now looking for some moves as we continue onwards in this race, but Ed, I mean, you're coming to the end of your first stint with us. Vidya's going to jump in a couple of minutes. How do you feel like we're going to sit in this race, particularly going to the next few hours, with some of these battles, you know, threatening to develop into the next stint, and some drivers and teams still coming back from those opening lap penalties?
Indeed, yeah. I think Norbert Jakab is really hoping that in the next hour or two he can start to catch Roland Toff in 4th. He's certainly been lapping quicker, but it's just a matter of easy lapping quickly enough, and can Toff sort of keep it under control. There's a valet getting very sideways in the background as we look at Turkka Hakkinen trying to lap Kamal Naui. Naui, interesting, he's starting to get a bit held up behind Ahonen, because that could really start to allow Simoncic in the overall lead to start to extend that gap and sort of get in the pit window again. So yeah, interesting times here. So with the different strategy that Black Hawk are doing, it is getting very, very tight, as now we see Turkka Hakkinen, he's up to 7th now because of the issues for the valet there. So yeah, clearly issues for Ilko Busek.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do in this race. One very, very quick question, Ed. Who is going to be leading all 3 classes when you get back? I just want the team names.
Okay, Goatee number 17 definitely still going to be leading in Hypercar. I think that's a fairly safe bet. LMP2, it's which way do you pick? I think Hyperion might be able to do something clever on strategy. I think Forcefact's going to hold on to that one, but I think Maki Yupi is going to be a big threat throughout this stint. And then GT3 is the toughest one to call. I think it should be the 91, unless something crazy happens. But I think the 75 is going to make a lot of progress continuously. Demirkan, where is he at the moment? 113 seconds behind the lead, and about 38. He's about 48 seconds behind Kamal Naui on the road at the moment. So Naui doing a good job, but it's Simoncic that's the big question mark at the moment. We'll have to see when the 82 eventually pits, but it's going to be after I go off, because I think it's time for me now to say goodbye and hand over to Vidya Hiti, who's waiting patiently to take over, and I'm sure he's going to do a wonderful job alongside you, Dan.
Yes, and we thank you, Ed, for being here for the first couple of hours. You will be back later. We'll see if those teams are, in fact, still in the lead of the races. But we will see Ed jump out and Vidya Heatley jump in. He was going to be here for the next, I think, 4 hours, in fact. Right. So he's going to have a decently long stint. Welcome in, Vidya. 5, in fact, welcome in, Vidya. Good point in the race to join in. This is a really well set up event. A lot of battles still ongoing, and very much leading gaps that can very easily be closed.
We're having a look here at Turkka Hakkinen in the Go Team Racing car, 7th position in class. You can see down there on the bottom right, and eventually you'll be able to see maybe about here on the panels on the side. The camera's too close to the track there. But yes, now under 10 seconds, that gap up to 6th position. So really not that far at all. One battle to look for, particularly in the LMP2 classes. Here we go. You've got Charlie Regal in the number 27 car, which is the on-off racing car. 1.2 seconds behind 4th position there.
Yeah, definitely a chance for Charlie Rigo to work his way through and up through the order, but we've seen how they've been able to try and close down some of these gaps as we work our way through this race. Really interested to see what this Busink Tony Jukic battle will deliver us. Valley Esports getting themselves a little bit closer up towards the top 8. Of course, they've dropped behind a few cars in the last few laps after a decent second stint, but Busink doing all that he can to get himself back in front. Got a Sebring GT3 in the way, but definitely chances for them to get themselves back to the top 8. They're just behind Tony Jukic and Undercover Raijin. They've had a very good race so far, still in the top 8. Let's see what they can do from here. But we will keep continuing this one. Oh, sorry, Vidya.
No, it helped if I unmuted my mic before I began speaking.
Yeah, there we go. I saw it was muted. I thought, I'll jump in quickly.
There we go. But yeah, Tony Jukic, as you said, 3.4 seconds back from 7th position, really not that far from Hakkinen, who only saw a lap, just a couple of minutes ago. I say a lap ago. Obviously, this is a distance race. One of the only distance races that we have here. Well, no, sorry, the only distance race that we have here on the schedule. It's 1,000 miles or 9 hours, whatever comes first. You can see lap 67 of 268 at the moment. I was just doing some rough calculations before I came on, and really they're kind of doing about 32 or 33 laps an hour, aren't they? So at this point they're going to get to distance before they hit that 9-hour limit. But yes, Tony Ukic here, as you can see in this undercover raging car, 3.5 seconds back now, just trying to navigate this GT traffic before coming down towards the final set of corners, the Le Mans complex, before going on to Sunset at the back end of the circuit.
Yeah, this is a part of this. I mean, this is a circuit which is a challenging one. Gives a lot of opportunity to drivers who are looking to make moves, but it is a real nitty-bitty track, particularly at that back end of the circuit, coming through Le Mans curve down the Ulmann Straight. Sunset bend as well. Many differing lines can be used to make a move. Let's have a little bit of a look at a battle between David Serra. There was a battle between David Serra and Andrea Gandossi, but Serra looks like he's ahead now of the number 69, and he's looking to stretch his legs a touch and get himself away for the time being. Too much ongoing, it's fair to say, in this race. As we kind of get ourselves into the third stint, I think we're likely to see a few of the teams and drivers settle in a little bit more with their pit and their fuel strategies, and then we could see a bit of a kick on as we get ourselves in towards the second half of the race. Looking forward though very much, Vidir, to seeing exactly how a few of these cars can go forward. Charlie Rigo, the on-off car's been bubbling around there for a time being. We've seen a couple of the hypercars and the GT3 trying to work their way forward as well. Difficult though, when you're also trying to save fuel at the same time.
Yeah, you've got to try and drive as fast as possible while, as you're saying, saving fuel, which is certainly not an easy thing to do. Some of these teams will have the lap time that they'll target for. Others will have the fuel number that they'll target for. It really just kind of depends how they have set up their car and how they've practiced over the last 4 weeks or so before coming into this event. But yes, as you're saying, Charlie Rigo in this on-off car, 1.5 seconds back from 4th position, so really not that far away. You can see a couple of the GT cars coming in 4th and 5th position in the GT3 class, which I believe, if I actually picked the correct tab, is Dennis Duna in the Sim Racing for Holland and Lorenzo Risi in the 99 Sebring esports car. And at the moment, that Sim Racing for Holland car very high up in the order.
Yeah, they've had a good race so far, the Sim Racing for Holland team. They've been going along pretty nicely in this race so far. It's going to be very interesting to see if they can keep themselves towards the front of this field, or whether they may start to drop back just a little bit as this race starts to progress onwards. We've got 200 laps remaining here. I mean, that's a lot of time, isn't it, Video? We've been going for 2 hours. We've had about 68 laps completed. If we're going on the presumption that there's going to be 34 laps in the hour, we are on for a just shy
8.5 hours, wouldn't it?
Well, 268 divided by 34 is actually 7.8, so we might actually get it to just under 8 hours without any kind of
fantastic. I might oh no, sorry, I'm here from. Would that mean I'm here for the end?
No, you're right.
No, I finished at 7 hours gone. That's right. Sorry.
Yes.
Yes. You'll have an hour. Oh no, sorry, it isn't. You at the end. It's Edward and Cameron.
Cam.
I think, for the end.
It is Cam. So Cam will be on. He'll be on in about 55 minutes time or so to join you for a couple of hours. Then you've got a couple of hours with Ed, and then we'll have Cam and Ed at the end of the race, however long that may be. So this is definitely going to be one that the drivers know is going to run on and on and on. But in kind of a difference to when we have a timed race, do you feel like there's any kind of difference psychologically? Because, laps, time, it's easier to gauge time than laps because, of course, time is always never going to change. Laps could change in how long those stints could be. And you may have to start changing your stints. If we have a code 37, you go a little bit longer. It's not as easy to judge, is it, than when you've got a numerical figure to go to.
It's a moving target almost in terms of, well, absolute time for how long the race is going to be. However, as there's been 4 weeks since the last race, and a lot of these teams will have been looking, obviously, at the lap tracker, having a look at what the hypercars are going to do if they're in LMP2 or GT3, and you know they'll see what lap times the hypercars are doing. Then they'll be able to extrapolate a race time from there, and then they'll be able to get from that how many laps that they're planning to do in that same amount of time, and then drive to those number of laps that they've estimated. But of course, you've always got to make sure that you've got enough in the fuel for an extra 2 or 3 laps, because you just don't know what's going to happen during the course of the race. So all of these teams will have an idea of how many laps they're going to do. We'll have a small window of how many laps they're going to complete in the course of this race, but you've always got to make sure that you've got enough fuel for a couple of extra.
Yeah, that's always the safest thing to do. You never really want to be leaving yourself short in races such as this. We've seen more than a fair share of splashes and dashes in the Virtual Endurance Championship over the years, and there have been many years of the VEC season 17 that we're in now. And, you know, champions and, you know, racers that have been here for so many years, now driven in so many different cars, particularly the RAF Esports duo of Jerne Simičić and, of course, Jesper Pedersen, who have been so good in so many machines over the years in the VEC, turning their hand to some GT3s. And it's something that really stands out in the Virtual Endurance Championship, isn't it, Vidya? That drivers can jump around the classes season after season, trying to win a title in different machinery, and, you know, very often able to have a really good go at it.
Yeah, a fast driver is a fast driver, and that really goes to show, as you've said, you've got some drivers who've kind of tended to stay in one class for the time that they've been here, but then you've got others that have jumped around, like Bora Milan, for example, in the One Acco team, has been here, well, for as long as I've been commentating, which is coming up on 10 years now, I think, which is slightly scary. And, you know, he's driven in all of the classes available throughout that time.
Yeah, and it just goes to show that, you know, drivers can turn their hand to anything. That there's so many good drivers, particularly on this rFactor 2 platform. They don't just compete here, compete in other series. You know, they can learn their craft, work their way up through the ranks. There's VEC Division 2. That's live right now. You can have a look at the live timing for that, of course, on the Sim Racing Club website. But it means that there's drivers that can work their way through Division 2, get themselves into Division 1, fight for titles in a tournament and an event that really is prestigious. When you look back at, you know, the history of the VEC, so many great champions that have gone on to fantastic things. And, you know, to call yourself a champion here really does mean something. And I think a lot of the teams and drivers know that. And that is what makes these leading battles for championships so feisty, don't they, really?
Yeah, and it's always fun. At the moment in the hypercar class, I think we've got, 6 or 7 cars. However, this GT3 class in particular has such a depth in terms of numbers and in terms of different marks as well. You go for the LMP2 class, there's 19 of them. Sorry, there's 13 of them in the race today. When it comes to GT3s, there's almost 20. So, you know, there's such a depth of field when it comes to these secondary 2 classes that makes it so much more, well, I wouldn't say so much more difficult in order to win a championship, but there's so much more that go wrong, and so many more competitors you've got to battle with. When it comes to hypercar, of course, this is completely different. You've got to be on the top of your game the entire time, because it is so fast, and you come up in these GT3 cars particularly really, really quickly. But on the other hand, you know, you've got maybe 6, 7 competitors, but in these LMP2 and GT3 classes, that comes up to 12 or 15 every single race, which means that a bad race is so much more hurting, so much more damaging for your championship chances in the LMP2 and GT3 classes.
It is, and you know, very hard for championships as well in the LMP2s and the GT3s. Of course, smaller field in the hypercars, only 6 here. There is, in fact, no hypercars in Division 2 of the VEC this race, at least. So, a shortage of hypercars, showing how much some of these teams and drivers love the LMP2s and the GT3s, and that love and that want to get faster almost tightens up the fields, and we get an ever closer battle. Charlie Rigo, a great example of that. This on-off team have really got themselves into contention in a lot of races recently, and then the LMP2's consistency is what they've been looking for. Consistency is what they've been finding, and looking to get themselves into the top 4 soon. We'll have to keep an eye and see whether they can do it. We are a little bit thin on the ground in terms of battles at the moment. There is one maybe developing back here in the GT3 between Lorenzo Arisi and Roy de Moink for P7 in the GT3 class. But this is the kind of stage in the race video, you know, 3rd, 4th, 5th stints, those middle hours where I think a lot of the teams are just trying to, you know, get their strategy set, get themselves into some rhythms and not really lose too much time.
Yeah, of course, when it comes to time, as you've said, or at least positions, I should say, rather, the easiest time to make these up is at the very beginning of the race, when everyone is bunched up, when everyone is within the same section of track. When it comes to this portion of the race, as you said, it comes more into just settling into a rhythm almost, making sure that you're hitting those lap times, hitting those corner markers, hitting those brake markers as you go round, just to make sure that you keep the car in one piece clean for now before maybe making an attack in the final 20% of the race or so. But at this point you put in, well, arguably at this point in the race, you put in your most consistent drivers, because this is the time where you just want to make sure that you clock up those laps.
And hooking up those laps can be tricky when you've got so much around you in terms of, particularly if you're a hypercar, almost like debris around the circuit, moving debris in the form of LMP2s and GT3s that you have to work your way around. Can't necessarily hit your apexes every single lap, can't necessarily run the race that you'd like to each and every lap, but just the ability to get yourself into a space of knowing what kind of pace you're aiming for, knowing exactly where to break your turning points, just getting yourself into that metronomic consistency is critical. And these guys who have been around for so long know exactly how to do it, and that's probably why we're starting to see a couple of these gaps stay relatively where they are for the time being.
Yeah, we're having a look on board at the moment at one of these battles, as you're saying. This is Lorenzo Arisi we're on board with in the Sim Frame car, trying to chase down that number 96 for the 7th position in class. Of course, a couple of extra points which are so important to this championship. But breaking into Cunningham now, this first of the 2 right-handers at the back end of the circuit, and going through these flat-out left-handers before going into Tower, the second of these right-handers, and then chasing down through Bishop eventually, which is a left-handed king. Oh, but a big wiggle there right on exit, getting a little bit too far out on the left-hand side onto the dirt on the exit of Tower. But the thing is, Bishop comes up so quickly, Arisi not able to capitalise on that mistake from the car in front before making their way through Le Mans Corner, the final right-hander, then onto Sunset Straight at the back of the circuit, and then coming to Sunset Bend, which is, this is Omen Straight, coming to Sunset Bend now, which is so difficult because there's so many different lines that you can take through this corner. You can see 2 of them right there. You can see Arisi with a very wide entrance and a tighter exit, whereas the car in front goes for a tight entrance and then a wider exit.
Yeah, perfectly illustrating your point there. It's a circuit that you can take a lot of differing lines at. Differing lines may be at turn 1 if Arisi can slip down the inside. Ooh, he's going to think better of it. Thought about it. Maybe went for a bit of a think before getting into the braking zone, but realised it was a closing door and wouldn't have worked out too well. So he's going to sit in behind. Difficulty about making a move at the hairpin is you have to keep close through this slower part of the lap. Turns 2 and 3. Out through 4 and the kink of 5 towards the hairpin aren't easy to stick yourself right onto the bumper with, and we'll see if he's able to get himself the position. You can see how close they are as they track their way towards the heaviest braking zone on the lap. Is there any kind of send in the offing? Arisi goes for it. Inside line for the Sim Frame Esports car. P7 is his, as long as he doesn't go too deep. He doesn't, and Arisi is through. Great overtake on Roy de Moink, and he's got a little bit of work to do to gain away, but then it's an 11-second gap up to the satellite racing car, which will be the next target.
The 11 seconds, not completely impossible to overcome, but certainly a challenge. But see if Arisi can hold on to this position, as you said there, coming through Cunningham and then down towards Tower. Now, Arisi appears to have a little bit more pace on this part of the lap. Got to wait and see what it's like for, well, essentially the first part of the lap from start-finish line up towards the hairpin. But it appears that Arisi has the upper hand at the moment over Demuk. That gap just increasing slightly out to about half a second, probably about 8/10 of a second now between the two of them before they come down into the Le Mans complex, the right, the left, and the right before going onto the Almond Straight. And it appears that Arisi may have broken that gap already.
Yeah, it very much looks like he has. Still the closest two cars on the circuit. We may start to see a battle further back. For P11 in the GT3s, but Nops is just behind Andrea Gandossi. Let's see if we can see him from the onboard. There he is, just up in front. Gandossi may be coming under a little bit of pressure. The same can be said in the battle between Charlie Rigo and Jussi Nirola. If we go on board with Charlie, who's also coming through the Le Mans curve, there's the car in front, there's the target. It's the Sean Clark Racing entry, who is going to be under pressure maybe soon. That gap has widened just a touch as we run our way through this race. Early penalties affecting a few of the drivers and a few of the teams. Hasn't really affected Caspian Motorsports too much overall. They dropped right to the back of the field, but they've cycled their way back through after only 2.25 hours. They're back up to the top three. Really good recovery drive. And Demir Khan can now try and push on to the top spot.
Yeah, well, as you said, onto third place, onto that bottom step of the podium. There's a big gap up there to first. That's what, about 45 seconds or so up there towards first place. So a big gap there as well. You've got a couple of the LMP2 cars coming in as well. It's the 41 Arm Cyber and the 47 Sebring esports car, both coming in as it stands. And then you've got another one. But that kind of makes sense, considering that these LMP2 cars do about 40 to 45 minutes a stint. That makes it pretty much on time if they're doing 45 minutes, doesn't it?
It does. It would work perfectly. But of course, with the timed race, it's much easier to be like, right, okay, we'll put after 45 minutes, an hour and a half, 2 hours 15. When you're putting after a certain number of laps, it could start to add up. It may then not add up, and with code 37s and all, the maths becomes a little bit more difficult. But drivers and teams, I'm sure, on their toes, they'll be knowing exactly what to do. They'll have talked about it a lot during the build-up to the race, and they are, I'm sure, be confident in their abilities to adapt if the strategy demands it in this race. Bert Nops has the smallest gap to the car in front of anybody at the moment on the circuit of just about a second. Let's see if he can make any kind of move in the next couple of laps. But we're almost being tempted at the moment. The carrot being dangled in front of our face with possible moves in the offing.
Yeah, you've got a couple of cars, just kind of having a look almost, but as you said, this gap at the moment is the closest on circuit, and then coming through Sunset Bend, so difficult, as we've said before, and then coming out towards the start-finish straight. You have got a white line there, but that's almost nominal. As long as you just don't smack the wall on the outside, well, you've pretty much stayed within track limits. Coming down towards turn 1, though, now, this is a very fast corner with pretty much only one line through there before coming up through 2, this right-hand kink, and then braking hard for 3, this left-hander, and then coming into 4 and 5 again. Only one line really through here before coming through Big Bend and that roar down towards the hairpin. You can see the dirt and the grass being kicked up by both these cars. They're just testing the track limits and trying to get every 10th of a second out of these cars.
Yeah, and every 10th of a second going to be crucial in a battle such as this. Also in a battle such as the one between Charlie Rigo and Jussi Nirola. Closing up a little bit as the on-off racing car for P3 now in class. And it would be a good place to be, especially only about 18 seconds off of the race lead at the moment. So Charlie Rigo very much in the fray for a possible podium, provisional podium spot in this race. Still a very long way to go, of course, but looking pretty good for on-off racing to pick up some decent points once again tonight. And for their championship, they've been decently consistent up to this point, and that's why they find themselves 4th in the championship. 24 points to kick off the season wasn't ideal, but since then, 33, 40, 30, 30 really has shown their consistency and shown why they are really fighting for a top 3 in the championship.
Yeah, and going through these results, as you said, and when it comes, as I've said a few times, when it comes to a championship of this length, you can have one bad race and still be in the chase for the championship. Once you reach that second bad race, your chances start to decrease greatly. But as you said, right up there, battling for the top 3 in the championship. A very good job, Charlie Rigo, on this on-off racing car, coming down to, well, trying to get that final step in the podium. Just a second separating Rigo from that final step, the provisional final step. And at this point, you know, it must be so frustrating for all of these drivers that they can see the car ahead, but the, you know, staring at that same rear wing for 15, 20 laps and not really able to do anything about it.
No, there isn't much that almost can be worked around at the moment. Really difficult to see how things can be improved, but maybe towards the pit stop window. We have seen at the end of the first, at the end of the second stint, maybe this time at the end of the third stint, a nice bunching up, some battles very much that could start to kick off as drivers and teams want to position themselves, use the rest of the tyre that they've got underneath them, especially if they're going to be changing the tyre, use the rest of the fuel load that they have, and maybe push just that little bit more. Charlie Rigo in his battle could be an example of that. Still, there's this battle ongoing. Still the battle with Bert Knopps and Andrea Gandossi. A little bit closer now as the Sim Racing for Holland car closes up. We could see a move for 11th in the GT3s.
Yeah, that gap a lot closer than the last time we looked at it. Pretty much right there on the rear wing now is that checkerboard number 52 car coming through Tower now, and you can see the 2 cars, both of them kicking up that dust at the exit of Tower. Knopps using as much of the slipstream as possible, coming down through Bishop and down towards Le Mans, not close enough to make a move, mainly because there's really kind of no braking zone there at all. We'll be maybe looking for an overlap from using the draft in the Almond Straight. But again, this straight really isn't long enough. You've got to make sure that you have a good overlap when you come down into Sunset.
Yeah, difficult to really get that overlap, isn't it? Because around the outside line here, you really have to get up very early in the morning. Ironic, really, when it's sunset bend, to make a way around there. But Bert Knopps is trying it. Much wider line through the corner. Is he able to hook it up on the exit? He's going to get a better one off of the exit as he's slower in the middle of the corner. And he should just about keep it out of the wall. That's critical, though, because he has got the move done. P11 is his. And he looks like he's just about going to be able to stay ahead of Andrea Gandossi, who's gone back a little bit in the last few laps in this race. The 69 can't make the move. Knopps up in front. Great move for the Sim Racing for Holland team.
Yeah, a great job there. As you said, a fantastic move all the way around the outside of Sunset Bend. And that really is a textbook move there. You got one of the LMP2s in as well. I think that's the other Sim Premium LMP2 car. Sorry, it's the Go team of Turkka Häkkinen in the pits in the LMP2 class. We've got to see if Knopps can hold on to this place. Does that Sim Racing for Holland number 52 have the speed required in order to be able to maintain that 11th position for now? And I must say, at the moment, it looks like it may be the case. Look at that gap that's been built already.
Yeah, the gap clearly being built up by Bert Knopps. Shows he has a little more pace and had a little bit more pace before he was able to make that move. Good stuff for Bert to get himself a little bit further up the field. It's a 8.8 second gap up to David Serra if he wants to try and get himself any further forward. Let's have a quick little update on how some of the other cars are doing in this race. Nick De Silva is in the number 3 Black Hawk car now, still behind Mikhail Leroux, who's been in that car from the start, as has Jan Benniker, Roland Toth, Norbert Jakob and Ivan Leonov, the other cars, drivers I should say, in the hypercars at the moment. Thomas Vack still leads the way in the LMP2s, and he does relatively comfortably, increasing that gap a little bit to Maki Yupi in a Roller Rigo, who we've seen in that battle of late, and we'll have to see if that can continue to develop. Battle maybe in the offing between Bussink and Nilsson further back here. Bussink dropping down a little bit. Nilsson, I think, making the move in the somewhat recent past, and they've got one of the Go Team cars that is being lapped there or thereabouts. And then in the GT3s, we still have a decent lead. Oh no, that is Nilsson. My timing page didn't update properly. That is Nilsson just in behind in the 37. He's in a very flat battle at the moment. We'll come back to this. But it is Kamal Nui who leads the way in the Black Hawk GT3 car by half a minute ahead of Pedersen and Demirocan, who are doing their best to try and close that gap. But let's have a look at this battle though. Nilsson and Bussink. This could be an interesting one for P10. Vidar.
Yeah, coming down towards Bishop and then Le Mans Complex. As you said, for that final position in the top 10, these two. before coming down towards the complex. You can see Nilsson there taking what could arguably be a better line through that complex before coming down towards the Almond Straight and down towards Sunset. We saw Nops do a move all the way around the outside a lap or two ago, but the thing is, for these LMP2 cars, they've got so much more downforce, it's almost difficult to do that because you can't really get the overspeed by going all the way around the outside like that Sim Racing for Holland car did.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the easiest thing to do in the world, but trying their best to do it as they go around the outside. Rickard Nilsson, though, inside line possibly on the cards for him. Can he get the overlap? Oh, it's a bit of a turn out of the corner for the Valley Esports car. Oh, and there's a bit of a slide from Nilsson. There was no contact in the end, I don't believe, but Nilsson off the road slightly. It's a bit of a moment from the two of them.
It's difficult to tell if there was contact from that camera angle. There could well have been, but yes, a very good holding on there actually from the Valley car in order to not completely lose it.
Yeah, it could have gone much worse as they make their way through 3 classes, 3 wide, down into towards turn 6. It's not easy to do, but hey, Rickard Nilsson found a way to pick his way through the middle and lost the position out to Leonov in that Netrex hypercar, but he's still ahead of the GT3. That's the Casting Motorsports GT3 that's running in P2 for the time being. 81 laps completed in this race, a lot still on the table. Closest battle in this race still is looking like it's between Gandossi and Nops, even though they're a little bit further apart. Let's have a look at the battle between Turkka Häkkinen and Marco Finculio at the moment, because this is an intriguing little tussle. Häkkinen trying to come back through the field a bit. Let's see what he can do in this little train of cars.
Yes, just some traffic that may be caught at the wrong time. For these cars. Well, they say that Häkkinen managed to navigate that GT car before coming through turn 1. But the thing is, this GT car up ahead, as we said before, this section of the circuit really kind of is one lane. The GT3 car needs to help at least that Go Team car go through the inside of turn 5 before coming through Big Bend and down towards the hairpin. Now, a second separating these two at the moment. It is Häkkinen in this number 38 Go Team car, and it is Vincillo in the 47 Sebring car ahead. But these two cars, as you've said, very, very fast, and you've just got to kind of hope that you get traffic at the right time for Häkkinen in order for that Go Team car to close up that gap.
Yeah, and it's going to be, the onus is on the Go Team car to almost try and do a little bit more here to get themselves up the field, as we do have a battle with Charlie Rigo actually involved. He's only a couple of tenths now behind of David Berenek, who is currently standing for. This has been a battle that's appeared out of nowhere in the last couple of laps. On this lap, Berenek lost 3 seconds in the opening sector, with the two of them seemingly coming down pit road. This is now a real good chance for Rigo to get himself back inside the top 4 and maybe get himself after a top 3 with Francesco Geniali not a million miles away, and a driver who's been susceptible to a couple of little moments in his stint so far.
Yeah, so having a look here at Rigo, as you said, almost right there on Berenek for that 4th position, that blue and yellow LMP2 car directly ahead. You can see one of the prototypes coming out the pits just there in the background. This is a really interesting pit exit as well, isn't it? Because you kind of come in direct on the racing line and see that Berenek with a big wiggle right there on the apex of turn 3, maybe perhaps helped by the fact that you can't really pass in that section of the circuit. Rigo had to let off the accelerator, and that's allowed Berenek to kind of get away with that one.
Yeah, it's lucky to not really come away with much more of a moment there, relatively, compared to the drivers around you. Netrex hypercar trying to come through, 3 wide again between the 3 classes. Never comfortable when that happens, from either the cockpit or from the side of the road, as we are. Charlie Rigo still trying his best to stick around in this battle and keep himself very much in contention. You know, we've got Vinculio not a million miles away, who's battling with Turkka Häkkinen. This has been a really intriguing race in the LMP2s because there's not been a big gapping of anybody in the front train. There haven't been many moves to be made, but at the same time we have seen a nice few tussles, good strategy battles so far, and as we get towards that 1/3 stage in the race, we really are looking like this is set up to be a perfectly orchestrated battle between these guys.
Yes, once they've completed lap number 97, that's pretty much, sorry, not 97 at all, I can't count. Well, we're pretty much at the third, almost there at the third waypoint. It's 89 is once you've crossed that third point. But yes, Charlie Rigo, 6 cents per second back at the moment. That gap extending a little bit more because Bernick just being able to capitalize on arguably his own mistake on just a lap ago. Then coming across the start-finish line, that gap definitely exceeded. Look at that, 1.3 seconds between these two now as they cross the start-finish line, come through turn one once more, and there is some GT traffic ahead, which Bernick has managed to navigate. From as can Rigo do the same now, and maybe caught up again behind some GT traffic through the same section of the circuit.
Yeah, it's difficult. Ooh, as they run their way over some grass. Charlie Rigo looking for a move. Is it going to be another moment once again? Not quite, but you've got to be careful as you run your way down with that little bit of lap traffic that is along with him. You can't really afford to lose too much time. Maybe a bit of a rear slide as well. Not going to be helping out his cause at all. And it's just been a messy couple of minutes, hasn't it, for Charlie Rigo trying to get himself into the top four, but struggling just that little bit. We'll have to see what he can do as they run their way in towards Cunningham Corner. The lap car not getting too much involved, but it is getting a little bit concerning. Little look at the battle in the GT3s as well. Andrew Hollam and Callum Cripps finding it out. The Bradman Esports car and the Satellite Racing car, they're not a million miles away from each other.
No, half a second separating these two as they come down towards the hairpin. As you said, the biggest braking zone in the circuit, having Callum Cripps the car ahead in this Brabham Motorsport car coming down towards Cunningham now, the first of these two right-handers. And yeah, nice kind of gap. The Hyperion cars come in from the lead of the LMP2 class as well. But yes, Callum Cripps in this Brabham Motorsport car managed to hold a nice little gap there for now, managing to not come under too much pressure at this point in the race.
Yeah, it's good that we are seeing some battles still ongoing, particularly in this GT3 field, even if not for the top positions, but slightly further down. Every point is going to be a prize for these guys and for these drivers. And particularly for Brabham, I think they have some high aspirations towards the end of this season. Been a good season for them so far. Up in P7 in the championship, a little bit off the back of WRT Satellite Racing, but chances very much in the offing for them to get towards the top 5 in a championship that is so competitive and with so many good names at the top of as well. The RAF Esports team with Simincic and Pedersen. Yeah, we looked at that team at the start of the season and thought, oh, that could be a problem for everybody else, and it has been. It's turned out that way. And to get a top 5 in the championship, whoever you are, it's going to be a really impressive feat.
Yeah, especially with 20 cars turning up each outing, getting up into the top 5 is certainly no easy feat whatsoever. But having a look at this Brabham car, you can see it's definitely a bit faster at the moment, isn't it? You can see that gap is definitely visually expanded over the last half a lap or so.
It has. I'm concerned though. Do you think there could be a move on the offing here?
I think the problem here is that this car in 13th, which is the, you mentioned it before, it is the, if I find the correct tab, there we go, it's Andrew Hollam in the 65 satellite car. The problem is that once you get 1.5 seconds back, which it kind of is at the moment, that's kind of too far back to really do anything, isn't it?
It is. You're not really going to be able to make a move from back there. And Callum... Yeah, and Callum Cripps is definitely, a little bit safe at the moment.
Yeah, at this point, it's just waiting for the car in front, in this case Cripps, to make a mistake at this point of the race. But even then, you can see that gap already expanding even more. Now we're having a look at Rickard Nelson, who's right there on the rear wing of the 9th place LMP2.
Yeah, good little battle ongoing here for P9 Nilsson. And of course, Bussink looking for this P9 for their own to keep themselves within tabs of undercover Raijin. You're in the top 8, albeit 21 seconds off the back. We are in the midst of a pit stop phase though, as off the road goes Elko Bullsink, sorry, and that is not the right line. And the Valley Esports car dropping down to P10. He's just not quite had the pace in his stint so far. He's going to be disappointed with that.
Yeah, just a small mistake there, as you said, and that's cost dearly that Valley Esports car down to 10th position, losing that position. That's kind of what happens when you can be under so much pressure, isn't it? You just get these small mistakes bleeding into your driving.
Yeah, very easy to do. Very possible as well to lose just that little bit of time by making the smallest of mistakes. But when you're in a battle like this, very easy to just drop off the back of the cars you're racing, and then, as we've seen, it's difficult to catch up and then re-overtake. So really could be a costly mistake. We'll have to see how it unfolds and whether that will be something that they come back to rue. But more than enough time, 180 laps or so in this race for them to try and recover.
Yeah, not that.
Oh, yellow flag. Who is that down there? That is going to be Charlie Rigo. The on-off car is off the road somewhere. Down, I think it's a tower turn. He's up to Bishop's Bend now, but he has been off the road somewhere. Oh, well, no, he's been not. I know exactly where it's at tower turn, but I don't quite know how. He's dropping off the back of the Go Team car. Not what he needed at all.
Yeah, look at that gap of 11 seconds. That appears to have been quite the incident. Maybe just a small spin, or getting out a little bit too wide and starting to really lose traction by the looks of it, considering how much that gap has increased since that yellow flag came out. Here we go. Here's the replay. This is Charlie Rigo. And is that just the rear end letting go and turning pretty much? It is, and then just having this quarter spin. But that rear end almost began sliding almost as soon as Rigo turned in.
It did. I mean, in the end, the mistake cost him about 17 seconds on the rest of the pack, not what he needed at all. And he has dropped down, I think, at least 2 positions, maybe even 3 from that. Turkka Häkkinen may be able to gain that another one if he's able to get through on Marco Vinculio. But as my timing page led me to believe, that's not quite a 0.5 of a second gap, is it? They're a little bit further away than that.
Yeah,
and I don't think that we'll see Turkka Häkkinen make a move in the next lap or so.
Yeah, 1.2 seconds now. This gap down there in the bottom right updates every time they cross a sector line. But yes, coming through Cunningham now, and they've got traffic to deal with, both of them. And for the class that's faster and the class that's slower. And that 5th place car, as you said, managed to navigate that traffic very nicely. Häkkinen now has to navigate this GT car. We'll have to go all the way around the outside of Bishop, of course. Not the fastest line around the circuit. You've got to make sure that you just don't turn in too early when you're going round to the outside of Bishop on that GT car, to make sure that you don't turn yourself across the nose of that GT3 car.
And it can be easy to do. We've seen it a couple of times in this race already, with a couple of LMP2s actually getting into a little bit of contact with the GT3. Not really anybody at fault either, but just the physics and the way that you can get yourself almost locked together, rear end to front end, can end up spinning an LMP2 or a hypercar across the front of a GT3, and that's going to impact, of course, that faster car's race. But they've always got chances to try and come back. It's not like the GT3s who are consistently that little bit slower than everybody else, so they've always got the chance to make the move once again, even if they've lost about 10 seconds making it the first time. Häkkinen's still going for the move on Marco Vinculio. Again, closest battle on the track at the moment. Nothing within a second in the GT3s. In fact, nothing within 3 seconds in the GT3s. Gapped out somewhat. So at the moment, the LMP2 field is the hotbed for action, if you can call it that.
Yeah, indeed, the hotbed for action at the moment. Coming down towards the hairpin. A second, that's probably less than a second there, actually, between these two cars. Well, we'll get the update just about now. It's half a second, indeed, between Häkkinen and that final position on the top 5 of the LMP2 class. But the problem is that Marco Vinculio, that 47 Sebring car, is going to wanting to be hold on to that final position in the top 5. Coming down towards the tower now, this meandering run between Cunningham and Tyre. Then you've got that right-hander, and you can see the Vinculio there just popping up a little bit of dust and grass on the exit of that corner for coming down through Bishop and down through the Le Mans complex.
Yeah, it's a difficult part of the circuit to nail, but Turkka Häkkinen, we're seeing Turkka Häkkinen do a very good job and not going wide at Le Mans in the same way that Marco Vinculio has just done. Maybe a chance at Sunset Bend at the final corner, actually maybe not, because it's a little bit too far back, but this kind of gap means that he can maybe have a bit of ascend at turn 1, maybe have a go at the hairpin at Cunningham corner as well. There are places where you can stick the car down the inside line and really hope that it sticks. Oh, inside, outside, either side of the GT3 car, very much a chance now for Turkey Hakkinen to get himself into the top 5. They've negotiated their way past the Cassidy Motorsports GT3. Can he negotiate his way in towards that, well, coveted position of a top 5?
Yeah, that final position in the top 5 is so close now, and might not even need traffic to help at this point. Hakkinen has got a lot of pace in that LMP2 car. Coming through turn 5, the left-hander now down through Big Bend. You can just see that GT3 car in the foreground as they're coming down towards the hairpin, but they won't reach that car in time. But the thing is, you've got the hypercar right there, and it's now slid in between the two of them.
Yeah, it's not going to help them out too much, as Ivan Leonov has a bit of a rear end slide there. Not going to concern him too much as he makes his way through on the LMP2, but he is still 10 seconds or so off the back of Zolan Toth, who is 23 seconds back on Jakub, who was that full lap back on the top 3. So really 2 races ongoing in the hypercars for the time being. And we are seeing it in real time unfold. There's actually got a Blackhawk car in the pit lane, so we'll see that unfold in real time as well. That could be the start of some hypercar pit stops. We kind of expect that. They've been going 52, 53 minutes on a stint, and kind of hitting that exactly. End of lap 89 though. We're officially through 1/3 of this race. And doing some maths, I think we can safely say that without a code 89, code 37, is it a code? Yeah, a code 37. I am pretty confident in saying that this race should be ever so slightly more than the 8-hour mark. So we're running to about that, and teams will know that. I think that's what they're going to be pushing for towards the end of this race.
Yeah, and of course, as you've said, the closer you get to the end of the race, the more certain you can kind of be of where that end point is going to be. At the moment, after 50 laps or so, you obviously that error bar, if you like, is a lot bigger than it is, for example, now, or it will be at lap 150 or so. So now they're just kind of beginning to triangulate on when that finish is going to be in terms of time. But as you've said, these code 37s is something that you've always got to be careful of, which we haven't had yet so far through this race. It's something you've always got to be mindful of, and that will extend that finish time by maybe 2 or 3 minutes every time there is one.
Yeah, and that will always be in the back of the driver's minds. Other things could happen as well. We don't really know. It's very variable in the virtual world. That's what keeps us on our toes all of the time. But being in the virtual world gives us the opportunity to go racing like this when, otherwise I don't think we'd be able to hire out Sebring, get everybody out there, get these cars on the circuit, and go racing would be a little bit more difficult. So great that we have the virtual world to enable us to have these great events, these championships that have gone on for so long, as we were mentioning just a little bit beforehand. Pit stops ongoing very much so on the hypercars now. First and third, the Go team and the Net Race car into the pit lane. Blackhawk have already come into the box. So that leading trio of cars all going to have made their third pit stops in this race.
Yeah, and they're all, as you've said, coming in pretty much together. And that kind of makes sense when, even here at Sebring, the laps are kind of quite long. And that kind of makes sense. You can maybe save a lap of fuel, but it depends how far through the lap you are when you have this full tank of fuel if you're running at full pace. For example, if you find out that you've run out at 0.2 of a lap completed, is it really worth saving 4/5 of a lap, considering what the impact is going to be in your lap time?
I think it's a good point to make, really, and I think we've been to some shorter circuits this season. We'll go to some longer circuits as well, mind you, particularly when we get towards Le Mans at the end of the season. But this kind of lap for the hypercars, you're lapping at around that 1 minute 42, 43, not the shortest of laps, and particularly when you go into towards the LMP2s and the GT3s, it's going to mean that the width of a pit window is going to be a little bit narrower than it could be at a track like Interlagos that we have been at of late. So, definitely food for thought for the teams and for the drivers. But, we've been talking about the experience among some of these teams, and, the drivers have so much knowledge of what works, what doesn't work. That really, means a lot, doesn't it, in these kind of races?
Yeah, and what works and what doesn't work, as you've said, they've had a lot of time now to get acquainted with these cars. They kind of know what to do in terms of setup and in terms of fuel saving as well. And but when it comes to setup, however, you've got to remember how many people that you have in the car that's actually going to drive in the race. If you've got 4 people, if you've got 4 drivers for the race, that can maybe make the car a more generic setup than when you've got compared 2 drivers. You can kind of decide what sort of setup you're going to have, is particularly if these two drivers have the same sort of driving style. Whereas, of course, if you've got 4 drivers, you know, these driving styles start to diverge a little bit more.
They do. They split up just a touch, and there's always the risk of not having too much on the cards in terms of what you can do towards the end of races and strategy, depending on which way you've gone earlier on in the race. Quick look at David Berenek at the moment on the circuit in the Sean Clark racing car. That gap behind with Marco Vinculo and Tucker Hakkinen is closing, and those two are within 3 seconds of him now, so that's going to be something to watch out for, as is Norbert Jakob right up behind Martin Earlman, who's just got into the car for the Seawolf Net race. We haven't seen him move in the hypercars in God knows how long here, Vidi.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen him moving hypercars, but there is one now. Norbert Jakob now into 3rd position in that Go Team hypercar, which makes it a 2-3 for them at the moment in that hypercar class. Coming through the right-hander down onto the Ullman Straight, you can see how much more the pace advantage that a Go Team racing car has, can't you? You can see how big that gap is already.
Yeah, it really is increasing out rapidly, and impressive to see that Jakob is able to continue on in this manner. Of course, the two Go teams differing strategies for the time being. They aren't really 36 seconds apart. The number 7 having a little bit more to do in terms of their pit stops and their pit lane requirements in this race, because they had to come down pit lane very early on to serve some penalties as a bit of a hangover from last race at Road America, which we all saw very chaotic start and chaotic towards the end as well. So understandable that we saw those penalties unfold there. Again, we're coming towards the end of the stint. I said it when you joined here, Vidir. We may see some more moves. Marco Vinculo on the back of David Berenek. It feels like it's kicking off again, doesn't it?
Yeah, starting to kick off once more, as you said, coming down the back straight now towards Sunset Bend. 4/10 of a second Vinculo has to make up in order to gain that 4th position coming through Sunset Bend, and you can again just see the differing lines, particularly there on exit, can't you?
You can, and it goes to show what different drivers prefer to do, and really what the cars can do as well. Setup slightly tweaked between everybody. Driving styles very much taken into consideration for that. So a lot that will have been put into, a lot of thought, I should say, will have been put into how to approach this race, and I think we're going to be seeing that play out continuously in real time. Vinculo in the middle of this battle, though, you can see Berenek, Hakkinen ahead and behind of him. He's going to have to be trying to attack Berenek, but at the same time looking in his wing mirrors, because that is a danger to have Tucker Hakkinen right behind you.
Yes, that danger that you've always got to. You've always got, that you've got to look in through your windshield and in your rearview mirrors at the same time, which makes it a lot more difficult, doesn't it? Coming down towards Cunningham now is Vinculo right there in the middle in that number 47 car. Through the left-hander down towards down towards Tower now, I should say, rather. And really, when you've got this attack and defence at the same time, that makes it a lot more difficult to drive.
It does, and it means that you may not go for the same moves that you would otherwise go for, because you know that there's always that risk hanging over you. If you go for a move, it doesn't quite pay off, then there's a big risk of the Go Team car coming back through, and Marco almost losing more, not gaining anything for the sake of losing more. So definitely a little bit of a risk for him to have to consider as he runs his way down in towards the final corner. Not really any move that is on in towards Sunset Bend, and Sean Clark Racing entry is going to be safe for a little bit while longer. But Vinculo differing lines again in the final corner. He's consistently sticking to that. It's just not working out and getting him closer. If anything, it's allowing Tucker Hakkinen to maybe get a little bit closer to him in towards turn 1.
It is indeed, and you can see that GT3 traffic there. Hakkinen having to take an unideal line, and neither was the car in front. Actually, you got to see those sparks from the underside of the cars that began to straddle that curb on the outside of turn 1. Come down through 5 now, through Big Bend, and you can definitely tell Vinculo's a little bit more feisty now.
You can. There's a little bit more in terms of the.
There's a little bit more urgency.
Yeah, I think coming towards the end of the stint. Oh, there's nearly a little bit of contact just to work through the head. But end of the stint, drivers know this is a great chance they're on, using up the rest of their tyres, maybe using up the rest of their fuel load. They can push that little bit more. Vinculio going to go to the inside line now. Can he send it into Cunningham corner? Enough for it to overlap. Oh, there's a little bit of contact. There's more contact. All three of them have gone. 1, 2, 3, skittling into the wall. Vinculio is going to get a little bit more of a lucky break there in comparison to the other two, but around into the wall goes David Baranek, Tucker Hakkinen, almost the innocent bystander in that, and all three of them coming to blows. They're not going to be happy with each other.
Yeah, really, Hakkinen there tried to move to the right-hand side of the circuit in order to avoid the contact between the two prototypes in front, and just kind of almost chose wrong, didn't he?
Yeah,
which just sometimes happens when you've got an incident happening directly in front of you. You've only got a split second to react, and sometimes you just choose the wrong way.
You do. You absolutely do. And it's easy to do as well, especially into a corner like Cunningham Corner, differing lines ever so slightly, and you never really want to be on the outside line, even though it would give you a better line to the inside of the next corner. It's not the ideal run. So I think it's understandable that we saw the drivers go into the places that they did, just everybody converging into the one same line. We've got a battle going on in the GT3s, though. Callum Cripps in that Brabham Motorsports car on the back of Yannick Pleiss. Let's see if the Team Ira's entry is going to come under pressure, or whether Brabham will drop off the back a little bit more. Looks like Cripps is really on his game at the moment, looking to get back into the top 11, move into turn 1 possibly.
There could well be. Maybe a little bit too far back in order to have that overlap. There isn't, well, I say that, look at that, going up the inside of turn 1, trying to hug that concrete wall on the left-hand side, maybe because a concrete wall is not very movable. Coming down towards turn 3 now, still got the inside line as that number 83 car and makes the move down. I thought that Brabham car was a little bit too far back to make the move into turn 1, but made it work. But you've always got to be careful there at turn 1 that you don't turn in too early, because those concrete blocks on the inside are not known for being the softest of materials.
No, they're not, and likely if you're going to have an argument with a concrete wall, you're likely going to lose it. There's an argument going on for P10, though. Steele, as the Irish car does back up the inside. Cripps is going to be able to hold the line and pull away a little bit more, but really aggressive go from Yannick Pleiss there. A very fair move as well, but in the end, Callum Cripps just with enough nous and enough racecraft to be able to go around the outside, see him coming, and then line up the exit to get the exit that he required to make sure that the Irish car stays behind. Good driving from both, but Callum Cripps probably the happier of the two for the time being. He's into that top 10.
Yes, you said a little bit of contact there on the apex of the hairpin. The Irish car trying to retake that position immediately. Not able to though. Cripps had the better run on the outside, the better acceleration on the outside coming out of the hairpin, and managed to maintain that position. Won't maintain it for much longer if he keeps on driving like that. It seems to be a big slide coming into that right-hander.
Yeah, and he's going to have a massive pressure on the back of him, as there's a much better run from Yannick Pleiss through the Le Mans curve. There's a little bit of door banging as they make their way down the Ullman, and in towards Sunset Bend they will come. Cripps to the outside, Pleiss to the inside. You'd favour the inside line at a corner like Sunset Bend. Cripps maybe tried to turn a little bit earlier than Yannick Pleiss was willing to let him. Had to turn out of it somewhat, and he's going to have to find yet another way through. He's found one good move already. He's defended it well as well, but making that mistake means he's got to do it all over again. Rinse and repeat at turn 1.
There could well be a repeat, as you said, this time round. Here we go, Cripps going in towards the inside. The Irish car a little bit further up, actually. There isn't that much of an overlap this time round, but there certainly is an overlap coming out of turn 1, then towards turn 3. Again, that Brabham car has the inside line, and again, takes that 10th position. I say that Iris almost looked for the switchback immediately, but not able to. There just wasn't enough room there on the inside, on the outside of turn 4, which would have turned towards the inside of turn 5. Just not enough room there through that section of the circuit. But maybe this Irish car will look for a repeat once again, going up the inside at the hairpin, but not close enough this time round, not brave enough on the brakes to make that. Yeah,
fantastic tussle between the two now. We've got a yellow flag in second. Who is that? looking at the timing tower. It's the P10 LMP2. That is the Valley Esports car of the Bussink, who's gone off the road down at turn 5. You can see losing a lot of time. Really taking those bumps quite harshly there. Maybe a little bit of damage for Bussink, not what he needed at all. And he is going to have to maybe come down pit road at the end of this lap. So difficult for Bussink to have these kind of, issues towards the end of this third hour, but at the same time, everybody else seemingly going along pretty nicely. Callum Cripps he's going to be feeling very good about those moves.
Yeah, it's good. As you said, some fantastic moves there from the Brabham car, some fantastic defending as well. Some of that defence was fantastic there from Cripps, and yes, managed to maintain that move, that position, I should say, rather, for now. But the question is, can Cripps make up that time towards the next car on circuit? How far up is actually that car? It is, well, Nissel is in the pits, so that doesn't really matter. It's Boydingham, and I think it's about 12 seconds up the road, isn't it?
It is. So, a little bit of a gap to have to drive into. Not really exactly what you'd necessarily want to have to do, but you've got to roll with the punches in races like this. You've got to roll with the situations that come to you. And there's lots of situations that you're going to have to adapt to in a race like this. 8 hours in length. A lot of variables that you're going to have to make sure that you are on top of all the way through. Variable like a battle for P7 in the LMP2 class. Tony Ukic on the back of Charlie Rigo going backwards a little bit and getting caught up behind a GT3. Not the ideal racing line. Let's see what Ukic can do over the next lap or so.
Yeah, we'll look to try and make that move. Well, they can't really be that much closer, can they? They're pretty much nose to tail as they're coming down towards the complex, down towards Almond Straight. But the thing is, at the straight, we've seen so many moves, or at least, moves attempted and moves done then at Sunset. Will certainly be a hope there for Ukic coming down towards the corner, but not close enough in order to actually make that move possible. Not close enough to get that overlap, I should say, rather, coming down in towards Sunset. Ben accelerating out towards the start-finish line once more, and that gap appears to just be fluctuating a little bit, 0.4 of a second now.
Yeah, we're coming towards the end of the third hour now. I'll be stepping out in a minute. Cam Roger will be jumping in. Just before we get there, though, Vidir, I think... actually, before we get there, Ukic is going off the road. He's onto the runoff there, which is almost a different part of the circuit as he goes through turn 2. I'm just going to quickly ask, how do you think the pit stop's going to affect this battle particularly?
Well, eventually, the question is, how's it going to change now when compared to about 30 seconds ago? When it comes to the pit stops, however, as you've said, it's about 45 minutes a stint for these prototype cars, so we're going to be getting them in soon. But the thing is, I think a lot of these stops will be pretty much the same, because this will be stint number 5. So that means that all the cars who are double stinting these tyres will change the tyres this time around. You might have a team that goes into an alternate strategy by only single stinting a set of tyres and not changing them this time round. That may gain them a little bit of time, but the thing is, they will have to pay back that pit stop at some point.
Yeah, and as we get to the end of the third hour, we've set up an intriguing race. 3 down, 5 to go. In terms of the hours, we're just about to lap 100 as well. I've been rFactor for the first 3 hours. Vidir Heatley's going to stay in, but joining for the next couple of hours, Cameron Roger will be jumping into the box. So, Cam, the floor's yours.
Thank you, Dara, for your opening 3 hours of this 1,000 miles of Sebring. It's certainly great to be back. So I've missed a few rounds, but we are certainly here as we are well into the mid parts of this season. And it has certainly been an interesting race so far. And what I'm loving is coming in after the first few hours, so many gaps are still fairly close together, especially in this LMP2 battle that we've been focusing on over the last sort of half hour or so. So yeah, it certainly looks like it's going to be a good race.
Yeah, it looks like there's going to be some more battles happening soon. We've seen so many of them already. Having a look at Tony Ukic trying to recover from that half spin a lap or so ago, having a look elsewhere on this timing screen, having a look for some more battles perhaps, if I can actually find the correct tab is this one. But yes, there's been some absolutely fantastic battles so far here at the 1,000 miles of Sebring, and it looks like, as myself and Dara were saying earlier, it looks like this is going to go to distance rather than time.
Absolutely, it's been it's been quite fascinating actually to see how the battles have evolved over the course of the race, and it's slightly different here in terms of the lap count compared to the time. But obviously, the drivers just attack the race in the same way. You're just trying to go as fast as you can at any one point, trying to get the overtakes done, and certainly it opens up the door to some great battles. Sebring is a great track as well. It's such a fast track. The average speed is so high. The corners are really tricky. Obviously, everyone knows the bumps. They haven't changed over the course of the last 50 years, and it certainly makes quite a good one. And also, what I like is it has about 5 straight sections, or flat out sections, I should say. Of course, this really is a corner here, as we're seeing Democrat coming through, but it is really flat out. So there's really 5 straights around here, so it gives good opportunities.
Yeah, and some big braking zones as well, particularly coming down towards the hairpin, the biggest braking zone of all. But the thing is, with other places, having a look now actually at Demirkan in this Caspian Motorsport car coming down towards Sunset, really at Sunset Bend, there isn't that much of a braking zone at all, is there?
No, it's a weird one actually, because you really trail brake through that first kink. Because of the bumps, you barely hit the brakes as well. You're not even half braking at that point, and you're really just trying to float the car through there. There's a really big bump right in the middle of the track of where the natural racing line would be, so you either have to go a little bit wide with that or a little bit on the inside. So it's a very, very difficult corner, that Sunset Bend, and good old Ewan O'Leary always loves to say that it should be repaved around here, but unfortunately not going to be able to get his points this time around this race. But certainly I think it's cool that they've kept the bumps all these years.
Yeah, indeed it is. Of course, some of these old runways maintaining their character. But yes, this is going to be a very interesting race for the remainder to see not only how these teams deal with these bumps, but how they deal with the other cars, and of course eventually the diminishing light as the GT3 leader comes into the pits.
Yes, and also a few LMP2 pit stops as well, with Arms and Sebring coming down pit road. But yeah, GT3 leaders, rFactor coming down for their next round of pit stops. Of course, they've got some decent gaps at the moment, although there was some varying pit stop strategies in that GT3 category, so I'm sure that will ebb and flow, but they're looking strong. They got 3 wins in a row, have rFactor. They had not necessarily a bad start to the season, but just a couple of struggles in the first couple of rounds, a little bit difficult to get going, but now this mid part of the season, 3 in a row. Can they make it 4? That'll be quite something, especially in a category that is so hotly contested, such as the GT3s.
Yeah, I was going to say that as well, actually. The fact that you've got 20 cars coming each weekend, and the fact that they've been so consistent and on top throughout the entire past few races is something fairly extraordinary when you consider how many different track types they've been to, of course race lengths, and just really who their competitors are.
Yes, for instance, we've got some really, really good teams. Who was it? Blackhawk won the first race, then Caspian won the second race, and then of course we had rFactor now 3 in a row. Here at round 6 we are on to now. But if you look at some of the other teams in the GT3 category, we've got the likes of Brabham, we've got Satellite. Blackhawk also have a couple of cars in there. Sebring as well, they got a couple of cars. Of course, we all know the likes of Sim Racing Holland as well, who've been around for many years as well. So loads of top teams in there in the world of rFactor 2. But the GT3s never seem to fail to have a good battle. We often focus on the prototypes, but often some of the good championship battles are in the GT3 category.
Yeah, they often are there, because you've got, of course, LMP2 and the hypercars are almost like class where everything is the same. However, of course, with the GT3s, you've got balance of performance through different marks. Of course, each car will have its own strengths and weaknesses when it comes to various types of track and various parts of the track as well. And that makes it a lot more fun, doesn't it?
Oh, it does, and I think one of the coolest things you're saying about the GT series is the fact that the cars are all slightly different, and I think some of the teams will end up simply just choosing whichever car I guess is faster in their pre-season testing.
Yes.
But there's also certain drivers who like a certain type of car. Of course, the biggest thing would be the engine being in the front or the rear, or I guess in the middle of the car, but of course with the Porsche being in the rear. So that's quite a big thing, and I do myself kind of prefer the cars when the engine's in the front. But if you can make another chassis work and go faster, then obviously that's what you're going to do. And sometimes you have to look at the calendar, see the tracks that are there, and what is going to suit it as well. I remember back when we had a GT Challenge in rFactor a couple of years ago, that was one of the biggest testing points, was we had tracks like Long Beach, but then we also had tracks like Daytona. So it was finding out which one was actually going to be faster at the higher speed tracks. It's quite a choice, really.
Yeah, and when it comes to as you said, these high-speed tracks like this one, I don't think we've really had any low-speed tracks or at least, sorry, low speed is obviously relative. I don't think we've actually had that many tracks with a lower average speed so far this season, have we?
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Most of the tracks that we have been very fast and flowing. The likes of Spa, Road America. Now here, yeah, they are all big open tracks. So
and Le Mans, of course.
Yes, we got that coming up. So it's definitely. Yeah, maybe not quite so tight, but then I guess for the endurance racing you do want the bigger tracks. I mentioned Long Beach there. I don't know if VEC around Long Beach would be the best idea. It would be a lot of fun, but I don't know if that would be the best idea in general. But then I guess over the years we have been to places like Road Atlanta as well. So there's tricky tracks out there.
Yeah, the more almost technical tracks, if you like, indeed so. And these are just the things that all of these teams have to take into account when we begin the season. When, of course, the schedule is announced, you've got to kind of decide what sort of car they want, what sort of characteristics, whether they want one that's slightly better at handling, or more nimble, I should say, rather, or one that's just got that engine power in it in order to make it go as fast as possible in a straight line.
Yeah, I guess if you look at the calendar, yes, we've got like Spa, Monza, Road America, Sebring, Le Mans as really the big fast tracks, and then there's just Sao Paulo, Bahrain, and Nürburgring as the more sort of normal GP kind of tracks. So 3 against 5 is certainly a bit of a swing towards the higher speed tracks. So maybe that is something that they would have focused on. But for instance, when we go to Nürburgring next time out in a month's time, that is going to be a big difference to what we're seeing.
Of course,
yeah, for what we're seeing today. I remember doing that track. What car was it? It was the Senna that we had, the old McLaren Senna back in the day. And it even in that car, it felt like you're on a go-kart track. Especially in like the first couple of sectors, it's really, really tight and narrow. So it's definitely a completely different style of venue.
Yeah, and it's always fun when you get this. Of course. I think Nürburgring would actually be the lowest average speed, roughly, wouldn't it? I think it would be, because you've got the arena section as well as that. Obviously the slow chicane towards the end of the circuit. I think that may actually be the slowest.
Well, the thing is with Sao Paulo is you have all those hairpins
yes,
in the middle of the track. But in general, that is still a very high speed, very high speed track, to be honest. So it's not working out too badly for the drivers with the choice. Of course, we had some slightly different tracks this season from what we've been to, the likes of Nürburgring and Sao Paulo. A few years ago, I thought when they left the calendar. We would never see them again, but they've made their return. And certainly Sao Paulo, that's a welcome return. Interesting to see how the Nürburgring goes, because it's always a more, as we were mentioning, tighter track. So it just depends how the drivers get on with the traffic and how polite they want to be.
And of course, being polite is one of the most important things when it comes to multi-class racing. Of course, the rules say that theoretically the slower class should stay on line. It's the job of the faster class in order to make their way around the slower car. But to be honest, there's always this little bit of give and take, isn't there?
Oh, there certainly is. And talking of give and take, a little bit of traffic getting in the way of Charlie Rigo, as he would have wanted to close in on that battle, one that we've been focusing on for a little while. The Sean Clark Racing entry of Berenek at the wheel. On-off Racing have been closing in, and that wasn't down to about 2/10, but lost basically half a second in that final sectors. Berenek all over the sand on the exit of turn 1.
Yeah, not the fastest route, surprisingly.
No, it's also very dangerous. Fortunately, on the I was about to say the new version of Sebring, we've had it for about 7-8 years now on rFactor.
Yeah.
But the old version that we used to have back in the day, oh word, that was very bumpy indeed. Big send down the inside though from Charlie Rigo. He was almost looking like he was going to maybe lose out on this battle just a few corners ago, but traffic has worked back in his favour. Now he's chasing down. Unfortunately, a big send into turn 6 wasn't quite enough. But as we come up the hill once more, he needs to try and find another way through.
We'll come up towards Cunningham once more. Will Charlie Rigo in that on-off racing car through this left-hander, this flat-out section for the next braking point at Tower, which is just here. Again, it's so difficult to actually make a move up the inside there because you haven't got that much of a braking zone, and you've also got that flat-out right-hander immediately preceding it.
Yes,
Coming down towards Bishop now. Rigo again getting closer, but again there really isn't that much of a braking zone here either.
It's a really tough track actually in terms of racing, purely because the average speed is so high. You don't have like the stop-start, but we do of course still have the slipstream in these LMP2s. Berenek's actually thinking about defending just a little bit, about half a car width to the inside. It's going to have to be a bit of a late dive for Rigo, but not quite close enough this time around. We've been seeing this for years. The LMP2s are probably the hardest in terms of the categories to overtake. Just with how it works. I remember in Bahrain a few years ago, we had about 5 LMP2s back to back. Very, very difficult, but you have to pounce on a mistake. A big send up the inside for Rigo. He's gone so narrow on the corner. Is he going to make on the exit? No, Berenek gets the switch back. As we come through turn 2, regains that lead. Completely different racing lines being used, but great battle indeed.
And coming through turn 5 now, Charlie Rigo still there, trying to make that move, trying to get onto that final step of the podium underneath the second of the bridges. And look at this, a defensive move, a very preemptive defensive move, forcing Rigo to go all the way around the outside, which perhaps might come the switch back on exit, but no, not able to make a move that time around either is Rigo.
And this LMP2 battle is hotting up. We've also got a couple of other battles in class. There's 3 battles, all within a couple of tenths of a second. Big send down the inside once more for Charlie Rigo. 3rd or 4th time of asking. Going to have to go flat out through this left-hander. Unfortunately, he's got the Black Hawk car trying to come through in towards this very, very tricky corner. And unfortunately, he's going to lose out there with the traffic. Berenek is still being pushed around a bit as well by the hypercar. He's going to finally work his way through. Not the cleanest overtaking action, but Rigo once more has to sit in behind.
Yeah, nothing really able to do that. Yeah, look at this Berenek almost being protected by the traffic. You see a little bit of traffic further up, but both of these cars managed to pass this GT3 car before they come down towards straight. And this could be Rigo's chance. Look at that overlap, a fantastic overlap. Now it's going to be the inside for Sunset. And that could well be the move done.
Certainly is. Rigo's found his way past, but now he needs to... Oh, don't tell me that. He's coming into the pit lane after all that effort. All that effort. And in the end, he had one corner, basically, in the lead of that battle. So Rigo and On-Off Racing, they come down pit lane after giving us some great entertainment indeed. So Berenek will not be looking in his mirrors for another lap at least. whilst they work their way through to their next pit stop. I'm just going to try and work out exactly. They're on 25 laps, so they won't be too far away either. So not much disparity in the pit stops. Although Tomasz Vak, who's actually leading in the LMP2s for Hyperion, he's only on 22 laps, so they've already gained about 3-4 laps of fuel in this opening 108 laps.
Which is pretty impressive, really, isn't it? Considering that how fast this circuit is and how much fuel you actually use per lap in order to save that amount. Pretty impressive.
So yeah, certainly is. I do find, though, sometimes on the higher average speed circuits, it's almost easier to save fuel in some ways because you don't have to go, for instance, if you're on a stop-start track, you'll brake, accelerate, which is always the most inefficient way of getting around the track. When you have some of the longer corners, you'll be able to lift off a little bit and just use the momentum of the car. But then it all comes down to driving style. And even though there are quite a few kinks on this track, almost all of them are flat out. For instance, just as an example here, coming out through the hairpin, you've got like a chicane sequence, and you've got effectively 2 corners where we saw... We've seen some huge crashes over the years when there's been contact between the classes, but it's all flat out. But for instance, when you come through here, you can have a little bit of a lift off before you get down into this next right-hander if you want. Save a bit of fuel, use that momentum, because it's a very tricky braking zone anyway.
Yeah, as you said, it is a very, very difficult braking zone. There's so many of those around here at Sebring in particular. Coming down through Bishop, and you see David Bernick in that Sean Clark racing car in the pits with all the winning manufacturers up there in front of the pit boxes, or at least along the pit building, I should say, rather. And before coming down eventually off of those jacks for that Sean Clark racing car to re-enter the circuit. And this is something that I was beginning to talk with Dara with earlier before something more exciting happened. But the pit exit here at Sebring is very, very peculiar. You come out almost directly on the racing line.
It is terrible, to say the truth. There's issues here every year. Always hated it back in my driving days, because you rejoin right there. Whoa, wow! As Tomasz Vak goes way wide coming to turn 1, but that is basically the racing line when you come out of pit exits. Right on that exit curb, it's completely blind to turn 1 here. You have a huge concrete wall on the inside. It narrows down, so you go from this big wide airfield into a normal, sort of 10-15 meter wide bit of tarmac, and you're really threading the needle through there, guessing how early you want to get on the accelerator before you even see the exit of the corner. And unfortunately, it catches a few people out, as we're going to see Berenic come out of the pit lane and do that very thing that we were talking about. There goes on-off racing, so they are easily ahead. And Nicholas Lemoyne, who's in that car now, is going to be holding on. But you see here, you go all the way around the white line and you rejoin, bang, right on the racing line. Fortunately, he was far enough ahead of the Go Team hypercar.
But yeah, as you've said, we've seen several incidents at that pit exit. But of course, it's always the job of the car coming out the pits to make sure that nothing happens.
Yes.
So that's something that they've always got to bear in mind when they finish their respective pit stops.
Yeah, it's just a tough one to really look in the mirrors because of the angle. The car on the track is so far to your left. They're right in your blind spot as you come out of the pit lane. It's really, really difficult. And of course, you can't just get out of the way either, because you have all the grass there. And we all know what happens if you put race cars on grass. It's not always a good time. So definitely a tough track here, but it's got its old school traditions, and I think that's why we keep coming back to it, to be honest, because it hasn't been just tarmacked and all the safety things that come in that make the tracks a little bit more boring. We're talking about boring is Arisi. He's got a run here on Bert Knops in the 99 machine, going down the inside into Sunset Bend. He's made that stick rather nicely. Knops not really having enough to challenge.
Yeah, Bert Knops there. As you said, doesn't really appear to have the pace at this point in the race. Of course, different strategies, different fuel loads, so on and so forth. But doesn't really appear at the moment to have the pace to challenge. Coming around the turn 1, Nops is still holding on though, hasn't really fallen back that much at the moment, coming down towards the braking for turn 3, now through 4 and 5. Nops could certainly try and retake that position, maybe down as soon as the hairpin.
Yeah, you should be able to. Very fast driver is Bert Nops, and also is Lorenzo Risi, two of the top names, race winners in this championship. Of course, a little bit lower actually at this race than they would have wanted to. Both over 100 seconds, almost 2 minutes off the lead in class. But hopefully they'll be all right as the race goes on. Still
on the lead lap.
On the lead lap, exactly. That's the important factor. Always stay on the lead lap, and then you never really know what's going to happen.
Yeah, as long as you just don't get that blue flag from your own class leader, you know, everything tends to play out okay-ish. But Lorenzo Risi really appears to have pulled that gap now over and up. 9.2 seconds to the next car up on circuit, which is number 51, a top racing car. David Serra currently at the wheel of that one. And 9 seconds, currently not an impossible gap to make up, but it will take a number of laps in order to do so.
Yes, indeed. It's one of these things that accumulates over time. It's always, especially when you have a race in this length as well. It's not just, you know, a 4-6 hour race. It's going to be something like 8+ hours. Just 10th here, 10th there. It really adds up over time. It really does, and that is why you got to be consistent as much as anything in this championship. As is Nicholas Lemoyne, who's got in that car for on-off racing. They are technically a lap down now in their class, but we are waiting for the leader of Thomas VEC to pit. He's still out there, as I said. He seemed to be going the longest on the fuel strategy, and I believe this might actually be his in-lap, or maybe one more so far, and then of course then he'll drop back towards the likes of Thomas Enger and co, who already pits.
Yeah, and this is once again, as you were saying, the differing strategies in the various classes. Thomas VEC here, as you're saying, in that Hyperion Esports car, coming down towards the Ullman Straight once more, and across that exit curve, trying not to get too far out, although I must say the exit curve there is actually very generous once you see the size of it. We're coming down towards Sunset Bend once more, looking to take a wide entry, cut back right there, pretty much where the bridge is, before coming into the pits this time round. So we get to see what the quote-unquote real gap is once VEC finishes this stop.
And some of these LMP2s have already got 9 laps on their stint, so VEC is doing, and his teammates as well, doing a very, very good job on the fuel mileage. And when it's a race like this and you know the lap count, it does make the calculations in some ways slightly easier, because obviously you know how many laps it's going to be. You don't have that question of if you're going to get an extra lap or not. It's not really the biggest difference in the world, but it is just a little bit of a different mindset coming into it, as you do have a little bit more knowledge of certain things in the race. As we are going back to Burton Knox, because he's got another car now challenging him, as we got the G League racing car coming all over the back of it.
Yeah, all the way along the back, all the way over the back, as you said, coming down towards turn 1 once more for that final position in the top 10 as it stands. And looking for a little bit of a tighter line there coming into turn 1, not able to do anything about it, as you've got that prototype, this LMP2 car coming up the inside of both of them. We could use it as a pit. No, there's contact there at the apex of turn 3, and still not being able to get that move done despite that contact.
Yeah, that is getting very close between these drivers as they work their way through the big bend. The Bentley, what am I talking about? The BMW is going to the outside, trying to make it stick. That's such a difficult move at the hairpin. Yep. Knops on that inside line, should just about have that one covered. So hopefully is going to be able to hold on, and Knops certainly does. But Guerin is getting very, very close.
Yeah, look at this, the gap between the two of them, this G League car of Guerin
just 0.2 of a second back. Well, pretty much not 0.2 of a second. You can measure that gap in terms of wristler papers as opposed to anything else. Coming down towards Tower once more. The G-League car, that very nice yellow liveried GT3 car, not able to make a move there. Again, as we said, because it is so difficult, it's a kind of a difficult entry into there. Coming down through Bishop and through the complex. Now, you couldn't maybe make a move here, but you pretty much need the overlap already. The complex, look at this through the right, the left, and now the right, but there could be enough slips from there coming down the Almond Straight.
And there's 6 laps difference here. So Guerin is on 15 laps on the stint, whereas Nops is on 9, sorry. So 6 laps different. And is that really making the difference, or is Nops just struggling at this point? Is this a little bit of tyre strategy coming into it as well? We'll certainly find out, but the G-League Esports very, very fast at this point, sliding that rear end of the BMW just a little bit, trying to get the run down this front straightaway, but not quite enough to make the move this time around. Nops is struggling though. I mean, Arisi has just gone up the road and got away by 4 seconds already since that battle.
Yeah, and you could just kind of see how fast that car of Arisi is, can't you? Always fast is that car, and always fast is Arisi, and really there, as you said, you can see the real pace of that machine. This G-League car, however, still so close. Might be able to make a move down to the hairpin this time around, actually. Looking towards the outside. Is there overlaps? Yes, there was. There was just the tiniest of overlaps between the two. Looks towards the inside once more, but not able to make a move. Perhaps will now on the hairpin. But to take a nice tight line, the car in front went wide on entry. That's allowed Galen up into that 10th position.
Oh, how are these two cars still going? That was almost a big accident with Nops almost being spun into the wall, but somehow they avoided that. They managed to correct themselves and into the braking zone. Nops took a very interesting line. He turned in very early, but that meant that he went too wide at the apex, and Gerian was able to get up the inside and get his G-League car up into that 10th position. So Nops losing 2 places in the last 3 or 4 laps. We've got some pit stops. The Racing Zone team, of course, race winner or their championship leader earlier on in the season, and they are now coming out of the pit lane as the battles in LMP2 also continue on. Sean Clark Racing's Berenek, as he's got back out, is now battling with John Davis. And of course, On-Off Racing, they've actually gone up the road by 9 seconds. So Sean Clark have really lost a lot of time through this pit stop cycle.
I'm just wondering if part of that could be because they took tyres when other people didn't. That could explain at least part of the discrepancy.
Yeah, I'd assume the time gap would be bigger than that though. Not just the 9 seconds. So definitely an interesting one. John Davis is a few laps longer on this stint. He's on 12. Berenek's on 5, so 7 laps longer. So the thing is, when you pit later, of course, you've saved more fuel, so you've got longer into the race. But you also have this overcut where you're on the qualifying fuel, effectively, when everyone has come in, and then they are on heavier fuel. So generally you can actually make some time by going longer that way. But of course you then have the reverse. So now that he's filled up with fuel, Davis ahead of him does have less fuel and therefore might be slightly quicker at this point. So that's the ebb and flow of strategy.
Yeah, and that's always what makes endurance racing very fun, doesn't it? Especially these races where they're 8+ hours or so. But yes, Berenek half a second down from gaining an extra position on that tower that you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, coming underneath the bridge once more. But we're having a look here at battle for the lead overall of the race, actually. Reed Mel just 0.2 of a second away.
Yeah, this is a nice battle that is forming. This gap was about 5 seconds or so, but it's been closing down. They are getting towards the end of their stint, actually, in the hypercars, so maybe struggling a bit on the tyres is Nick De Silva leading the way as it stands for Blackhawk. Go team are coming in hot. Moritz Mel in the 17 machine is now less than a second and really starting to close in And this is a good opportunity to pounce, actually, when you are towards the end of the stint. Maybe driver swaps coming, maybe some tyre swaps coming as well. And that is where the inconsistencies lie. And Mel might be able to find a way past as the GT3 in front of them, putting a whole load of dirt in their face.
Yeah, and of course, that's just a slight restriction of your view, if you like, when that dirt gets thrown up. With this Go Team car coming out of the final corner, crossing the start-finish line once more to begin lap number 117 of the race. And here we go. Could this be the move? Mail moving towards the inside of turn 1. Oh, I thought there was going to be contact there. It's very, very easy to make contact when you're trying to go too wide through turn 1. Coming out towards turn 3, not able to get the overlap there either. There's a little bit of traffic ahead in the form of a couple of GT cars. And then accelerating out of turn 5 down towards Big Bend underneath the first of the bridges, and now come underneath the second. And there could well be a move coming down towards the hairpin now. Mill having to go all the way around the outside to try and make that move, but not able to. Perhaps trying to switch back on exit, but not able to do that either, mainly because of that GT traffic ahead.
And that really scupped his momentum coming out of the hairpin. But if there's one thing we know about Nick De Silva, is he's a very aggressive driver. You saw that defense around the outside of turn 1. So confident to be able to hold it there. Maybe struggling a bit on the pace, but putting his car in the right position to be able to keep this number 1 spot that they've got at this moment in time around the outside of the ARMS LMP2. Moritz Mel needs to go, as we are working our way actually fairly soon towards half race distance, and still plenty of racing less to go. But Moritz Mel doesn't care about that right now. He just sees the race lead in front of him.
Yeah, Mill is focused on the rear wing of De Silva directly ahead, coming down towards Sunset Bend. Once more, you get to see the differentiating lines, if you like, coming through this corner. Mill much, much faster in the first half of the corner. In particular, trying not to slap the wall on the exit there on the left-hand side. We're coming across the start-finish line once more. And Mill will maybe try and move into turn 1. No, a little bit too far back in order to make that move stick, in order to try and get that overlap. This GT traffic ahead may hinder now, though. The Sim Racing Holland car is going to be a little bit of a blockage between these two.
Yes, certainly is. So that is the GT Battle. So that's the Geely car just ahead of the Sim Racing for Holland entry that we saw a few laps ago. So Knops dropping back even further. And also dropping back is Mel, just showing you how things can change around very quickly. He almost got the lead there, and now he's a second off as he works his way through the traffic, trying to chase him down. It's very, very interesting how we see in this hypercar battle as well, because the gaps behind have grown tremendously. It's not to do with the strategy either. We have Seawolf. They do owe us a pit stop at the same time, but they are a minute off. Then we have another minute back to the second Go Team car that's on a similar strategy. So these two at the front, they are really giving us a good battle, but it looks like it's a fight between these two for the race win.
At the moment, of course, we know so many times in endurance racing, everything can change in the blink of an eye. Coming through the Almond Straight once more, and again, some GT traffic just hindering Mill ever so slightly, and De Silva just appears to be getting all the brakes at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that was a aggressive move once again to the inside of the Iris BMW and towards Sunset, as Nick Silva does come down pit lane a lap earlier than Moritz Mel. So this means Mel basically has a qualifying lap to be able to, basically see what he can do. Try and get that overcut that I was talking about, going past the Wanako car. And this could be quite crucial, especially if he gets a clear lap.
Yeah, I was going to I was just going to say something about that overcut that you pointed out a few laps ago. But yes, this could well be the perfect demonstration of what that can really be. Mel, as you said, does not have anything in front of him to distract him at this point, especially when trying to think of when to overtake, where to overtake. Could De Silva actually make a mistake? This number 17 car is one lap that you can just go out, go 100% and try and close that gap, or even jump De Silva in this pit stop cycle.
And I think that'll be quite damaging. I think Nick probably can hold on to it with that track position, But if he loses that track position, I think the Go Team car will be off up the road, just looking at the pace differential that we saw. And is Nick going to stay in that car? That was my question, because that will also lead us on to the tyre strategy just a little bit as well. Because of course you only really change tyres when you change the driver as well. And the hypercar has been a bit interesting with the tyres and how you can use them on the different axles and such. But obviously that's for the teams to work out. Moritz Mel seemingly had a pretty strong in lap though, so I would assume he's going to keep it to the right hand side and come in himself. No, he's going to stay out again. So this is going to be quite big. This is going to be quite a big overcut, I think.
And there we go, there's De Silva in that Blackhawk car. Oh, it's just the camera lens being a little bit deceiving there in the exit of turn 1, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit of a scary one, but it is also pretty close. So let's see where Mel is. So actually, it's not too far away from being a whole lap for a pit stop, because De Silva's only a few seconds up the road. So that could be interesting if they came to a blue flag situation, but it looks like the gap should be big enough.
It should be for now at least. Silva, of course, needs to warm up those tyres a little bit, because I don't think there has been any tyres put onto that hypercar. It needs to warm up the tyres a little bit because, of course, after you've been stood there for pretty much 90 seconds, they start to cool down a little bit. But Silva appears to be doing a good job, 100 seconds down, roughly on the leader, which is, of course, Moritz Mel now. And you've got the Seawolf Net Race car in net second, but that will turn to third once that Netwolf car comes into the pits. And indeed it is, as you can see by the tower there on the left.
Yes, so it's pit stop time for the hypercars, all slightly different. We got Democran as well for the Caspian GT3 75 machine also coming down pit road. So it's definitely time for a few of these drivers. The next round of stops coming in thick and fast. Just checking if we are. No, we're sort of definitely in the middle of it for the LMP2s. But also Moritz Mel, I mean, he's going to surely pit this time around. Yes, he is. As he comes down in a 2-lap overcut, it is going to be. Very, very interested to see what the gap is going to be between him and Nick De Silva.
So here is De Silva. Where's this in the circuit, actually? This is coming through turn 5, I think, isn't it? Yeah. And now coming down towards the hairpin once more. We're going to brake hard for this right-hander. And again, look at this, no traffic in front of De Silva pretty much. You've got this GT3 car ahead, but I think De Silva should reach that between Tower and Cunningham.
You'd hope so, as it's not going to be quite enough. Actually, I say that. Big send down the inside. We know Nick has been aggressive all day, and he knows it's an important point of the race, so he's absolutely sent it on that BMW. And to be fair, he made it stick, and that sometimes is the way that that's the way you've got to do it. Moritz Mel, of course, still coming out. So this is going to be quite a big gap. So there was a tyre difference.
Yeah.
Lack of tyres on the Go Team Racing entry. That was a much faster stop, so they're going to assume the lead by quite some time, as once again he gets very close with the Rafa race leading GT3 car. But yeah, Moritz Mel, no tyres taken in comparison to Nick De Silva, and that is why the gap is so much.
A yellow there in sector 3 for something not that long though, probably just a quick spin by someone, although I say that it's still there. I'm wondering who that could well be. I'm not sure. But coming across to the start finish line once more is Nick De Silva in that black car in second position, as you can see.
Trying to have a look. I thought it was Arda Erchan. He's lost his rear wing. So I saw there was a car stopped. Yes, not ideal. So this car had an issue at the pit stop, actually. They ended up losing a lap. Race direction giving the lap back. And as we work our way through the double flat-out left-hander on it... he just keeps on turning left. That's definitely some sort of hardware failure.
Yeah, I was going to say that, yeah.
Yeah, or maybe a screen turned off or something like that. That is a big shame for Arda. And that car, I mean, yeah, he's not controlling it at all, is he? So some big technical problem for Blackhawk. And that is the number 91 car as well, which is 4th place in the standings. They were already getting a little bit far behind. They're 52 points off Rafa. And now they're going to be losing even more points. So this is really not a good race for them, with Rafa looking like they're going to be getting, well, probably a win, but at least a podium.
Yeah, it's probably really kind of the championship run kind of done for that Blackhawk car, isn't it?
I guess so, because yeah, if you think about it points-wise, they're going to lose another 45 points for the win. So they're going to be almost 100 points off. That's a lot to come out, because well, actually I need to double check that, because I thought you only get points if you get past half distance, but maybe it's changed, so maybe they'll still pick up a couple of points, but even then it's going to be 80 plus points that they're going to be behind, and that is a long way to go in just 2 rounds.
Yes, half distance of your class leader.
Oh yes,
the GT3 car, that could actually be, I don't know, could be a little bit short actually. I'm not sure about that GT3 class.
That's a fair shout, because if they lose out completely on the points, because obviously if you DNF you can still finish P20 or whatever, and points do go quite far down. So there's still the option for a handful of points, but even then it's going to be, as I say, 80 plus points. 2 races to go. Even with Le Mans being the 150% points, it's going to be a big, tough ask for Blackhawk, who have been so strong in this category in the last couple of years.
Yeah, indeed. They've been almost the ones to beat for a number of seasons now. Having a look here at Bert Knops in that 10th position, trying to chase down Seven Shelik in that Caspian Motorsport car. Half a second separate the two of them as they're coming onto the Almond Straight once more. And will eventually come down towards Sunset. Maybe a little bit more than half a second now, actually separating the two of them as they're coming in towards the final corner of the circuit. And yeah, that Sim Racing Holland cars has a nice, solid race so far today.
Yeah, I think it was just flashing because Chelik was probably actually getting past Bert Knops, actually, with Bert not having the speed that he would have wanted just at this moment in time in the race. But as you say, solid one. Yeah, Chelik's just come out the pit lane, Knops about halfway through his current stint so far. And the next person to pit will probably be Gable Hevesy, 3rd place in the hypercar standings. And yeah, obviously there's only 6 hypercars, but you still have to work hard to get onto the podium. This guy obviously having a couple of issues earlier on in the race, normally challenging up there with their teammates, but number 7 just trying to haul back in some decent points and maybe nab a podium.
Yeah, that podium is always a little bit of a mental boost, isn't it, if you manage to get in that top 3. Hevesy here in this Go Team car, 1-3 at the moment, has 15 seconds to make it a 1-2, but of course we've been talking about the strategy difference between the 1st and 2nd place car. It's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out in the, well, essentially the second half of the race almost. We're almost there.
We are. So it will be 134 laps for the half race distance. So we have 10 laps to go. So the leader's just clocked on another lap. It's also going to be about 15 minutes odd still before we get to that point. But yeah, the race being in daytime conditions, and of course we do have code 80s, but we don't have really too many of them over the course of the race. So we're looking to be flat out for about 8.5 hours to complete the lap count here. As ever, it's Sebring going down the mileage route rather than the timed route, something a little bit different, but always quite nice. A few years ago, we did actually, I think, just have the have it as an 8-hour race, but it is nice if we can do the laps, and you know, whether we finish 10 minutes earlier or later doesn't really matter too much.
I think it says 1,000 miles in 9 hours, isn't it?
I would assume there probably is a limit. Yes, Jimmy doesn't want to be sitting here all night if we have a rain caution field race.
then that's not my problem because I'm not scheduled for that point. It would be your problem, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
But
you get to go.
yes, but Damon Sarah here in this top racing car, 8 tenths of a second down from that fourth position within class, which I think is, if I find my the correct tab once more, indeed it is the number 96 one Aqua car of Road there at the wheel. But yes, coming through the left-hander now down towards Tower once more. These two cars pretty much nose to tail, Sarah and Damon.
Yes, they are. Well, they're trying to.
They're less now, but yes.
Yeah, they're obviously trying to make something work. We've got a Reese in the middle of this. So three-way battle for 4th, 5th and 6th in your GT3 category. They are quite a little way off the leaders in class. We've got Rafa with Jesper Pedersen at the wheel at this moment in time. And then we've got Blackhawk Satellite. They've got some decent gaps up ahead. But this is a nice little trio battle that is brewing. 3 different manufacturers as well, the Ferrari, the Aston, and of course the Mercedes in the background, but seemingly a pretty fair battle on track.
Yeah, again, goes to show how good the balance of performance is.
Yeah, it's we mentioned this a little bit earlier. It ebbs and flows over the course depending on the track, etc. But overall, it seems to be fairly balanced. Of course, there will always be someone who complains. But I remember, for instance, Rafa were complaining earlier in the year about it, and then they're going to go probably win 4 races in a row now. So, it always, it always is it's a topic of discussion. But as ever, the racers just go racing, and then we end up with these battles. As Aristi's getting really close, he's looking to the inside. Maybe there's actually slightly to block off the LMP2 to not let him dive down the inside. So Aristi has fair game to try and get past this Ferrari.
Yeah, and Aristi at the moment in that Sebring esports car, 5th position. Looking towards, the inside now, coming out towards Cunningham. No room there, though. There is a bit of a braking zone there, but you've got to almost have the overlap before you get to the braking zone. As you can see there in the bottom right, the one Aqua car is at the head of this battle, then the Sebring, then the top racing. Lorenzo Aristi looking towards the rear wing of Roy de Moog now, as they're coming down through Bishop and down towards the Le Mans complex once more.
Is he going to have a think about a dive down the inside? Not really the best place to do it, but can catch a rival unawares. A little bit deep, actually, for Roy as he works his way through that chicane sequence. A little bit of a wiggle on the exit as well. So Aristi is going to be all over him as we get down this back straight. Really didn't get the momentum that he would have wanted. And the Aston Martin for Sebring right on that inside. Can he make it stick in the short braking zone of Sunset Bend? We know Roy's experienced racer, not going to do anything silly on that outside line. And Sebring work their way up into 4th place, 30 seconds off the next car. They just need to focus on staying ahead of this 3-way battle.
Yeah, and this top racing car in the back is just looking at these two in front and hoping they slow each other up more and more. But the one Aqua car, as you said, now in the middle of this battle, coming up towards turn 3, going to brake hard for this left-hander. And de Moog now needs to start beginning looking in the rear view mirrors even more for this car in 6th position.
Indeed. And Monaco, they've really had a difficult season last year. I think it was in the Porsche that they were in last season. They really just didn't get up to speed. They have great drivers in that car, but it just didn't work out. So I'm glad to see that their name is back up. I mean, so much so they even dropped down to Division 2 at some point last time as well. They just really didn't get any sort of speed going in that car, but it seemingly changed around here for season 17 up there. About to be P5 now in this race, as we do have a couple of LMP2 pit stops as well. We've got the 41 and also the 47 coming down pit road.
So some more pit stops. This is almost a touch. This is the
prototypes. That makes sense. About 3 hours 45 into the race, and these P2s, I should say, rather, still on course for pitting every 45 minutes, and that's still surprising, I should say, rather, considering how high speed of track and how much throttle is required around this circuit.
Yeah, true. I guess it's still generally over the course of the season averages out fairly close in terms of the fuel consumption per kilometer, because that's really what you're looking at over the course of the stint. But it certainly seems fairly consistent in that regard. I remember a few years ago we had the adapted LMP2 to kind of slow it down a little bit, but part of that was also giving it more fuel. We had like 10 litres more fuel, and it made the stints way longer. But certainly like the fact that we keep these 45-minute stints. It keeps it going in the prototypes, and you really have the opportunity to do multiple tyre stints per driver as well. Whereas in the GT, sometimes you're more inclined just to change every stint, as you are closer to an hour.
Yeah, when you get to Le Mans, though, there's almost entirely different question when it comes to tyre strategy, isn't it? Because you really don't have that much stress on the tyres. There you can easily double or maybe even treble stint the tyres. But here at Sebring, it's so rough. You've got so many bumps, and you've got so many high-speed corners as well. That just wears down those tyres so much faster. And as you said, for the GT cars, it may only be worth actually single stinting these tyres.
Yes, especially in the GTs, just the way that the tyre works as well, getting them to a double stint, you're just so slow, unfortunately. Even if you make it physically, you can actually keep the car on the track, you just go slower. And the way that the tyres kind of work and feel in the GT3 is a bit weird, because you kind of, sometimes, at least the way that I felt it in those cars, was over the course of the stint you kind of get slower, and yes, the rear end would get a little bit more wiggly, but you'd kind of drive in a similar manner, but you would just go slower. So there just simply wasn't the grip. It was a very weird feeling. So you definitely get on the fresh tyres where you can in that category. As we see Top Racing, David Serra coming down pit road, so that just ends that battle a little bit, and Roy has some respite.
Yeah, will not have to be under attack as much for now. Of course, that is for now. You just don't know what's going to happen in the pit stop phase, but indeed, as you said, David Serra coming into the pits in that Top Racing car. Again, this GT strategy is going to be very interesting to see how that plays out in terms of what's going to happen at the end of this pit stop cycle.
Yeah, I guess looking towards the end of the race is a little bit long in that regard, but at least for the next couple of hours you can see the strategies ebb and flow between some of these teams. So in your GT3s you still have, of course, RAF Esports Jesper Pedersen leading that way nicely. Looking at the time gaps, they got a little bit of a pace advantage, about half a second, 4/10, half a second to the couple of cars behind, at least on the previous laps. They know what they're doing. And then we have of course the Blackhawk car, which is now coming down pit road, and then Satellite in second and third place. So looking at the lap counters, we still have probably 4 laps or so for the Rafa car before they come in. Nisela maybe another lap or 2 as well. So Rafa looking good on the fuel mileage as well as the pace out front.
When it comes to this alternate fuel mileage, if you like, this really helps because it's essentially the last stop is where you make up all that time again, isn't it? If you need to fill up, say, 10 laps when everyone else needs to fill up 20, that final stop is going to be so much more shorter. Then suddenly you can jump maybe a couple of positions, depending on how close everyone is towards the end of the race.
Yeah, the only thing with that is if you spend 8 hours saving fuel so that you try and save 20 seconds at your final pit stop, the chances are you would have lost more than 20 seconds on raw pace as the three classes
This is also
go
true.
around each other down towards the hairpin. But yeah, the maths doesn't math sometimes, because over 8 hours, 200 odd laps, if you do, a tenth of a second a lap, that is going to be 20 seconds over the course of the race, but you will lose more than a tenth by doing that. So it's certainly a little bit of a calculation. Sometimes it is actually worth just pushing and getting the track position.
Yeah, of course, that is sometimes, and that's part of the trade-off that all these teams have had to try and think of and anticipate and plan for when they were making up the strategy for these races. You can see Luigi Russo now in this Go Team Racing LMP2 car as well, coming out what looks like will be in 5th position in class maybe, and a little bit behind Luca Martino in that ARM Cyber car.
Yeah, and Berenek going through as well. So let's see exactly where Russo is. Yeah, it's not too far, handful of seconds. Yeah, he'll be behind. Oh, that is a very awkward situation as the Sebring car actually comes through as well. So those 4 LMP2s are very close together actually. So we've got Martino, Berenek, Galbati, and Russo, all very close to each other. Just about, what's that going to be, about 10 seconds, maybe a little bit more than that, covering those 4.
Oh, that's going to be a fairly interesting battle as well, isn't it? Getting so close between all of those cars. Luigi Russo here, and they're going to cross his timing line now. That's only about 1.2 seconds back from Galbiati in this Sebring sports car, so really not that far at all for that battle for 6th position. Coming down through Cunningham and now up towards Tower, and this is the first time in this race I think we've seen Galbiati, isn't it?
Well, yes, I believe so. Obviously, it's at that point in the race where you're getting, like the second, third drivers in the car after the initial double, triple stints that you see from these LMP2s. Can easily go a couple of hours per driver, times that by 2, and then you get to the 4 hours that we are just about to be in this race.
Indeed so.
Yeah, just a couple of minutes away, and then we will be basically at half race distance as well, which means we are looking to be about an 8-hour race. So the speed a little bit fast today. Obviously, with the hypercars being there, that was good. In recent years, when we've done this race, we had just the LMP2s as the top class. So obviously there'll be a few laps down.
Yes.
So technically that would add a bit more time to the race. But now with the hypercars, yeah, an 8-hour race, not too bad at all.
And of course that means compared to the schedule you'll get to knock off a little bit early, won't you? But yes, Galbiati now. Early night, there we go, yeah. Well, what would that be for you? 8 o'clock? Almost time for your bed. Point, isn't it?
I do have an early bed, to be fair. I'm getting old now.
Yeah, there's a reason why I start to get ready to bed at 8:30 every evening. It's because getting old, and also my body clock is just broken. But Galbiati here, 7.2 seconds from that final top 5 position. But really, got to be looking at that timing screen, what will be in the bottom of Galbiati's screen, to see what the gap to that to Russo will be. To see if that's expanding, see if that's closing, see if it's staying the same, because really that is the battle that Galbiati has.
Indeed, and Russo, I believe, just jumped in the car as well, so he'll be needing to obviously just find his footing in the race. So always find it so difficult just to jump in and be the exact speed that you want straight away. Sometimes it does take a couple of laps. And that's just a little bit awkward there with the Ferrari. Just caught him slightly at the wrong time. Probably lost ever so slightly, just a little bit of time compared to where potentially he would have wanted to be. But not too bad at all actually for that team as they work their way through the final corner lap. 132 of 268, and we are just a couple of laps away from half race distance.
So as you said, once we turn onto lap 135 in the top corner, that's obviously mean 134 completed, which will be the halfway distance. You've got to remember we started a couple of minutes after the hour as well, actually, so we might be on for about 8 hours 5 or so at the end of this race. Luigi Russo, though, slowly closing that gap, 1.1 seconds now away from that 6th position in class, 12th position overall, coming down towards the hairpin now. Going to be some GT traffic in the way, though.
Always is. There's so many of them out there, and look at all of the prototypes swamping the BMW. So much smaller is the LMP2. And then, of course, we've got the flashing lights because we've got some different cars going around. We've got the Netrex car in the background. We've got, of course, the Valet car, not on the same lap as Russo, trying to work their way through. Can change around very quickly. As all this is going to be a bit awkward. 3 wide. Russo can't get past as the Netrex car goes through. Round the outside is going to have to be for Go Team Racing, but Valet let them through. And they continue on with their race.
Yeah, continuing on for now. That gap, 1.1 seconds. But have a look, actually, it might be a little bit less now, actually. Having a look visually at that gap, we'll get the recalibration of the timing once we cross the start-finish line. We'll have to go up the inside of that GT traffic, but manage to come back on to the racing line before actually having to turn in for the corner. Going to cross the start-finish line here. And that gap is 1.3, so just ebbing and flowing a little bit between these two, but it appears to be somewhere within the 1 to 1.5 second range.
Oh, absolutely. It's always got a yellow flag in sector 3. Trying to see, has anyone been there? Has gone away though, so if anything, it wasn't too much of a long one. Didn't see anyone stop for too long. So hopefully no rear wings out there on the track. Last time we did that, we saw was Ada Erchan being in the wall with no rear wings. So hopefully that hasn't, redone itself. As I'm just noticing, there's a little bit of a battle in the hypercars as well. Not something that we've seen on track for a little while. Racing Zone getting very close to Seawolf. This is for third place.
That final position on the podium, you can see the Netways car, that almost sea blue car, turquoise-ish, up ahead, coming through the left and the right now. And yes, it's this next car with the yellow fin on it as well, coming down the Ulman Straight and quickly approaching sunset with his GT traffic ahead as well. That's just going to make it a lot more difficult up round the outside, I should say, rather, of that first GT car. When it comes to the second, we'll thread towards the inside, but a Seawolf car appears to be bogged a lot by the GT traffic.
Yeah, just a little bit of mistiming, and now Racing Zone are all over the back. So this is Ullman and Toth going at it. Toth trying to find his way through, but a bit of GT traffic. The Simframe 99 car working their way through. Almost some contact, but just sliding through at the right time for the 22 machine. Ullman actually made a little bit of a gain, a couple of tenths there through that sequence of corners. Now Zoltan Toth needs to start again, getting his momentum. So that just shows you how things can change very quickly indeed in these battles.
And coming out of the hairpin, accelerating, well, I'm going to say accelerating at the hairpin, but again, the Netways car appears to have just been slightly stronger in the first part of the circuit. Coming through Cunningham now, and that car ahead appears to have taken a little bit of a wider line through Cunningham, up through Tower. More traffic ahead, more GT3 cars to have to go around the outside of that car through Bishop. So close there.
And that was the Seawolf GT car as well. So, make of that as you will, though. It's just a tight part of the track. Anyway, very difficult for two cars to go through the curb. Sort of sticks out a bit on the left-hand side of the track. Thomas Enger, second place in your LMP2 category are coming in. Also on-off racing as well. Bit of a send to the inside for Toth. Can he make it stick up the inside? Oh, look at the bumps there. All four wheels sliding, both cars over the bumps. But unfortunately, that inside line just having to slow down too much. Seawolf taking way more speed around the outside. And by the time we get to line, already 4 tenths of a gap.
I was going to say at some points, not only 4 tires sliding, but sometimes 4 tires not in contact with the pavement. Judging by the amount of bumps there, Toth looking for a move up the inside of turn 4, but again, that gap just closing, the door being closed by that Seawolf car, accelerating through Big Bend now, and I think a little bit too far back for braking into the hairpin.
Yes, definitely this time around. Not quite, not quite close enough indeed. But this is a really nice battle to see. The hypercars going. It's been probably, well, I guess you could say the least competitive. Group of drivers. Basically, it's sort of been a little bit more spread out compared to the other categories, but they often give us a good battle when they do finally get there on the track.
Yeah, and this is something that we were talking about. Myself and Dara were talking about earlier. Is that when you get to the LMP2 class, you've got at least 10 cars vying for your position every time. For the GT class, it's closer to 20, but when it comes to the hypercar class, you've got to be on the top of your game the entire time, because it is, of course, the fastest class. You've got to make sure that these GT3 cars in particular don't come up on you too fast or so quickly that you don't recognize it. It's a lot more mentally draining almost to be in these hypercar cars.
Yes, definitely. It's a lot more to focus on. A lot of people like it that way, actually. But that was certainly my preference. But you never know. That's a big slide, though, from Ullman. He goes way too wide. Huge run up the inside there for Toth, and he's going to make it stick. And it was just a little bit too much speed, not enough grip in the rear of that Seawolf car. And that swapped around the positions. The number 22 gets up to 3rd place.
A mistake there from Ullman, which was probably after prolonged pressure. That's just something. That's another thing that you get to play in these endurance races. Is almost that psychological game, that mental game with the car ahead. Is that if you could just keep on applying pressure, eventually the car in front will make a mistake of some description, and that might allow you to make that move without, gain that position without actually having to make an offensive move at any point.
Yes, indeed. There's different sort of tactics of where you can position your car, where you can try and make it work. It's Ullman in the background really sliding once more and just not being able to hold on to this battle. As the GT3s, actually, I say that, they almost had a bit of a close battle there. Cripps coming down pit road.
Brutally decided to have to get more fuel.
Yeah, terrible timing from that one. As we come back to this battle that was just slowly starting to come up. So G League, they overtook Sim Racing for Holland, as did a VEC with both of their previous drivers. Now they've swapped drivers, so we got a Neil and McLaren in these 2 cars for Sim Freem and for G League, and now they're battling at it, and the yellow submarine is trying to find their way up into 7th place.
This G League car, as you said, so close there. Look how close actually that Margera was to the inside wall there, Sunset. You don't really see that line that often, do you? Particularly being that close.
No, although back in my day of driving, I did find it was potentially quicker because it was a little bit less bumpy, but it's a lot more high risk. And it really depends on your entry line to be able to get the car pitched in at the right angle as all. That's a little bit awkward there with the arms car trying to get through. Huge bump on the curb for McLaren as he tries to allow room for both of the cars to get through. As the LMP2s in their battle, they find their way through, but they almost cause some issues for the GTs.
And that's always fun, particularly at that point of the circuit as well. How difficult it can be to make moves, and I think that's something that we won't see a lot next time out at the Nürburgring. Is the fact that you've got these pretty fast S's. Of course, you've got the first S directly after the stadium section, and then you've got the couple coming up the hill. The first very fast one, the second one you've got a little bit slower. But I think we're going to see a lot more of this problem at the Nürburgring next time out.
Yes, it's certainly different style of track, absolutely. So yeah, potentially some different challenges for the drivers when they get to that part, and of course that will be coming around fairly quickly indeed. In it's actually 5 weeks' time, on the 5th of March, that we'll be going there, and then they'll have a sort of month's break before we get back to Le Mans. So 2 more
Also the
races
5th of
left
April.
after this. Sorry?
Also the 5th of April.
Did I say March? You are
Yes.
absolutely you're absolutely right. We're just into March now, aren't we? Yes, so the 5th of April indeed. And then before you know it, we'll be in June and we'll be racing around the French countryside.
Indeed, on this semi-closed circuit, isn't it, Le Mans? You've got this specially constructed section from, is it Arnage all the way around up to Tetra Rouge, I think, is the permanent section?
Porsche curves.
Or is it the Porsche curves?
Yeah.
It's a little bit further. Oh, of course, yeah, you turn right up the hill, yes.
Yes, it's a funny track, isn't it? But we go back every year. As there's a big slide there for Neil, as he's really ruined his chances with McLaren. Needs to calm back down and gets his car in a straight line once more. But yeah, certainly a weird bunch of tracks that we have on the calendar as such. Because if you think about it, you've got Sao Paulo, which was of course the it's sort of like an oval style track that they built this really long infield and then they cut it down, so it's been modified a couple of times before we had the configuration that we got here at Sebring as well. That's changed multiple times over the years with the configurations, and we get to places like Le Mans as well, where it's like a half and half track, and God knows the amount of configurations we've had of that track over the years as well. It's ever changing. Not many static tracks out there that have stood the test of time.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think, well, of course, the Nürburgring had one as well, because that arena section, I think, is the most recent addition to that circuit, isn't it?
Yes, so that was somewhere, I guess in like the early 2000s, that sort of time, when that arena section was in. Oh, that's a big late dive there from the Sebring LMP2, probably trying to help his teammate in the GT a little bit, making some contact with Neil, and that just opens up this battle even more. So we're getting close to 2 seconds between Sebring and G-League.
Indeed, so that gap extending, but arguably I would actually say that Road America is probably the oldest unchanged circuit that we have on the schedule this year.
Sorry, say again, sorry?
I would say Road America is maybe the oldest unchanged
yes.
circuit that we've got on the schedule this year, or this season I should say rather.
Yeah, that's true. In terms of track configuration changes, yeah, I guess that would be the least the least changed track. Actually, yeah, like, some of those older American tracks, it's true, they haven't changed so much. That is one of them. But I guess Bahrain as such, it's a bit more of a modern track. Well, I say modern, it's 21 years old now.
Oh.
And in the world of Formula 1, they have used a couple of different configurations of it, but the general track has not changed, apart from, did you know the fun fact there, turn 4 at the you have the hairpin and a little chicane up the hill, and then you go to turn 4. That used to be more of like a hairpin, because if you know now, it's quite like a boxy corner, really wide, because the apex used to be like further away, and there's a bit more of a hairpin on the very first year, and then they opened it up for the second time they went back, and that's pretty much the only change that they've had.
So they haven't actually really added much more asphalt, they've just changed where the apex was.
Pretty much, yeah. So as you say, with Nürburgring, they basically made a whole new part of the track. With Sebring, although to be fair, it was like 50 years ago now, they made the changes. It was the same. The track map is very similar, but it's just way smaller, and the roads that they go on are a bit different. So yeah, definitely a lot different to the very first configuration.
Well, this G-League car, 2.3 seconds now back from Margera, so that gap certainly is widening ever so slightly. We've got this battle for the final podium position in the hypercars as well. This Seatwolf net race car, I think if the tower is correct, the tower wasn't correct, 6.8 seconds, I thought it read 1.8. That's probably just my eyes, to be honest. That probably isn't a problem with the tower.
Yeah, Ullman was struggling a bit, as we saw. The tyres Probably was the factor not quite working the way he would have wanted. He's been overtaken, and yes, the not the nicest situation as he's dropped back 8 seconds now, so really just losing hand over fist.
Yeah, and well, I would use my glasses, but they're approximately 12 kilometers away.
12
my
kilometers away.
office.
Oh, did you leave them on your 6-hour hike this morning?
On my 6-hour hike this morning. It was only 36 kilometers. It wasn't that
Only?
far. Come on. It was only 36 kilometers. But they're in my drawer in my office. So I know exactly where they are, but unfortunately they're over there as opposed to here. But Martin Ullman, 8.6 seconds down now, so appears to actually be losing time hand over fist almost.
Yes, he's really lost out. Zoltan Toth. Well, he must have had an issue because the last lap was a 51 compared to 43s, 44s. So there must have been a spin on the previous lap that we missed. Actually, that's why that time jumped up very rapidly. We did miss that just before we went on to him. So yes, definitely. Definitely a difficult one for him at this moment in time, losing that sort of situation. And this is what I was mentioning earlier, Vid, actually.
Yes.
Some teams, they try and save the fuel over 8 hours to save 20 seconds at the final stop. But if you have one little spin like that and you lose 8 seconds in one time, that discounts half of the savings you're trying to do in the whole race.
Yeah, it requires a lot of concentration in order to be able to do that, in order to actually be able to ensure that you don't make that mistake. And of course, especially that level of concentration over several drivers at the same time.
Certainly, that's the concentration level is the hardest bit, really. As that Mercedes goes really wide there, opens up the door a little bit for Ullman to get through nicely. But yeah, the concentration is the hardest bit in these races, absolutely. And I think that's one thing that a lot of drivers go wrong with, myself included, over the years of racing. It's not it's not an easy feat to just go in there for hours and then perform at the top.
Yeah, and especially when you've got to have this laser precision lap after lap. And of course, you can't always just hit the same markers every lap because you've always got to be wary of traffic for all three classes. So that just adds more to this mental pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. You're not braking in the same point every lap. If you get a clear track, fair enough. But you rarely get a clear track in endurance racing. I say that Ullman's found himself a little brief moment of air with no traffic for a few corners, but as you see, there's the next traffic just up the way. So Cersei will come around very quickly. He is 10 seconds now. The lap times have come back, but he's still in 46s compared to Moritz Mel leading the race and De Silva second place. They're in the 43s. So that is 2.5 seconds slower a lap.
Yeah, and it's very interesting to see how this difference could be. Could the other two be on newer tyres?
Yes, I would assume that is most of the difference. But if you think about 2.5 seconds, you do that for 10 laps.
Isn't it?
10 laps, there's 25. That's getting close enough to the tyre change time by the end of the stint. So definitely maybe not the best strategy call, or maybe not the best time management that's got them in this situation.
So Ullman here at 100 seconds down from the leader, which means that the Go Team car should be somewhere, on the Ullman straight as well, behind this Seawolf, shouldn't it?
Absolutely, although they do have to make a pit stop. Gabriel Hevesy does need to make a pit stop.
This is also true,
soon.
yes.
As Toth also has a stop right now coming down pit road and does go a lap down, therefore, but they were hanging off towards the back of the lead lap in terms of natural race pace. Anyway, and we are now 10 laps past the half race distance, so we'll just show you a couple of things, top few in each category. We do have the CMT Go Team Racing leading the way in your hypercar, as they've now worked their way to a pretty healthy 30-second lead over Nick De Silva and Blackhawk, but that is mostly due to the a lack of tyres that they took at the previous pit stop compared to Blackhawk, so that will flip-flop back around once more. And then it is Ullman in third place, as we've been mentioning, because Toth just came into the pit lane. The new LMP2 is Hyperion leading the way, and they have got pretty good control over this. They're going longer in fuel mileage, and they have the pace to keep out the front, so the 44 is looking very good in all things being well. They should be able to wrap this one up, because the likes of the cars behind, such as Arms, not quite able to challenge. The gap is fairly stable, actually. It's not going crazy, but 25 seconds is fairly comfortable indeed. And then Simfreem and Galbiati, they've worked their way into third place, but look at the gaps behind. Go Team not too far. On-off racing still in with half a shout. And then finally your GT3s. Rafa leading the way, as they have done for quite a while. They are not comfortable as such, but they certainly are in control of this race. And we've got Chelik in second position, and then Jaeger into third. So that is your rundown of the top three in each of the classes, just over half distance.
Indeed, lap 145 we are on now. Kevin Jaeger we're having a look at, 40 seconds down from the next car, but that gap will no doubt flow through the pit stop cycle. We've got this battle for the final podium position in the LMP2 class as well. Having a look at Kiko Galbiati, which is the car ahead within this battle. In that Simfreem Esports car, Luigi Rosso still the car behind, 3.1 seconds to separate the two of them as they're coming onto the Ullman Straight. You can just see that Go Team car right there in the bottom. That prototype that's moving to the right hand side of the circuit is the chasing car. And coming through Sunset once more, and again, you know, it's just kind of hoping traffic falls your way.
Yes, you always want to get a nice clean run of it. Of course, as a driver, you can, manipulate and control the traffic slightly, but it's also a little bit of luck. It's to honest is where you meet them. But if you see a car up ahead, you can judge your speed, so you catch them in the best way. For instance, coming through this sequence of corners, you want to catch the GT right on the exit, so that as you're accelerating, you can just go around him. You don't want to go fast into the corner and then get stuck through the apex, and then you have to re-accelerate past them. Whereas in the former method, you obviously have the momentum already, so you would literally gain at least half a second, if not more, just in that one corner. So some driving style does come into it.
Yeah, I'll let you be the expert on driving styles, because
I'm not an expert in driving. I mean, I used to race. I'm not an expert.
It's been you've raced a lot more recently than I have.
Yeah. Although my last race was August now. There's time's flying.
My last race was 2 countries ago.
What do you mean 2 countries?
Well, before I moved to Sweden, before I moved here.
Oh, I see. Life has changed quite a little bit.
And even then, I never did multi-class racing. I only ever did single class. Although I did do one multi-class race. I don't know if you were there as well. There was a 1200 Bathurst race, maybe in 2014 or 15 here at SRC, where it was GT3s and GT4s. Jimmy will be able to remember when this was. But yes, I was in a GT4 car with my team. We had a GT3 car as well, and we managed to crash within like the first 90 minutes together.
Oh, that's
into
just
each other.
Peak.
Yes.
Yeah, that's just peak endurance racing with your buddies, to be honest. That's how it started back in the day. I mean, I can always remember my first. My second ever endurance race. My first ever endurance race was the 24 Hours of Le Mans. I jumped in at the deep end. Then the second one, I did an 8 hours of Suzuka, and it was in the old Lola sort of LMP thing that everyone had back in the day, like 2016, 17, wherever it was. And it was actually Danny Van Der Neat, who still races to this day in Netrex. He was racing we had sort of 2 cars entered, and he got a penalty because the sun was setting and the game told him to turn the headlights on.
And
he didn't have his glasses on or something, and he couldn't tell that the lights weren't on because it was at the weird time where it wasn't dark, but it wasn't light, so he couldn't quite tell. And he got basically disqualified from the race, and he was absolutely raging. And it was the funniest thing that I've ever experienced in sim racing, still to this day. It's just those memories when someone just makes a bit of a boo-boo like that, and you remember it for years to come.
Yeah, that was that's quite impressive. Although I have had experiences where I've been racing and other people, they've realised when that message has come up that they didn't have their headlights button bound.
Oof.
That's
rough.
Fun.
That's rough, because that's not just forgetting to put your headlights on. That is remembering and then realising you can't, which is even worse.
Yes. This is what's is this Gabietti, isn't it?
Sure is, and that is. You just look away for 1 second. Talking of people crashing and making boo-boos, didn't quite see how that one started, but we know how it's finished, and this is going to be a big trouble. He's taken a long time to get going again. Is that some hardware issue, or is he just waiting for a clear point of the track? Not quite able to work it out just yet, but he is really waiting a long time, and this is their slim podium chances gone. They're really going to be going down because the repairs in the pit lane will be quite long as well.
Moving very, very slowly as well.
Yeah, again,
it could be part. You can see just right there at the corner, just waiting for a free bit of track, but you just don't know where that is.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I wonder if he's lost the engine. Unfortunately, I can't quite hear it from where we are, but that is a tough one for a team who's champion of this division, but not able to do so. As we get some pit stops, Nick De Silva is there in your hypercars, and then we also have this really close battle in your hypercars as well. As is that Gabriel Hevesy actually just got past? I think he has. Hevesy's actually just got past Ullman already.
I'm just wondering though. There we go. I exited to the pits. I was just wondering if a couple of those cars came into the pits in anticipation of maybe a code 80.
I don't see anyone else out there just now, as in out there in pit lane, but that's a big shame. Yet DNF Sim Frame from P8, well, for P8 currently, they were up in P4, P5. DNF out of this race, big shame. They might try and re-enter, but I don't think they'll be able to do so, and therefore they're going to be out. They have made the half race distance, they will still get points for the points in class, but it's not going to be as many as they would have hoped today.
But they will get those points for finishing though, because it is over half distance now.
Yeah, that's the saving grace, and that's why you want to obviously go go as far as you can, even if you have a suspicion in the back of your head that you're gonna you're gonna sort of maybe crash or have some issues, maybe not quite feeling confident. At least get some points on the board.
So indeed, having a look, John Davis here in the undercover racing car, 24 seconds ahead of dropping out of that top 5. So a nice little gap there on behalf of that raging car coming through the hairpin once more and accelerating out the hairpin up towards Cunningham, the right-hander, eventually. And you find this as well here at Sebring, actually. There's a lot of meandering sections of track, isn't there? Particularly coming out of the hairpin, you've got that right-left, which doesn't quite make sense, and then you've got this flat-out meandering section up to Cunningham, and then you've got this section up towards Tower as well.
I think that's what gives Sebring the character. Like if the straights were just straight and then a straight, if it was a straight and then a hard 90-degree corner,
Yes.
it would be a lot more boring than these sort of, long exiting corners. And actually, that's really probably the biggest thing actually of this track is all of the corners are long. You're in them for a long time. The only
Very
really
true,
short
yes.
ones is like turn 3-4, that little chicane sort of
Yes.
sequence. Apart from that, they're all long corners, and I guess maybe the hairpin as well. And you're really turning for quite a lot of time. So you've got to have a lot of balance in the car, really, and you've got to have a lot of confidence to get back on the throttle early before you even see the exit. So it's a proper driver's track, and you can see why everyone loves coming here.
And of course, with all these long corners, as you said, that just puts more wear on the tires because they're under load for a lot longer. Yeah, as opposed to Le Mans, for example, where a lot of these corners are, as you said, almost like start-stop 90 degrees.
Oh,
that's
who
also
is
not helpful.
that? Is that the Tamelli car? I think in GT3, and that is not the ideal racing line through there. So they will definitely be losing out on some time. And I'm just trying to work out. So yeah, I think it was Tamelli. So it's a Nicola Pagani who's in that car at this moment in time, and definitely having some sort of issue. And let's just have a look. Yes, it was that car. So it's a weird place to go. They probably just ran deep up into turn 3, I would assume. And can't see too much damage though. So maybe they just ran over the grass.
Yeah, it could well be perhaps just losing the rear end a little bit, or as you said, getting on the brakes a little bit late. The other part could be maybe just riding the curb on the outside and entrance as well, because that can just lift up a couple of the tyres and then cause this instability. But this is indeed Maurice Mel coming in from the lead of the race in that Go Team car.
Yeah, looking very strong. But we had the tyre situation last time. So look, Meunier has already come in. So Blackhawk have they've made their stop. And now, of course, we did miss that, so we didn't see the tyre situation. But when we come out, we will find out. It was 30 seconds between the pair, which is approximately the tyre change time. So if that goes back down, then we know that Blackhawk didn't change. Although actually they must have, because Meunier got in the car. So they must have changed the tyres, but we will certainly find out where is Meunier. Yeah, he's there. So the gap is still the same.
Yeah.
So they both took tyres.
Another quick yellow there in Sector 3, but that will be for not much. I think part of the yellow actually is rFactor might detect the speed difference as the car is coming into the pits, and then just detect this massive speed difference and just quickly throw out a yellow. But Maurice Mel coming out yet again in the lead. We'll see what this lead effectively is once Meunier crosses the timing line, which is about there in about 25 seconds maybe.
Interesting. Nick De Silva's just messaged me saying that we'll see towards the end as to how it's all going to work out. So leaving it open for the last 117 laps that we've got around this track. So still plenty to play for.
Yeah, still a lot of things to play for. Here comes Maurice Mel down towards Bishop and then through, and there we go. You've actually got Meunier and Hevesy. Might actually be the battle. 6 seconds separate the two of them. Maybe as Hevesy comes across the timeline, indeed 6.4 seconds the gap, and the gap between Meunier and the lead is 35 seconds. Coming down towards Cunningham once more is that number 7 car. Now just getting that rear end a little bit loose on the throttle application.
So championship-wise, the race leading Go team, the number 17, they are also the championship leaders, and they have 13 points over the number 7 in second place. They've got a little bit of a comfortable 19 points back to Racing Zone, who are currently in 5th place on road. So, and then there's Blackhawk, who are even further back. So the Go team's really fighting for themselves, and this isn't good for the 17 because they're going to be losing some extra points. So what's that going to be? There's going to be 9 extra points that they lose. So it's not the ideal situation. They're going to be half a race win behind with the 2 races to go. But I guess Go Team, they just want to win the championship. They probably don't care which car it is.
Yep, they've got two cars, so they've got double the chance. But yeah, they will be, and then ideally make it a 1-2 at the end. Ideally, that's what they want in the championship.
Yes, that will be the goal, and especially as there's only 6 cars. 6 cars. There's how many is he? Yeah, there's 8 technically, but there's only actually 6 cars entered today, and of course they have a third of the field, therefore. So they got a good chance of getting 1-2, but they need to go out and compete, and they can still lose the championship from where they are. So that is the important factor. So they're not going to have it easy just yet. I mean, Racing Zone and Blackhawk, they can still mathematically, and even Netrex GP actually, because they're only 1 point behind Blackhawk, they can all mathematically win. It just depends what happens in Nürburgring or Le Mans. As long as Go Team don't make any catastrophic errors, they should be okay.
Oh, I know you've said that now, haven't you?
Well, that's the idea. I mean, some people say the commentator's curse isn't a thing, but I'm just trying to force it.
Don't force it. That's no good. Don't force the commentators. As
that's not how it works. Yeah.
Sadly, no. As Hevesy once more. That gap coming down a little bit more now, isn't it? 4.5 seconds. Perhaps that second Go Team car does have a little bit more pace over the Blackhawk.
Yes, I think they do. I think we'll be seeing. Oh, that's because it's fuel, obviously. So Blackhawk, they just stops their heavier fuel. Go Team racing there on the qualifying. That's why they're catching up. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Go Team 1-2 on the road at some point a bit later in this race. That is, unless Blackhawk continue to have their strong pace, because it really is just a bit of a 1-2 battle between the 17 Go Team and Blackhawk at the front of this field.
So here we go underneath the bridge once more for Meunier and indeed Gabor Hevesy falling back because of that pit stop, as you said. But yes, I'm then worried to Mail, what's that, 41 seconds or so ahead. So that gap between Mail and Meunier is grown quite a bit since that last pit stop cycle.
Yes, so we don't have the speed in this number 3 machine at this moment in time for Blackhawk, and that is a little bit worrying, actually, especially as they both changed tyres from what we can tell, so they're on the same tyre strategy. Of course, they'll be on the same fuel. You don't do anything apart from full tank at this point in the race, so that is all down to the drivers. Of course, Luke's coming in, whereas Mel is a bit more hot, but still, that is slightly worrying. And I think Mel is turning out to be one of the faster drivers in this category. To be honest, I saw it in the previous race I did, which was, I think, Monza. He caught and chased Hevesy, and then when he got past, he just absolutely shot off into the distance.
So here we go. This is a battle for the final position on the GT3 podium. Semi Celic in that Caspian Motorsport car versus Karel Magnus Bora in the Team Iris. Coming across the start-finish line, Bora is going to be looking towards the inside of turn 1. Always got to be careful there. Maybe just let out the throttle a little bit early.
Absolutely. And again, just a few more insights. Apparently, we have quite a bit of damage on that Blackhawk car as well. So Luke Meunier not being able to go the full speed that he would have wanted. I'm not sure about the damage situation of the Go Team car, of course, at this point, but the fact that they've been out the front, they should be okay. But that's certainly for Blackhawk a bit of a struggle, because they're close. They're not too far away. They are at a point that's still catchable, but they really need to try and start getting that down, and I'm not sure how quickly that really is going to go. Having said that, so in 100-odd laps, with 42 seconds, that is, that's going to be quite a difficult task. It's already going to be about 4/10 of lap they need.
Yeah, very difficult task, as you said, to actually be able to maintain such a pace for the rest of the race is going to be almost impossible. Boric here in this Team Iris car, though, making something which looks very possibly happen. And that is making that move onto third place. The right, the left, and the right coming on towards the Almond Straight once more. That Team Iris car using as much of the curve on the exit as possible before accelerating hard down towards Sunset Bend. And not close enough to make a move really this time round either. Enough to pressure Chelik, enough to pressure that Casper Motorsport car, but not going to be close enough to make a move.
Yes, he's thinking about it. Has a bit of a wiggle there, though. Actually, he doesn't get the run out of Sunset. Actually, that's because he was slowing down as Roar comes into the pit lane from fifth position. Fourth position, I should say, and is now able to get some more fuel there. We're also seeing some LMP2s come down pit road as well a little bit earlier, so definitely a little bit more of a cycle for the pit stops. You've got a close battle once more. We've got Callow and Berenek getting very close for fourth place in your LMP2.
Indeed, it is the Sean Clark Racing versus the Arms Cybra, as they're making their way through Tower Corner now. And then towards Bishop, 0.4 of a second or so, half a second separate the two of these cars. So certainly close enough for Callow to get that slipstream down the Almond Straight in particular. Maybe make a move, or at least have a little bit of an overlap coming down in towards Sunset. And again, using as much of that curb on the exit as possible before coming down towards that final corner, which, as we've said so many times, has so many different lines. I'm not actually sure any of them are the correct one.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a correct one. There's definitely a wrong one, which is going over the bump in the middle, but I think you're right.
Say hitting the wall on the exit.
Yeah, or the wall. Yes, the wall would certainly not be a good one either. Yeah, definitely a wrong one. Not sure about a right one, as you say. Even at turn one as well, it's kind of similar. There's a few different things you can do as long as you can get the front end in and you don't run out over the curb on the exit. That's pretty much the way to do it. Even here as well. I think you mentioned it earlier about one of the cars that went off. Maybe they chunked the curb. There's such high curbs around here, especially in that little sequence there. There's a few flat curbs that are out onto the back straight on the exit of Tower as well. But they're really big curbs, and you have to really avoid them. Otherwise, you unsettle the car, and you just can't get on the power.
Yeah, and as you said, yeah, it just needs to take. You just have that little bit more time it takes for the car to actually settle. That's required before you can put on that power, because when it is bouncing around, those tyres are not in contact with the tarmac, and obviously that doesn't allow for the power to be translated through the wheels onto said tarmac. Yeah, as overall you can clatter a curb, it won't damage the bodywork, but it will certainly damage your lap time.
Yeah, those four black round things are very important. Indeed, is around the outside for Callow, down the inside for the next corner. Berenek, all bit of contact between the two. They go off the track. Berenek's going to try and hold it around the outside. He's got to be careful because he maybe has a cut track. He's still going to try and think about it. In the end, he lets that one go, and that is very interesting from Callow. Very decisive, managed to make it work. Did go in a little bit deep potentially with contact with Berenek, but I think he was going to get through anyway. Now Berenek needs to try and find something to get it back, but Arms looking very strong, and Callow now pulling away.
Yeah, and as you said, a very forceful move, and perhaps that's what Callow decided was needed to actually make that move done. Coming down towards turn one was more, yeah, you can already see what that gap is like between the two cars, can't you? The Sean Clark car of Berenek certainly falling back 0.6 of a second already, that gap, and that move was only done about 30 seconds ago. Coming through turns 4 and 5 once more, and yeah, you can definitely see that Callow is starting to pull away from Berenek.
Yes, the Sean Clark car not got as much speed as we saw previously. There's more battles in LMP2 as well, as we've seen Thomas Enger getting close to Hyperion. This isn't the race leading Hyperion. This is the 45, the sister car. It's the 44 that is leading the race. But nevertheless, for a car that is very fast indeed. Of course, the Thomas Enger, they were GT3 champions, and now they're coming up to LMP2, and a bit of a wiggle from Polesny trying to find a way through, but not just yet.
Indeed, that change from GT3 to prototype is a lot more different from the change to prototype to hypercar, LMP2 to hypercar, isn't it?
Absolutely, as that was Polesny just able to actually complete that battle a little bit easier. The 45 had a terrible run off turn 1, and already getting through. So Polesny much faster, has already pulled away from Zabinski as well, up into 6th place.
So here, as you said, that move into 6th place, what's that gap up to the 5th place? With 35 seconds, that's a big gap, isn't it? Not insurmountable, but it's going to take a lot of effort in order to make that gap up. And Polesny, as you said in that Thomas Enger sim racing car, in the LMP2s for the first time this season. But yes, I think the change from GT3 to LMP2 is a lot bigger from LMP2 to hypercar, just because it's a completely different style of driving that you need for these prototypes.
Absolutely, and the LMP2 in some ways is difficult because you're being overtaken and you're overtaking as well, all at the same time. And when I did a season of that was always a very interesting one, trying to get through the GTs, but then there's a hypercar going around the outside of both of you. It's always a scary situation, but it happens every now and again. And but most of these drivers, to be fair, are very, very experienced now. I mean, so many of these names that we're seeing, we've been talking about for, best part of a decade here in the VEC, and they still keep coming back and giving us some great entertaining racing. So hopefully the driving styles are pretty good. And I mean, to say that, we haven't seen any, ridiculous, okay, I'm not absolutely cursing it now, touching wood, banging my desk. We haven't seen any crazy crashes for a little while in the VEC. Of course, we had the start line crash back at Road America, which was not ideal. But in terms of the general racing, once it gets going, most of the guys are pretty good now.
That's true. Generally, the major accidents that we tend to get here in the VC are at the start when everyone is together. But once everyone spreads out and starts to get into a rhythm of some description as well, I think that's maybe the most important thing. We don't really see, although I should say any of the crashes that we do see are mainly actually due to hardware failure, like the one that we saw for Blackhawk with was it Erkan earlier.
Yep. And then from what I believe it was Ed Hunter found out, the Gabbiati's steering wheel also failed as well. So definitely some hardware issues unfortunately coming for some of the drivers. And as much as it is a bit of a naff way to go out of a race, it's still part of it. You can still have mechanical failures in real life, and this is our version of it in the sim racing world. Most equipment is pretty satisfactory nowadays from that side of things, but these things can happen, especially with the amount of hours that these drivers put on their equipment.
So Wojtek Polesny is pulling away from Zabinski at the moment, 3.5 seconds now. That gap. They've got that battle for 6th position in the GT3s, I think, as well. Once I find that this is up between Bora and now Bora Milan. This is the Iris number 78, Bora Milan, in that number 96 Monaco car as they're coming up towards Tower now. Sorry, that's Cunningham now.
Yes, indeed. And they a couple of gaps here and there are still staying fairly close, like this one that we're seeing, a couple of seconds. We've also got a 2-second gap between Arms and Sean Clark in LMP2 as well. So isn't spreading out so much there. The hypercar, to be fair, by this point has spread out quite a lot. As we've been mentioning, not the most competitive of the 3 classes, that is for sure, but there's still plenty of action to go. We're coming up to about 100 laps remaining already as well, so 160 on the board, just a few more and then we'll have 100 laps to go. The sun is starting to set, you're getting that haze and the horrible greasy conditions on the tarmac where you can't really see too much.
Yes.
So therefore, with the amount of hours that we have to go in the race, we'll be seeing some darkness falling here in Florida.
Yeah, but just in the final, maybe just the final hour or so. But maybe not even that, actually. Just the final maybe 10, 20 laps.
Yes, that might be quite true actually, because yeah, I mean it's still miles away from sunset. So yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it'll just be the last a little bit where we'll start to get the proper sunset, and that's when the final corner of this track really earns its name.
So Bora once more, 2.5 seconds still back from Bora Milan. That gap appears to be kind of semi-stable at the moment. Braking hard for the hairpin is that number 76 BMW. Before coming through this meandering section, as we were talking about, before, towards Cunningham again. But the Irish car with a slightly different paint scheme this season, because normally they go predominantly purple, but now this time they've kind of gone white with accents of purple.
Yeah, they have. You're right, and yeah, it's quite good. I'm definitely a bigger fan of the white base liveries rather than the black ones. I feel like there's too much black and red that goes around sim racing. But yeah, certainly the purple is still the colour that you would associate Iris with, such as their logo there on the bottom right. But yeah, it's nice to see a bit more of a brighter livery. Works well on that BMW. A lot of BMWs out there. Such a great feeling car. Very fast indeed, and but we do have McLaren leading the way, Aston Martin second, Porsche third. So it's not like it's the most dominant car, but there's definitely a lot of BMWs out there.
Bora Milan just running out, and you know, as you said, you know, BMWs kind of dominate a little bit more, but still, there's so many different marks in the top 8. I think it's what, 5 or 6. Yeah, I think it's 5 different marks in the top 8 at the moment, which again just goes to show, you know, the balance of performances worked pretty well here.
And the teams obviously couldn't decide. You know, we had
also couldn't decide. Yes.
Yeah, we had that fun. Do you remember? Oh God, I'm trying to remember what year it was. 2020 GT Challenge. Well, GT Pro and GT Challenge. We had the Corvette Cup because for some reason everyone decided that the Corvette was the quickest way, even though it was probably 0.0001 faster in qualifying. And basically everyone was going around in the Corvette. That was quite something in a championship where there was, you know, all 15 cars on offer. You know, in the VEC we don't have quite all of the full selection in rFactor 2 on offer, but in that championship every single one was on offer, but there was still only about 3 different manufacturers out of the whole grid.
And yeah, sometimes you get a meta car almost, don't you? But that doesn't really appear to be a thing here in the VEC this season, at least. And you can see Kevin Yeager and Semi Celic, the Caspian and the Blackhawk, both in the pits at the moment. And here we go. This is the GT3 leader. This is Yanni Semencic in the Rafa Esports team car coming on towards the Ulman Straight. Once more, the Semi Celic is indeed the car behind on circuit.
Yes, sure is. Rafa having a very strong day so far. I believe this gap is slightly exaggerated because of pit stops. Yes, Yanni will be owing us a pit stop. Still in a handful of laps left, but he and Jesper doing such a good job so far this season. As we mentioned, they are on 3 victories in a row, and this would be number 4, which would be quite remarkable in any championship, to be honest. And just showing you that even though those 2 drivers, they've been in the top category, you know, they're a champion with Burster, or that'll be 3 years ago now, because of course we had a Race Clutch the last couple of seasons in the top class, winning championships. As Burst the 3rd year before that, with both Jesper just came in for Le Mans, but you know, still as teammates. But now they've dropped, well, they moved to Rafa, they dropped down to GT3, but still leading the way very nicely indeed. And I was expecting Caspian to be a bit closer, like they were at a couple of other races, but not quite on this occasion.
And even Caspian's been one of these teams where on any given race you can kind of
say they're going to be a threat beforehand.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, but this time a little bit further back, as you said, but still in the second place provisionally.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. Of course, they won a race this season, but unfortunately not able to capitalise on that since after the 3 on the bounce for Rafa. So we'll have to find out what is going to work out. We've got MC Motorsport by Biogas with Laporte in the car, and all satellite up ahead. That is Amaya having a big slide. It looks like Laputra actually around the outside. There's going to be a bit of a break actually even from the satellite car, because they saw the Porsche, the Blackhawk entry coming through. Second position, that is for Luc Meunier, and in the end MC Motorsport getting up to 12th place.
And yes, as we keep on saying, getting to the finish of especially these longer races is half of the battle. And just getting to the finish is an accomplishment in itself.
I would definitely say so. Even in this age where everything is so controlled, let's say, everyone is so practiced. They've had these cars. Well, I guess the hypercars are new. The version that we're using is new this year, but especially the LMP2s, GT3s, you've had them for so many years now in rFactor 2. Everyone knows how to set them up. They know the tracks. So it's very difficult for people to make crazy mistakes. They're generally fairly comfortable. Generally fairly comfortable with that, but certainly, bit of an interesting one with how it is nowadays. But still, you have to push, you have to get to the end, and you have to not make any silly mistakes and that drop you down.
So yes, as we're coming up close to the top of the hour now, and it also means that we're almost going to be about 100 laps to go after 5 hours gone.
Yeah.
Which again means what, this is still going to be 33-ish laps an hour?
Yes, so it is looking to be just over that 8-hour mark, which is not too bad. If I use your 33, 8.12 hours is what it would come out to be. So what's that going to be, like 8 hours and 7 minutes, something like that. So definitely, yes, not too long with these faster hypercars that we've got. So this is going to be very good. It's going to be very good indeed. And hopefully when we get to that 100 lap mark, we'll get a little bit of a checkup and a rundown, because we can't do it just yet, because for instance in your LMP2, just go to the pit stops, your leader actually has a lap gap.
Yes, this Hyperion car is a lap ahead for a small amount at least, until it comes into the pits. But Patrick coming along the Ullman straight once more, and coming down towards the Sunset Bend for what would be approximately 155th-ish time.
Perfect. And as we just come towards the top of the hour, video will be continuing on for a few more hours. I'll be making way for Ed Hunt. I'll be back to finish the race with Ed, but we'll bring Ed in for now, just so Vida can have a little bit of a break, doing a big long 5-hour stint in the middle of this race. And Ed, how are you feeling coming back into this, ready to go to the end? Of course, it's probably changed a little bit since you were here, but I know you were in the stream keeping up with what was going on.
Well, yeah, and the funny thing is with Dara, he made, just before I left, he said, "I'll predict what it's going to look like when you get back." And hello, by the way, everyone. So I said I thought Go Team 17 would still be leading in Hypercar, and they are. I said I thought Hyperion 44 would still be leading LMP2, and they are. By quite a margin, as you say, there's a bit of they still owe a pit stop, so they've been extending the field a little bit. And then the only one I got wrong was GT3, because the typical Blackhawk bad luck struck again for poor Arda Erchan. It's a real shame. Such a fantastic drive, was leading by about 20 seconds over Rafa at one point, and after they had that horrible luck at the start of Road America that basically compromised their race, that's like 2 poles in a row that they've not really been able to take advantage of. So that's a big shame for them. And in answer to your question earlier, by the way, about Caspian, about why they're not challenging Rafa, they had drive-through that carried over from Road America. So that explains some of because they were fighting their way through the pack in the early hour of the race. So that explains some of the deficit, but not all of those 70 seconds, because I think not all of that was spent in the pits serving that penalty. So certainly Rafa and Simoncic and Peterson have done a very, very good job. But yeah, certainly Caspian have had to fight to get back into the position they are now. And we've seen the likes of Boré also doing a slightly different strategy in the Iris as well. So I think the final podium spot in GT3 could be quite hotly contested. And yeah, LMP2 generally, other than the Hyperion, looks quite close, I think, for the most part.
Yeah, absolutely. The Black Hawk luck that you were talking about is is quite something.
The Black
of course,
luck,
they had the issue in the pit stop already, which cost them a lap. They did get given it back, manually, but still not the ideal situation. And then the crash as well. So just add insult to injury. And I find, I don't know if you noticed, Ed, but there's certain drivers, and bad luck seems to follow them. And I feel like Arda is one of those drivers because he's so fast, so competitive, but unfortunately doesn't always get the results that his speed deserves.
Yeah, I mean, it's great that Black Hawk picked him up, actually, because the German outfit really recognized his talent. The young Turkish driver has been really, really impressive, not just in endurance, but also in some single-seaters. He, of course, won the FSR Pro race at Spa. Spa is one of his favourite tracks. He also won there earlier this season in the opener as well, didn't he? So, yeah, he's certainly got some good pedigree on that particular track. But anyway, I think Cam, it's probably, now we just got past 5 o'clock, time to let you go, because you have been talking for quite a while, but it's been good to commentate with you, because you and I know each other pretty well, but we've not commentated with each other for a while, so it's a nice little novelty for me.
Absolutely.
From one FSR president to another.
Yeah, exactly. We'll be back later, of course, to finish the race. But yeah, for now, as we get to 100 laps remaining and 5 hours gone, it'll be Vida and Ed for the next couple of hours.
Indeed so. So thank you for joining us, Cam, for the last couple of hours. And we've got this battle brewing for second position in the LMP2 class. Is Turkka Hakkinen trying to chase down Mariano Callo. 3.5 seconds separate the two of them as they're coming towards the end of their respective laps.
Yeah, this should be pretty interesting then. So Hakkinen, who has fought his way through from, it was when Luigi Russo was driving early in the race, they got spun around by, I think it was the 53. I forget who exactly was driving at the time with the, what was it? The MMUK Motorsport by Biogas team, that was it. So that happened at Ginderbeen Bend just before the Le Mans chicane near the end of the lap, just before the Ullman Straight. And so Hakkinen has sort of had to fight back since then. He's put in a couple of good moves and some very, very consistent stints. And now they're closing up on Arm Subra, who, of course, the 41 was leading in the early phase of the race, weren't they? I think I saw some comment from Mariano's teammate, Luca Martino, who was doing that first stint. He said, "My wrists are dead. I'll not miss Sebring." So we forget sometimes there's always that trope about esports. So, it's just people sitting in a chair all day. But with the steering wheel and pedals, it can get quite physical after a while, especially when you have to drive for several hours at a time. Makes what we do in the commentary box look quite easy by comparison, must be said, because we just got to keep moving those lips and making noises, whereas they got to keep the car pointing in the right direction, the tyres in good shape, and they've got to make up ground and overtake each other as well.
And not only that, the fact that Sebring has so many bumps as well, all that force feedback comes directly through the wheel. And as Luca Martino said, that can really put a job on your wrists. And you say that Hakkinen's being caught behind the traffic there just a little bit, but I say that it's not only traffic, it is indeed the car directly ahead, right there on the rear wing. Coming down towards Sunset Bend, going to look to move towards the inside. The Arm Cybercar will maybe try and switch back on exit, but just not able to get that throttle down on exit, and that was a beautiful move there from Hakkinen coming into Sunset.
Yeah, it didn't look like Mariano defended that one too much, so I think the Italian maybe got caught a little off guard there when Hakkinen just immediately launched up the inside and tried to defend a day late and a dollar short, as they say. So unfortunately, that's the 41 down to the bottom step of the podium. But great news for Go Team, of course, leading, having such a dominant hypercar scene. It's great to see the 38. They had a lot of bad luck, especially Road America, but elsewhere in the season, they've sort of been middle of the pack here and there. Great to see the 38 finally in the fight for their first podium of the season. I think their best result was so far was Interlagos, so I think they were 4th because they got 31 points, or was that 5th? They were certainly in the sort of top 5 region, but they've yet to really match that this season. So great to see them, despite being spun around earlier. They haven't let that deter them, their charge. And now only 36 seconds off the lead. Let's not forget. So Swiatkowski, of course, has had his pit stop. And there's every chance Häkkinen could still be a factor in this LMP2 fight for victory here. I wouldn't count Go Team out at this phase with the pace that he's got.
Yeah, I was going to say that as well. The Hyperion car's made its pit stop, which means it's no longer a lap ahead of everyone else. Instead, is just 37 seconds now ahead of this Go Team Racing car, as coming down the Ullman Straight once more. We've got a couple of cars coming into the pits as well in the LMP2 class. I think that's Charlie Rigo's car coming in as well.
I didn't quite see Charlie Rigo's car coming in. That would be the on-off one, wouldn't it? Definitely see Christian Malguera in the Simframe 99 GT3 coming in. So that's going to drop him off the podium for the time being. But yeah, certainly the Aston Martin there on a slightly different strategy to those around it. Malguera, I think, is going to rejoin just ahead of James Juba in the satellite racing number 64. And they're running second early on, the 64. And I think Liam Rance was in the car at the time, and unfortunately they were sort of always on the defensive and dropping positions pretty much throughout the stint. They've done well actually to keep sim races for Holland in sight, essentially, as we look at Johan Kurgin, just 3 seconds behind. And he has been closing on them, I think, last couple of laps. Although, as I say that, I look, he was 2 tenths slower than Juba the previous lap. So it's not quite the slam dunk that I assumed it was. But certainly Kurgin doing a really solid job. Him and actually Duna in the Sim Racing Holland, the other Corvette, they've sort of been doing this strategy where they just keep extending the field as long as they can. And they've been doing that consistently for most of this season, to be honest. And it has started to yield results. Both squads sort of coming into their own in this sort of late phase of the season. And that's good to see. I think Sim Racing Holland are 11th or 10th in the table, and Brabham are 7th. So I think both of them are sort of starting to get the results that they richly deserve. Lots of experience and talent in that squad, and they're finally starting to deliver.
You're starting to, as you said, get everything together. It sometimes takes a little bit of time to get everything together, but once things click, you find it becomes so much easier and so much better for you as an entire team to make everything work, and of course then get better results. That's the most important thing. Kurgin, however, in this Brabham Motorsport car appears to still be around that 3.5 to 4 second mark away from Juba as it stands in that satellite racing car. For this is of course for the 6th position in class, and coming towards sunset once more, and the sun beginning to set ever so slightly, but still not yet time for headlights.
Nobody told that to Johan Kurgin then. I know it goes into the pits now, so maybe it's a bit more shadows there. But yeah, the lights are very, very clearly bright white and on. So you sort of get it's sort of thing you get people honking your horn at when they come at you with the lights on full blast down a dark road in the middle of winter, but in the motorway. But yeah, certainly great news to see them leading the strategy along with Sim Racing for Holland with this option. But let's see if it works out for them. Of course, it does mean they potentially will get undercut, but they might be able to get away with doing one less pit stop compared to their competition, and that could be enough to maybe sneak a top 5, top 6 result, depending on how things play out, of course. But yeah, other thing I've been looking at is the LMP2 lead. Häkkinen has taken a couple of seconds out of Swiatkowski while we've been talking. So I think the last lap actually he took a full second out of him, 1:49.2 for Turkey Hakkinen and Patrick Swakowski 1:50.2. And I wonder, is that a little bit of the 44 Hyperion taking it easy, or is this the 38 just absolutely going for it? Because they've pulled 5 seconds clear of Mariano Callo at this point.
Sure, I'm not exactly sure. Who knows? It could be a mix of both simultaneously, a bit of column A and a bit of column B. As we've seen this Kergin car come out of the pits in 10th position behind Ivan Aguado in the top racing car. So that is that battle over for now. Perhaps we'll see it resume after the pit stop phase has finished.
Yeah, not ideal for Kergin because he really wouldn't want to come out ahead of that car. Now, he's sort of got to follow the Mercedes. Mercedes pretty solid in a straight line as well. The Corvette is decent through the corners, I think, but not necessarily. It's sort of a good sort of kind of jack of all trades, master of none in the GT3 pack, the Corvette, I find, from what the drivers say. Although I remember in the earlier seasons, it was infamously quite difficult to set up. You'd get people taking it to Le Mans, Circuit de la Sarthe, and then spinning out constantly and retiring early on because they just were completely inexperienced and didn't know how to set it up properly. But in the sort of championships I was commentating on anyway. But yeah, it's good to see at the top level in VEC quite a lot of variation. And here's Jules Neal then, who's back on board the G League esports car. And Neal, certainly an up-and-coming young driver. The Frenchman has really been impressing in the last couple of races. Of course, got the team's first podium last time out at Road America. I believe was only their second race in VEC Division 1 as well. I think they've had a lot of success in Division 2 as Neal dips a couple of wheels on the gravel. But yeah, it is really great to see a new team that's sort of mixing it with the big boys and sort of gaining experience as they go. And yeah, definitely they're more than a match for the likes of Brabham Sim Racing for Holland and indeed Simfroom Esports, who Neal is catching at the moment. Although having said that, Christian Malguera has just set the fastest lap in class, I think, 2 minutes .033 essentially. So
yeah, and you can see that this this G League esports car began Division 2 because it has the three numbered. It's got the three numbers and it begins with the 2. So you can see it has been promoted throughout the course of the season to Division 1, and at the moment 7th position in this race at Sebring is very, very respectable. As you were saying before, 7 seconds needed, however, to get to Christian Malguera, which is certainly not easy considering the caliber it is, but also the caliber of Simfroom Esports as a whole.
And of course, Simfroom pit quite recently as well for fresh tyres, so that's why Malguera is lighting up the timing screens at the moment. More of an issue for the drivers ahead, like Juba especially, but also maybe even Boré might be having to pit soon in response once the fuel starts to run low. But yeah, it is sort of punch and counter punch there, and it's interesting in GT3 with Caspian Motorsport. They are 12 seconds down now on RAFA Esports, but it feels every time RAFA pit that the Caspian Motorsport are still sort of just about in reach. So this is a sort of race where if anything goes wrong for RAFA, then Caspian have worked their way into a position where they'd be there to take advantage, which is exactly what they need. And Selleck, who had set that brilliant stint early on, is lapping about 9/10 a lap quicker than Jene Simoncic. So it might not be too long before Simoncic, if they get within 10 seconds or so, Simoncic might be looking over his shoulder ever so slightly.
Yeah, and you will eventually see in the standings in the corner of these drivers' screens, you will see the relative timings to the cars around you for position, and you will notice that this time is starting to get smaller and smaller occasionally, and that just almost concerns you ever so slightly sometimes when you see that gap. You can't see the car, it's still a little bit too far away, but that gap is closing, and you'll see that car in your rear view mirror soon. The question is almost sometimes when and not if, and that can just add a little more of a mental component to your driving.
We're also got a comment about what we were just talking about with the how tricky the Corvette can be. Callum Cripps says the Corvette is awful in a straight line. just for your information. It's a very tricky car, not easy to drive at all. But I suppose Brabham picked it, so as a Brabham team member, Callum Cripps sort of is obligated to say that. I think sort of we picked the hardest car to drive because you sort of want to have that over the other teams and such. Everyone thinks, I think, that they have the hardest car to drive, but maybe with the Corvette that is somewhat justified. We've also seen Callum Cripps compete in other championships as well, like in Le Mans Ultimate, for example, the VMS Pro Series, where he's actually been getting his first podiums there. I've been commentating on that. I think there's another pro round tomorrow night as well. So he's another man on double duty, I guess, although I'm not sure we've seen Callum in the Brabham today. It's mainly been Kurjean and his other teammate, unless I completely just missed Callum's stints completely while I wasn't commentating, which isn't entirely possible. But yeah, I think certainly you need an experienced lineup to get the best out of a car like that. And Sim Racing for Holland as well, another really, really experienced lineup with the likes of Dennis Dooner, Bert Knops, who's got 20 years of sim racing with that Sim Racing for Holland team, funnily enough, under his belt, and all the different championships. He's kept the Dutch flag on that car. So yeah, it's great to really see these long-established lineups that have fought their way to get to the top class, and they've stayed there for a long time for a lot of these drivers as well. Like Simoncic is a good example, part of those previous championship winning lineups. But we've also got that mix. We've got the new breed coming in, like Go Team, of course, that seem to be the real team at the moment, especially in hypercar, of course, where they've got just a real killer lineup of a mix of people who've been in rFactor for a few years, but a couple of relatively new people that just have shot out like a bolt from blue and proven themselves within just a couple of years as well.
Yeah, that's always something that always welcome in racing. You know, the fact that you get this team that have started up, as you said, and then suddenly become contenders. That's always a bonus, because you get to get introduced to new drivers, and of course it's no doubt a welcome challenge for all the present drivers as well, because they've got that little bit more competition.
Indeed, and it's always nice to have a bit of variety in the lineup. You don't, as much as it's nice to face the same people every year, it's always nice to see a few new faces and people who bring something a bit different to the table and have got something to prove as well. So you're never guaranteed a spot at the top table. You've always got to fight to stay there. And so even the people who are not necessarily fighting for the win every race, they're still fighting to stay in maybe the top 5 or top 7, and that's important too. But I was just going to say something about Go Team, of course, because the number 7 that started this race on pole position, the car that Gap Hevesi's driving at the moment, given that they had, I think it was like a 2-lap, they were down like a whole lap with their I think it was 2 drive-through, it was a stop and go, I think, and a drive-through penalty early in the race, and carried over from Road America, of course. And I think when you consider that they had to pass all of the LMP2 field, 3 of the hypercars, and there's within about 50 seconds of second place, Loic Moynier in the Black Hawk car, and within 100 seconds of their teammate. I think the number 7, given what they're up against, they've done an absolutely fantastic job in this race. It may be a little bit unheralded because of the gap to their teammates, but I think we should really applaud that, because that was such a hard knock, quite literally, at the start of Road America, and a lot of the number 7 crew were given a little bit of grief from the chat, especially, I think, at the time. And it was really, really good to see the team response to that was that they sort of rallied around their drivers and said, hey, look, we win together as a team, we lose together as a team, and let's move on and see if we can just get back to doing 1-2s again. So they haven't, even though it's a stiff championship fight, no mistake about it, they haven't let any of the bad blood spill over. And I think that's really shown in how this race has played out, with the number 7 really not losing touch or losing faith at all.
Having a look here at Kurjean now, 10th position in that Brabham Motorsport car, trying to chase down even Aguado in that top racing team. Of course, Brabham Motorsport came out behind that top racing team car after the last pit stop phase. 3.8 seconds the gap at the moment to get back into that top 9.
coming around the double left-hand before coming into the Le Mans complex, the right, the left, and eventually the right once more, and then onto the Ullman straight. And that gap just extending out ever so slightly, actually now, 3.9 seconds.
Yeah, and Callum Cripps points out, he says, yeah, we picked the Corvette for the Bants, instant regret, and he says, I have actually been in the car, it's just me and Johan today. But jumping back in for the last 2 hours, thanks for forgetting about me. Well, certainly I won't make that mistake again for Callum Cripps, so we'll watch his stint in the final 2 hours with close interest. But we have got, is that 90 laps left on the clock then to go then? So it certainly is going to be an exciting last 4 hours or so, isn't it, of this race that we've got to look forward to, as we see Ivan Leonov going into the pits again for Netrex, sixth and last in the hypercar field. Yeah, Kurjon really just got to keep Aguado in sight. I think if you look at the lap times Kurjon's doing since he pit, 202.9, he's about a tenth slower than Aguado in front of him. So yeah, definitely needs to rely a little bit on some of that slipstream. I think the Mercedes maybe being so superior in a straight line means Kurjon has got to sort of rely on the fuel strategy, sort of get him into the mix here.
Yeah, and sometimes that fuel strategy does work out pretty nicely. We've got to wait to see, as you said, how that pans out in the final part of the race. Coming up towards 90 laps to go. However, it will be when the race leader crosses start-finish line next time by, and that gap out to 4 seconds exactly between Kurjan and Aguado. So it appears that that top racing car perhaps just has the slight edge at this juncture, that number 51. Also having a look out there on circuit, there is this battle, of course, this Caspian Motorsport car. It's been doing very well so far today. Semi Celic currently at the wheel of that one. Yerny Simoncic in the Rafa Sports team in the lead of the race. That gap now towards 9 seconds.
Oh, and he has to just let the LMP2 and the Go Team Hypercar through as well at the same time there. But yeah, Semir Celic has just been absolutely trading. He's been lapping in the low 201s, and Simoncic has actually upped his pace to the sort of high mid 201s, but he's still being caught by about half a second a lap at the moment on average. So yeah, Semir Celic has been arguably one of the drivers of the day so far, I think, with some of the moves that he was putting on. There was a move he did earlier when he was recovering from the penalty in the first hour, the drive-through penalty, where he went up the inside of Liam Rance from like a different postcode at the hairpin. It was like, and Liam Rance is no slouch when it comes to defensive driving as well. Semir Celic was just so much faster. He had just a ridiculous advantage, it seems. So yeah, definitely the Porsche is a really handy car to have around here, and it's only Caspian Motorsport that have gone for it this season, really, in the sort of front end of the pack. So yeah, they've got the drivers to take advantage of it. But it's also a really, really effective package around here. And the McLaren, very, very solid, but there's a question mark of whether Rafa have enough when Caspian are at full pace. This could come down to a sort of chase, and it's whether Caspian can keep catching at the rate that they're catching at the moment without running out of tyres and fuel, essentially, or whether they're going to run out of time if Simoncic and Peterson can sort of up their pace, essentially.
Yeah, this is also very true, and good to see how this pans out well in the final 90 laps of the race. Now, you've got about only, less than 3 hours now in the race, so starting to get towards the crunch time, and got to see if Semir Celic and that Caspian Motorsport team steps up to the challenge. You've got this battle for the final podium position as well in the GT3s. It's Kevin Yegan, the Blackhawk racing car, 8 seconds pretty much ahead of Karl Magnus Bora in the Team Iris car. This white and purple GT3 car you can see in the middle of the screen now. And Kevin Yegan in the Blackhawk car, yeah, you might be able to see him in the background of any shots as we go down the Ullman Straight, for example.
Yeah, and don't forget, of course, that Christian Malguer in the Symphony number 99, that black and red Aston Martin, they have pit a bit earlier, and they're trying to undercut both Jaeger and Karl Magnus Bora. And I think Malguer is catching Juba by about 1.5 seconds or maybe even 2 seconds per lap. Nearly it was the previous lap actually. So he is still flying out there in the sort of 2-minute zeros. Juba in the 2-minute 2.7s. Carl Magnus Bore 201.7. Kevin Yeager 202.5. Yeah, so Bore and Malguera looking good at the present moment in terms of their pace, whereas Yeager and Juba may have to get defensive in the not too distant future.
Yeah, both these cars. Of course, defensive driving is a lot different from just clocking down the laps, because you've got to spend a lot more time looking in the rear view mirror and almost, well, I wouldn't quite say mirror driving, but always being mindful of where the car behind is in order to actually make sure that you maintain that position. And that's a little bit more of a mental game as well, because you can always start to fake out, or sorry, the car behind who you're defending from can start to begin to fake out you, and eventually they'll try and make a move that you're not quite expecting, because they've almost feinted a move a number of times, and then when they actually do it, you're not quite prepared for it.
Yeah, I think I hate to go back to Caspian Motorsport, but they made another move. I forget who it was on, but it was going into this corner, Tower Corner, where they basically sold the dummy on the car in front of them and was able to slip up the inside from, again, from just another postal code, as we see the race leader, Moritz Mel, is in the pits. So this, I think Gabo Vessi might well be following them in before too long. Martin Ullerman is also in the pit lane as well, a lap down on the lead. And I think Loic Moynier pit and ended up going a lap down as well. So it was a long stop for Blackhawk. So it'll be interesting to see if the number 7 is going to try anything. Still got the fastest lap of the race to their name. Been lapping in the 1:43.8. So they're definitely the fastest hypercar on track. It definitely feels like Hevesi is extending here to try and get the undercut or overcut, sorry, on Moynier, as we see. Oh, Bore a little bit close for comfort there with the Go Team hypercar.
Yeah, and I think it was Moynier that we were talking about earlier. That Blackhawk car had some damage on it, which made it a little bit more difficult to drive. So perhaps they might have fixed that damage. But yes, Carl Magnus Bore 6.5 seconds now. So this gap definitely is coming down, isn't it?
Yeah, and look at this. Pachito gets on board the number 17. So Gabo Hevesi does take the lead briefly, as there's a driver change from the number 17 crew that was leading the race. So they're now about 85 seconds down on their teammates then. But Pachito could potentially be in for the next couple of hours then. So great to see the American, the man from Boston, back in the driving seat aboard that championship leading squad. And of course, a big at the Go Team lineup, Cosmo Pachito. Not necessarily the driver that they picked for qualifying, but definitely really consistent, really seems to gel with these hypercars as well. So great to see him at the wheel of that Ferrari. But yeah, the big focus is going to be what we're watching at the moment. Bore starting to close in on Kevin Yeager. And as he said, it's sort of, you can get very complacent when in these endurance races when you're on your own for a long period of time, and then suddenly a big white and purple BMW can just emerge from the evening haze out of nowhere, and suddenly you've got a big Carl Magnus Bore shaped problem bearing down on you.
Yeah, that's always a little bit more pressure, isn't it? It's a little bit more threatening. But yes, this Team Irish car looking to gain that second position, and at the moment looks like we'll slowly be getting there. We've got this battle as well, directly behind, or at least for the position behind, I should say, rather. For fourth position, you've got Erdem Akil in this Caspian Motorsport car, which just came into the pits, ahead of James Juba in the Satellite Racing car by 2.5 seconds now. But you've got to remember that because Akil just came in, there's likely to be a fresh set of tyres on that car.
Indeed, yes. So, yeah, Caspian Motorsport again sort of rolling the dice, trying to... this is all just trying to put pressure on Simoncic and Rafa, isn't it? The problem is it's also dropped them down the pack, hasn't it? So, giving them a little bit more work to do. But certainly... where they emerge in the overall order, they've got a big clear piece of track in terms of GT3 cars, haven't they? So I don't think Caspian will be losing hope just yet. I've also been, as we see, finally into the pits comes Ivesi, so Pachito does reassume that lead for the number 17 crew. I was just wondering about our LMP2 championship leaders, Blackhawk, who got disconnected early doors and then rejoined. So Maximilian Scheider is, I think, still going in 17th overall, which I believe is coming out to 10th in class then. So he's on course to sort of get the final point in the LMP2 class, which is something that would be helpful for them, especially on a day where Hyperion, Go Team, Cerberus, a lot of their title rivals are looking pretty good. Polesny is sort of fallen a little bit away from the lead fight, Thomas Inger Sim Racing, but yeah, it wouldn't take too much for Polesny to work the number 28 back onto the podium then. It looks like the number 7 crew, Go Team, have done a driver change. Zoltan Boda is getting on board, and he's come out of the pits about 88 seconds behind Moynier then. So that is the gap that he's got to overcome. Although, of course, I think Blackhawk probably aren't too far away from their next driver change, aren't they? Because I think Moynier has been in a while, so that 88-second gap might come down a little bit once that's comes into play.
Yeah, it has been a long time. Of course, the rule is 70% of the laps your car completes is the limit for a single driver. So maybe we'll need to swap out at some point. No doubt the teams will be tracking this and seeing how many laps they've done and then making their decision from there. But yes, this battle for 12th position in the GT class. Juan Amaya and the Satellite Racing car trying to hold off Nicola Pagini in the Tommy Elliott car. Coming towards it almost straight. Now Pagini going a little bit wide and then throwing up that grass in the exit.
Yeah, Pagani in the sort of similar BMW as well. As we see the sim frame, I think that must be the 99 just lapping them there of Christian Malguer, who's again continuing to just absolutely fly out there. And if Pagani is smart here, he might be able to tuck in. Of course, the Tamelli ERT team have sort of been going a little bit backwards up to this point in the race. They've not had a great deal of fortune, have they? And they've mainly been sort of trying to keep people behind them and not entirely successfully so far in the race. It'd be good to see them make a move, but Satellite Racing, of course, with their second car, Wanamaya, a little bit less experienced than the 64 entry, but the 65, nonetheless, I think has done a very, very respectable job to keep some of the lower end of the top 10 in sight, and that's a really ambitious dive from Pagani into turn 3 and 4 there, but not quite able to pull that one off. That's not a typical overtaking spot there, but now we go to one that is, which is the hairpin. Here we go then at the end of turn 6, and again Pagani is trying to slot himself up the inside, breaks a little bit late, and gets a little bit of overlap at the apex there, but Wanamaya just sweeps back around the outside, and now Simoncic, the class leader, is coming through to lap both of them as well. So this could be quite interesting. Simoncic, of course, still sort of fighting against the Caspian Motorsport team, but of course they've done the pit stop and Simoncic is yet to do so, and this could really hurt Simoncic if he's gearing up for an in-lap before too long, and he tries to stick to the inside. But now the Blackhawk hypercar comes through to lap all of them, and Pagani is being stuck behind Wanamaya now, and now we got Simoncic stuck behind the both of them, waving the blue flag furiously, hoping they'll get out of the way, and Pagani surely has got to here as they go to the back end of the lap.
Yeah, and there we go. Simoncic goes through, and it's always a guessing game when it comes to these blue flags as to how to let the leader pass, or at least the car that's that the blue flags are being shown for pass while losing as little time as possible, especially when you're battling for position like Amaya and Pagani are. No doubt that Satellite Racing car is now also getting the blue flags as they come up to Sunset Bend, and perhaps a possible strategy for that number 69 car is just to follow Simoncic through.
That's certainly what he would be aiming to do. It's a very Max Verstappen-esque move. I think he pulled it off at Monaco one time, following someone through, one of the leaders through to lap someone in his early career. But yeah, and there we go. Wanamaya is sort of stuck on the outside. Nearly all three of them bump into each other there. I think there was a little bit of contact between Simoncic and Amaya there, but he just about sneaks through unscathed there. And Simoncic, I think, will be very, very relieved to be out of that one, because if he'd been stuck on any longer, that potentially could have opened up the door for Caspian Motorsport there. But now Pagani tucks into the slipstream. BMW versus BMW. Can the Tamelli ERT slip up the inside of the hairpin? He's much further alongside this time. The blue, yellow, and black car all braking super late, but it's the move done. into 10th position there. That was a clean move from Pagani, and Amaya didn't really know what was happening until it was too late.
Indeed, a fantastic move there from Pagani in that Tom Elliott car to move up, well, puts them down to 10th position due to the pit stop cycle. But yes, a fantastic job there in order to gain that position. And really, as you said, Amaya didn't really see that one coming, it appears. And you can see that gap already. What is that, about 7-8 tenths of a second? So Pagani certainly does appear to have the pace at this point of the race over that satellite racing car.
Yeah, we also got a comment in the chat regarding that Black Hawk number 3 car from its driver, Loic Moynier. While he was pitting, I think to repair the damage, he says, Top Racing destroyed our suspension. He says, good game, go team. So Loic Moynier, on the outside at least, is appearing to concede defeat to go team. It is a 79-second gap now, and Boda has got the gap to Moynier within 4 seconds. I did say it was 88 seconds, but that was because it hadn't updated in time when Moynier was emerging from the pit stop there. So Zoltan Boda, after being on his own for quite a while since getting up into 3rd position, has now got somebody to play with, and I think he'd be very, very grateful for that, indeed, the Hungarian. But Moynier will not be the easiest man to pass out there, because we've seen him brilliant in attack, brilliant in defense. The Frenchman is not to be trifled with lightly. So Boda better bring his best if he wants to make it a go team 1-2 here.
Yes, and there's just 3.5 seconds and a car separating Boda from that 1-2. And here comes Boda actually up towards Tower, I think this is, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, down towards Bishop. Now you can just see the other hypercar in the distance, that red one of the Black Hawk. Look, really driving that one, coming down towards Bishop and then towards Limon Complex. Lap 186 of 268 we're on at the moment. And then coming across the exit curve, trying not to kick up any dust, and that was a perfectly executed corner almost there by Boda. 3.3 seconds the gap as they're coming down towards Sunset.
Yeah, he was half a second quicker that previous lap, Boda. So, yeah, certainly Black Hawk have repaired the damage, but there's a sort of sense of them being caught and under pressure here. And Moynier's going to have to fight to sort of stop Boda getting in range. And if Boda does get in range, then it's time to get defensive, isn't it? So you want to avoid the battle by outpacing it if you can. But sometimes the battle is brought to you. There's nothing you can do about that. As into the pits comes Carl Magnus Bore. And this is an important stop for him because he was catching Kevin Yeager, was about just under 3 seconds behind before he dived for the pit lane there. So that is going to promote Erdim Akyol in the Casper Motorsport 75 back up to 3rd. He is 99 seconds down on Simicic. Could we see a driver change from Rafa here? And if so, how close is it going to be between Caspian and Rafa Esports?
Yeah, it's always going to be interesting to see if we have a look where those two cars are at the moment. Erdem Ekyol, they're in that Caspian Motorsport car. Currently 9 seconds ahead, essentially, of James Juba in that satellite racing car. But as you said, the one to look forward to is Yerny Simicic, and there's 100 seconds between the two of them at the moment.
Yep, certainly Simicic is pushing to get the gap as big as it can be. That indicates to me that he's probably on quite a low fuel and maybe near the end of this stint then. Speaking of which, here is Boda then continuing to close towards the back of Loic Moynier. Last lap, 7 tenths quicker than Moynier. Moynier was 44.7, 144.0 for Zoltan Boda here. For context, Cosmo Pichero is setting 145.5s, but he's a long way in the lead, of course. So let's see if Boda can get through them. There might even still be time to mount a very, very late challenge to the number 17, but I think Pichiro's probably got a little bit more in hand if he needs it here. I think he knows he can sort of take it easy at this point without worrying too much about losing time. And look how much Boda is just absolutely pushing through the first corner there as he dips the rear tire just temporarily onto the gravel there, mounts the curb like crazy. He's just absolutely hustling this Go Team Ferrari 499 hypercar all over this circuit. And yeah, Sebring is being lit up by this battle. And I think Moynier knows he is going to have to get defensive sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and when that defensive move needs to come, of course, it is a battle of trying to keep that car behind for as long as possible. But when you see the difference between the car's pace, like we've seen how quickly Boda has caught up towards the rear end of Meunier, the question is how long is it actually feasible to keep that other car behind you? And it's going to be an interesting question as to what the answer is that going to be for Meunier, but I have a feeling it might be more of a slightly losing battle.
Yeah, certainly. Boda and the entire number 7 crew just seem really fired up. As I said earlier, just after the disappointment of Road America, the big crash, that they were sort of. I don't think that. I mean, they got the drive-through penalty and the stop-and-go penalty as well for about 60 seconds, wasn't it? So they did sort of get blamed by the stewards for the crash, and indeed the general audience wasn't too kind on them either. But they've certainly been very, very keen to prove everybody wrong and to sort of keep their faint title hopes at least somewhat alive by fighting as high up back through the field as they can. Meunier just seems to be coming upon the traffic at occasionally the wrong moment there as he has to get around the Iris car. And of course, look, Meunier for a long time was actually a Team Iris driver as well. So there's a little bit of, well, you're not one of us anymore from the GT3 team there, I think. But luckily, not too much time lost there. And in fact, Boda now gets around pretty quickly as well. So the gap exactly 2 seconds then on lap 189. 80 laps to go, it says on the graphic there.
Yeah, so getting towards the end of this race, 80 laps remaining, as you said. And Meunier now seeing that Go Team racing car get bigger and bigger in that rear view mirror, coming in towards Cunningham, this right-hander, and that number 7 car chasing down that number 3 at a terrifying speed, coming through Tower once more, and the sun is definitely beginning to set here in Sebring. No doubt we'll get some night running soon, but yes, here is the number 7 car, and you can see number 3 just ahead in pretty much all of the camera shots now, and that's something that we definitely didn't see 5 laps ago.
Yeah, there we go. So visually you got a very clear illustration there of the picture here. And of course, Boda and Meunier have crossed swords a couple of times before this season, so it'll be interesting to see what they've learned and who decides to make the first move defensively or in attack in the case of Boda. But now we see the G League Esports team of Jules Neal in the pits. So that's going to allow Melguera to sort of. I think Melguera was already ahead. Oh no, he wasn't, was he? So I think that has like Melguera up in position. That's going to drop Jules Neal out of the top 8, at least temporarily, while he will later have to fight his way through then. Yeah, Boda, definitely, there's a couple of laps where it's going to be back and forth here, isn't it? Where the last lap we saw, Meunier was actually 2 tenths quicker, but the general trend is that Boda is catching, as you say.
So here comes Boda eventually. 2.3 seconds the gap's a little bit, it's extended a little bit over the past lap or so. Yeah, indeed, 2.3 seconds again as he crossed the first timing line between sectors 1 and 2. So Meunier starting perhaps to pick up the pace a little bit as I say that, Boda appeared to go a little bit wide there, cutting him as well.
Yeah, maybe the rear tyre is just starting to complain a little bit here. But let's see as they go towards the second split what the difference is here. Meunier sets a personal best middle sector, 27.764. But Boda beats that, 27.729. So it's a nip and tuck between them on this lap here. So Meunier maybe a little bit held up in traffic. He clearly has a little bit more in reserve that he can use if he absolutely has to. And it's a good thing he's using it because he absolutely needs it right now.
Yeah, needing every single 10th possible at the moment. Coming through Sunset Bend, having a look at this number 7 car, and look at all this traffic directly ahead. And you can see Meunier there. I think that number 3 car has been bombed badly by that GT traffic through the middle of Sunset.
Yeah, it was the Net Race Seawolf car, I think, the Aston Martin, that was just exactly at the wrong place at the exit of Sunset Bend. And you saw Boda just used it like a chicane, threaded the needle between the pair of them. And now he's only about half a second behind then and still flying over the curbs as well. Not just flying in terms of the lap times, but literally launching himself into the air. Such is his excitement, Zoltan Boda. And I know it's a bumpy track, but he's jumping up and down in that cockpit, saying, right, I'm going to go for this now. And Loic Moynier is probably tensing up by contrast to the wheel of his Blackhawk hypercar. And it's always the way when you're in a situation where somebody's catching you, you notice that you start to pressure is an incredible thing, makes you do things that you wouldn't normally do whatsoever, but you sort of tighten up, you tense up, and suddenly your movements become a little bit more you're sort of squaring off at the wheel in some of these corners as well as they go all up the inside of Jene Simoncic's GT3 class leading car there. But yeah, it is really psychologically quite an extraordinary situation sometimes when you're being caught and you know you've got to find something, but it's just a case of the things that you would normally do without second thought suddenly become way more difficult than they normally should be.
Yeah, it's always interesting when things become way more difficult than you expect them to be, or as you said, should be. 7/10 of a second, 8/10 of a second separating the two of them. Now, coming through Sunset Bend, and yeah, Boda having a slightly disadvantaged entrance due to that LMP2 traffic on entry. We're saying that going for start finish time 4/10 of a second. So I think Boda appears to be a lot stronger in that final sector of the lap when compared to Meunier, but Meunier appears to be better in the first couple.
Yeah, he's taking so many risks through Sunset. Did you see how close he got to the inside wall at the apex there? There was barely a cigarette packet between them there, or maybe even just a thin sheet of tracing paper between the two, but it's not tracing, it's racing between these two then as they go around the satellite of car of Juba and towards the hairpin turn. And Boda, he's starting to make his intentions very, very clear by just showing to the inside before returning to the racing line there. A little bit of dust kicked up as he squirrels on exit there, and Moynier really up against the wall now, against the full force of a resurgent number 7 Go team here. Can Zoltan Boda find a way through, or can Moynier hold on for the next 78 laps or so?
Yeah, and Meunier is going to have to put up one very, very good defensive job to maintain that second position. Of course, that's not including the pit stops that they still need to make as well. Boda falling back ever so slightly, but a lot closer this time round, coming into the section of the circuit that Go Team car appears to be a lot stronger at.
Indeed it does. So this is really where they need to keep the pressure on, do they, at Go Team. Hope that they can sort of force Moynier wide into a mistake or just overwhelm him. And again, very, very close to the inside. I almost think he carries so much speed through Sunset that he's in danger of hitting the back of that Blackhawk at certain points, as we see a couple of pit stops going on in the background in the lower end of the GT3 order, I think. Boda is just got his sights absolutely set on the back of that Blackhawk, but they need to be mindful of the traffic here as Moynier laps the Caspian Motorsports Porsche, and now Boda is going to be just slightly held up here through the middle sector, but they part like the Red Sea to the Hyperion and the Caspian, and Boda free to chase down Moynier once more.
Yeah, and getting rid of that traffic is so important for that number 7 car. But of course, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away, as is always the motto in endurance racing. So a little bit of a gap there caused due to that traffic. But Boda still within 1 second, still close enough to use the slipstream along these long straights here in Sebring, of which we're about to come to one of them after this braking zone for Tower, trying to use a little bit of the curb on the outside on entrance before squaring off the exit and putting down that throttle as soon as possible, coming down towards Bishop and the Le Mans complex. And here we go through the right, the left and the right, and we'd certainly be using as much of that slipstream as possible down the Omen Straight, although a little bit too far back to make a move into Sunset this time round.
There's also a move a little bit further down that's shaping up. Malguera has caught Juba. I did say he was catching him at nearly 2 seconds a lap, and that has continued. 2 minutes 0.9 for Malguera last lap, 2:02.6 for Juba So yeah, James, the Englishman, being caught by the Italian at the wheel of the Sebring. Aston Martin going onto the gravel, and that's surely going to make it a very straightforward move now down the Ullman Straight. The Aston Martin has got the inside, has got the speed, will sweep across the block off the BMW, and that's Christian Malguera back up to 4th then. So this has been very impressive so far, though. Juba, a late dive up the inside, but that's covered off beautifully by Malguera in response.
Yeah, a very, very good job there by Christian Malguera in that Sebring car, coming in across the start finish line once more. But having a look at this battle for 2nd position overall once more, and Bora still not close enough to make a move. There's LMP2 traffic ahead, managed to get past that before the braking zone for Cunningham, and there's a couple of GT3 cars ahead, which may be the exact opportunity Bora needs.
Yeah, that's also, I believe that's the net race Seawolf car, isn't it? The hypercar that they're about to put a lap on, which is incredible to think about because Mounier and Boda were fighting with him earlier in the race as well for actual 2nd position, essentially. So yeah, it really shows you what a difference 194 laps can make then, and surely it's going to have to move across. I believe is that the 23 of David Putzier that I think is just having to lift off on the inside before sunset there, and stays well out of the battle there, which is very good because they are, of course, the same class of car, so it would be very easy to keep up with them and maybe split them up. But he's decided not to get involved at all and stay neutral in that fight. Of course, they're over a lap ahead of them now, so there isn't really much point trying to hold them up, I guess, and they wouldn't have right away with the blue flags anyway. Yeah, Mounier is just responding quite well to the pressure. You saw how close Boda is getting into some of the braking zones, but Mounier is not losing his composure. He's, of course, very, very experienced at this point and very, very highly rated in endurance racing for very good reason as well. He's got a lot of victories, a lot of against the odd victories to his name as well, not just in hypercars and LMP2s, but also in GT3s. But he goes a bit wide at the hairpin there, but just gets on the throttle in time before Boda can even think about launching an attack there.
However, at the hairpin, it's actually in Mounier's favour because, you know, it wiggles.
Oh, he's
coming
pushing
out.
him along.
Yeah,
for Cunningham.
look at that.
Yeah, Boda, I think, starting to get a bit impatient here because he senses Mounier getting defensive, breaking a bit earlier into Cunningham corner, and he's just getting a bit flustered. It's Mounier that's looking calm and collected at the moment.
Yeah, indeed it is. As I was saying, Mounier maybe has a bit of an advantage coming out of the hairpin because the road really deviates precisely on exit, which may well help Mounier defend that position.
Yeah, certainly. He knows this track very, very well, having raced here in several endurance races in the past, of course. So he knows exactly which bumps are friendly and which ones are not, and he's going to try and force Boda onto the more unfriendly off, or make it so that the only way he can attempt to move is by going over the bumpier parts of the track. So this is going to be quite intelligent driving, not just stubbornly holding position, as this is right, but also using his brain to force the Go team onto the parts of the circuit that Boda really doesn't want to put it on.
And of course, the other part is that if there's contact between Boda and Mounier, could well be consequences for the next race at Nürburgring in 5 weeks' time in terms of a pit lane penalty of some description. So, yeah, this is another thing they've got to keep in mind. But you can see how much further back Boda's fallen just because of catching traffic at the wrong time and having that little bit of a moment. 1.5 seconds now, that gap.
Well, the other thing as well is not just a potential penalty if things go wrong, as Boda and the number 7 crew already know from having to serve 2 at the very start of this race. The other thing is, in terms of the championship, the number 7 has more to lose, doesn't it? Because they need to keep their hopes up. You could almost go into they're how many points behind are they to the number 17 going in? It's 13 behind, isn't it? So you could almost say, well, they got nothing to lose, but actually they do compared to the Blackhawk team, don't they? So in a way, it's kind of, there's arguments either way to just go for it on like Moynier and risk a collision that might end up dropping them third back anyway, because it might be the only way to get through into second with the amount of time they've got left in the race. But also there's a sense of, well, third is still better than not finishing at all, you know. And they were fourth, they just about recovered to fourth after the horrible crash at the start of Road America really compromised their race. And certainly they're in a better position here, but yeah, they've still got time at the moment. But if Moynier can just keep holding them up lap after lap and is still ahead after the next pit stop as well, this could come down to time for Go Team rather than aggressiveness.
Yeah, as you are completely correct, it could well come down just to running out of laps. Run lap 196 at the moment, and indeed Moynier is doing a great defensive job as it stands. You've got this battle as well down in the GT3 class. This is Yannick Place trying to chase down Dennis Duma in that number 52 Sim Racing for Holland car. Coming down towards the hairpin are these two GT3 machines.
Yeah, Iris have really been another team that's been impressing today. Not had everything go their own way in that BMW, but they've certainly put on a few solid moves, and they might have to do a few more to get past Sim Racing for Holland, at least in this stint, as we rapidly close in on 200 laps completed by our race leader Cosmo Prosciutto and the number 17 team at Go Team. But yeah, Yannick Place, he's got the bit between his teeth. If you look at the last couple of laps that Yannick's been doing, last lap was invalid. I think he went off track, but Dennis Duna said a 202 oh, there's an LMP2 that's gone well onto the grass at Tower. It's got turned there. I think that must have been undercover Raijin car, I think it was, because it looked like a very dark livery.
So Dennis Duna trying to hold on in that checkerboard Sim Racing for Holland car, but the thing is that Pleiss is so close behind. Look how close these two are coming down towards Sunset Bend. Good to be seeing these differing lines as well. You can see Pleiss takes a little bit of a wider line on entrance and a little bit of a tighter line on exit. Well, that would be normally the case if that prototype wasn't there, but that appears to be worked for that car currently in 5th place as it's looking into turn 1 and goes up the inside. Duna allows room there. They're still side by side coming up towards turn 3, but Duna allows that place go. So move Pleiss and that Team Iris car up to 4th position in the class.
Yeah, there we go. I think that just the pace of that our Team Iris BMW was a little bit too much for Duna to live with, but that was a well-executed move up the inside from Yannick Pleiss. Saw the opportunity, didn't hesitate to go for it. So, yeah, fantastic. That moves him up to 5th position, but now it's a big gap, 52 seconds to Simfreen team. But, of course, number 99 is on that alternate fuel strategy, isn't it? So they will have to come in a bit sooner than the 78 Team Iris outfit. So there is potentially still a shot at 3rd here if they play their cards right. And who knows, there's still about 70 laps left to go, aren't there? So anything could well happen. Team Iris just need to stick with it, and they could well take their best finish of the season so far.
Yeah, and the best finish of the season, getting an upswing towards the end of the season is particularly what you want in order to be able to carry that same momentum towards the following season, isn't it? But yes, some good results perhaps in the final part of the season 17 here for that Sim Racing for Holland car. Although I say that, look at this, Alex Boytigam right there in 6th place, ready to take that position away from Dennis Duna once more.
Yeah, and Brautigen, the 81 Blackhawk, was sort of running 3rd for quite a lot of the race early doors, wasn't it, before having the podium sort of just taken away from Caspian Motorsport. Then they got back on it when the 91, their teammates, Rada Urchan at the wheel, hit trouble and had to retire from the races. Brautigen saves a huge moment in the middle of Sunset there. And that really shows you just how much they're pushing. At this phase, there is nearly 200 laps completed. Some of the drivers that have been in a couple of hours will be starting to fatigue as the sun starts to dip over the horizon beyond Sunset Bend as well. But yeah, Duna, having just seen Pleiss pick him off, is surely knowing deep inside that it's going to be difficult to keep Bradagem behind for a significant period of time here. But also under attack once again is Loic Moynier, because Boda is back within 6/10 then. But let's keep our eyes on this battle, because I think Bradagem is sizing up a move here, Vidir.
Yeah, looking to take away that 5th position. Perhaps going to make a move into the hairpin. No, just moves that nose out towards the outside to almost throw a little bit of a fake there. But Dennis Duna still holding on to that final position in the top 5. Coming up towards Cunningham now, though, Bradagem a little bit too far back once more in order to make a move. Of course, a strategy that Bradagem could use is to use the faster traffic and follow it through, but considering the pace difference, he might not even need that faster traffic, even though there is a prototype looming behind the two of them.
Yeah, the problem for Bradagem is he can see Pleiss 2 seconds ahead of this battle starting to check out, and he really desperately knows that's who he wants to be fighting with, so he needs to clear Dennis Duna ASAP here. But the problem is that he's going to just put that Corvette in play. He's probably a bit annoyed that Pleiss got through so easily, so he's putting up even more of a fight now against Bradagem. But he dips a wheel on the gravel or out the exit of the curb there through into Ullman Straight, and this allows Bradagem to just get to the inside just before the Sim Racing for Holland car can. So Duna is stranded on the outside. We'll have to take the long way around, and Bradagem can just nip to the inside, take that position, and surely that is going to be, although he doesn't get an amazing exit, Dennis Duna is going to try and go back around the outside into turn 1, but I think that's a non-starter there. Bradagem has covered that off, and now surely gets to turn 1 first, and the BMW very, very clearly into 5th position in class then.
Yeah, and it looks like that move will be done. This move as well for 2nd position overall. Loic Moynier and Bora once more coming in towards Sunset Bend. And Moynier just holding on for now by the looks of it.
Yeah, he's only got to do it for 68 more laps. Easier said than done, I think, in a very extreme sense of that phrase. But yeah, Boda has been pretty relentless, but Moynier, again, just sort of keeping his composure, knowing, look, I've got the track position here. I can control this through the parts of the track that I'm not so strong and pull away the parts where I'm good at.
Yeah, precisely. Knowing where your strengths and weaknesses are, knowing where your opponent's strengths and weaknesses are as well, is so important when trying to defend. Like Moynier is now in this Black Hawk number 3 car, come towards the hairpin once more, accelerating out towards Cunningham, and we've crossed the timing line, and again that gap about half a second or so.
Yeah, so it's been fluctuating here and there with some of the traffic playing its part there, as Kurjon is going to have to get well out of the way for Moynier, and through immediately and almost onto the grass as well comes Boda, who is not leaving any breathing room, and Moynier's round the tower corner, and he has a big spin before he collects it. I think he just got a little bit too wide there, and Boda is up to 2nd. It's a go team 1-2 on lap 201.
Yeah, the pressure might have just got a little bit too much for that number 3 car, and as you said, went round at the exit of Tower Bend. That position appears to be lost for that Blackhawk car, and it becomes a 1-2 for Go Team. But yeah, just a little bit wide, I think, there on exit of Tower, and just caused it to straddle the curb a little bit, and yeah, go round. And here we go. Here is the replay. Having a look at Moynier, and here we go. No, it wasn't actually. The rear end snapped away pretty much on entrance. Perhaps a little bit too much rear brake.
Yeah, definitely. That he just got a little bit caught out there. I think it's because he had to go a little bit offline. Very aggressive into turn 1 as well. He's certainly not giving up, but yeah, it really felt like because he had to go offline to lap Kurjin in the Brabham Corvette, that was really what put him offline into Tower onto the sort of part of the track where there was less grip, and the rear tires clearly just didn't enjoy that, and on top of that the braking was a little bit offline as well. So a small error, but with big consequences and a big dramatic 360-degree spin. He did well to get it pointed back in the right direction so quickly, so that could easily have been an 8-second loss instead of a 4-second loss. So yeah, Moynier has got some good he's a very quick thinker, isn't he? And I think it shows in situations like that. But nonetheless, Boda did well to force the issue there and force Moynier into that mistake.
Yeah, and that's sometimes all that sometimes that is all that is required in order to make that effective move. Having a look here, Alex Bortigam once more in this number 81 car, 3 seconds back from Yannick Weiss in that number 78 Team Iris car. And yes, these two coming down towards the Omen straight as the GT leader comes into the pits once more.
That would be Simoncic then potentially doing the final driver change of the race then, the number 82 referee sports team. It'll be interesting to see where they come out relative to Caspian 75, because Erdy Makel got the gap down to 89 seconds. It was nearly 100 seconds at one point, wasn't it? So
yeah.
This could be a little bit close for comfort then, in terms of they're probably still going to come out ahead, but not by the luxury of a margin that they enjoyed earlier on in the race. So yeah, Caspian 75 really just kept the pressure on, and kept pushing, and kept Simoncic and Peterson on their toes in this race, and that has been fantastic to watch then. Also the Racing Zone car, Zolt Pribek, I think, getting on board, being serviced at the moment. So yeah, that's going to drop them down to 5th, I think, behind David Putske. But to see how that all pans out. We've also got a little battle near the very, very back, I think, actually, of LMP2 between Alex Beggy and Ilko Busing.
Here we go, yes.
These two were, of course, fighting actually for sort of top 5s, top 6s earlier in this race. Both of them have hit trouble. And we saw the Simframe have a big moment, wasn't it, in the first couple of corners where the steering seemed to die mid-corner and they had to restart. And I think Busing and Valet had a similar sort of issue out of their controllers. Or they refused actually to let the overall hypercar leader through, such as the Alex Beggy's desperation to get out of 13th place and into 12th. And Cosmo Pasciuto, I don't think is going to be too impressed by that.
Yeah, well, yes, correct. No, will not be that impressed as the car. Yes, here comes Busing and Beggy through the back half of the circuit. They've got some traffic to navigate simultaneously, but this Valley Esports car and the Simframe car battling for 12th position, still a point or two on offer for getting up into 12th place. It's certainly worth it, because you never know how that's going to affect the final championship standings. But coming through the Le Mans complex, right, left, right, and Beggy will have a little bit of a slipstream from Busing down the Almond Straight.
Yeah, also about a lap ahead of these two, Maximilian Scheider is about 4.8 seconds down on Enzo Gribber in the number 26. Of course, if memory serves, that's the rFRO SimSport car, so that's the fight for 9th in class as well. So of course, our championship leader trying to limit the damage. In comes Alex Beggy. He said he's sick of being stuck behind Ilko Busing and will try and undercut him. So smart thinking there from Simframe to try and cut their losses there.
Yeah, coming into the pits, that's after actually 6 hours though, so that timing actually makes sense for 45 minutes of stint for the LMP2 cars.
Yeah, certainly does. But there shouldn't be any need to pit for a splash and dash unless they use a ridiculous amount of fuel. So you're absolutely right there, but yeah, other drivers and teams in a slightly trickier position with the fuel, especially in GT3. Some, like the 2 Corvettes of Brand New Sports and Simrace Volland, trying to run as long as they can to stop 1 stop less than everybody else. We'll have to see whether it filters out or whether they're going to just run out of tyres come the end of the race, trying to extend their stints essentially. But they're doing a solid job so far to keep with the leaders, keep them just about in sight for the sort of top 4 battle. One we're looking at the moment is Bradajam starting to sort of up his pace a little bit in terms of closing in slightly on Yannick Pleiss. 2 minutes 0.9, impressive lap last time around, which was 7 tenths quicker than Pleiss, actually 2:01.6. Pleiss, we've seen him making progress, making moves earlier on, but now the shoe is on the other foot, and Bradajam is to spread the pain a little bit here.
Yeah, 2.3 seconds the gap as they're coming across towards the start-finish line, exiting out of Sunset, using as much of that tarmac as possible without slapping the wall. on the outside. 2.8 seconds now the gap, and of course turn 1 is so difficult. It's very fast and completely blind as well.
Indeed, it is such a tricky corner where if you go, it's a little bit like we saw with Moynier at Tower, although that was at much lower speed, whereas turn 1 is sort of a third, fourth gear corner, depending, of course, on what car you're driving. But yeah, you do carry quite low speed. It's Nisula. Oh, no,
So the
Allison,
game
sorry. So
requires headlights now, so please turn them on and keep them on until the end of the race. Once you've ended the race, keep them on, because I'm not going to unlink you from the results.
Yes, that is the official announcement for Jerry Allison that headlights are now required from now until the end of the race.
I have to apologise because I saw Jimmy Allison's name pop up, and after Road America, where we heard it so much in sort of circumstances of a massive crash at the start and then a red flag with a restart, I sort of associate that graphic with bad things are about to happen or are happening that we don't know about until now. But of course, it was nothing too much to concern ourselves with, Vidir. It was all okay in the end there. So it's just reminding people to turn their headlights on. I'm reminded of a little bit like Liam Rance earlier, I'm reminded of a league that I used to commentate on that sadly no longer exists, ERC Endurance rFactor 2, where Liam drove for a team called DDoS Racing and did a race at Circuit of the Americas in the GT3 class where he'd mapped his horn, I think, to push to talk. It wasn't to do with the lights, but it was to do with the horn actually. And so whenever he was talking to team over the team speak or whatever, basically would blast the horn out, and to the point that stewards got annoyed. Now he actually got a penalty post. It didn't end up costing him the win, but he did get a penalty because they're like, you're not allowed to use your horn to troll people essentially and to an excessive amount there, as we see Brabham leaving the pits in the background. But yeah, Bradajam starting to just slip a little bit further back now behind Yannick Pleiss. So but yeah, I'm always reminded of that Liam Rance story when I hear the rules about like how often you can use your horn or turning the lights on and sort of like button mapping issues and that sort of thing. But I always thought that was brilliant that Liam Rance, such a talented driver, but that was just one little thing that he hadn't thought about at the time. I doubt he'll ever make that mistake again.
But yes, Bradajam appears to have fallen back ever so slightly actually from Pleiss. It's got 2.3 seconds. Perhaps that Team Irish car slightly stronger at this point in the race, although I'm expecting to see these two actually come into the pit soon, considering we've just passed the hour marker.
Yeah, and we have just seen Scalvini go into the pits as well, and he's emerged about 37 seconds behind. But on his different strategy, I think the number 99 is still looking good for third at the moment, but it's going to be sort of touch and go because we know the fuel tank runs to a slightly different stink length in the GT3s as well. Depends Scalvini in the Aston Martin and Bradajam and Pleiss in the BMW, so it's going to come down to the fuel mileage between those two cars, isn't it?
Yeah, and fuel mileage is going to be so important when it comes to that final pit stop as well, because as myself and Cam were saying earlier, that final pit stop, it means if you need less fuel, obviously it's shorter and then you can jump the car ahead without actually ever making a move. Say that, look how wide that GT3 car was coming out of the final corner before the Almond Straight. A lot of dust being kicked up there.
Yeah, certainly shows how hard Bradajam is pushing for the German Black Hawk team, but not to any real effect or avail here. So he is just going to have to press on and hope he can get his strategy to work here. But Scalvini, meanwhile, is going to start to light up the timing screens as we see actually nearly 8 tenths quicker than Bradajam in that middle sector as well, and about 2 tenths quicker than Pleiss middle sector. So really shows you benefit of the fresh tyres. And Scalvini obviously pitting at different times to everyone else means he's had to make more moves than some of the other drivers and teams, but it also has put him in this sort of unique position where he sort of always seems to be the fastest guy on track as well whenever we look at him.
Yeah, and that's always a bonus when you have a look, isn't it? To always be the fastest out there on the circuit. But yes, Pleiss appears to be faster at this point now. 4 seconds now. Essentially, the gap between the two of them. So Pleiss definitely, I think, it does have the upper hand at the moment. We've got this battle for 4th position in the LMP2s as well. You've got Yomaki Yupi in the number 28 car, trying to chase down Francesco Gianali in the Armed Cyber at number 41. 4 seconds separate the two of those as well as they're coming down the back of the circuit.
Yeah, crucial battle for Thomas Enger Sim Racing's championship hopes, with Blackhawk number 30 all the way down in 10th, still behind Enzo Gruber, who's actually pulled away slightly. There's a big opportunity for Thomas Enger Sim Racing to actually take the lead of the LMP2 championship, but they need to maximize this. They cannot afford to be stuck behind Geniale. I think top 4 is really what they would need. Ideally top 3 if they can stretch that out, but there might be too much to ask for given the pace of Go Team 38 and the on-off number 27 as well, in the second and third and second respectively, I should say. Yeah, it's a good little battle there. I tell you what's also impressed me, the pace of Boda relative to his teammate Prosciutto, because he's been lapping about half a second, 6/10 per lap quicker than number 17, and he's cut the gap from about, 76 seconds to 61 seconds. So that's a huge, almost 15-second time gain there in the last half hour, 40 minutes or so. So he's probably running out of time to catch him for the overall lead, but he's certainly not given up, and this has been an almighty charge from the number 7. I think I can't praise enough the job that they're doing, especially after all the, like I said, all the criticism they received after Road America. Well, certainly it certainly shut any criticism I might have had up, because all the drivers of that team have done a really superb recovery job today.
Yeah, that's part of endurance racing as well, is to try and make those recovery drives. As you've said, this is such an important point. Yomaki Yupi 2.5 seconds now back from Geniali. So that Thomas Enger Sim Racing car certainly appears to be a little bit faster at this point. 60 laps remaining, as you can see there in the top left as well. Coming through Sunset Bend is this Thomas Enger car. And then coming out towards the wall of exit. They crossed the start finish line once more, and that gap, 2.5 seconds pretty much. Stayed pretty stable through the third section of the lap.
Yep, indeed it is. We also see Wanye has decided, falling 6 seconds behind Boda, to take another pit stop. So that should be penultimate pit stops then taking place for a lot of these cars, but in particular the hypercars, of course. And now Maki Yupi has caught some traffic here. He's going to have to go around the outside of the Seawolf Net Race Aston Martin GT3. But luckily it doesn't hold him up too much then. So Geniali here, we've seen him sort of up against it a little bit at points in this race. It's been sort of up and down for the Arm Super 41, isn't it? They were leading early on in the hands of Martino, and now they're sort of just struggling to really keep the podium in sight here. I think Maki Yupi could be looking to spoil their day here.
Yeah, looking to take away that 4th position from them.
And I just realized something, by the way, Vidir. I completely ignored this, but Akyol has taken the lead in GT3. He's come out after that pit stop to change drivers. He's actually come out about 6 seconds ahead of Jesper Peterson in referee sport. So all of a sudden, Cassian Motorsport, despite having that early drive-through penalty, are now looking potentially in a position to challenge Rafa for victory here. We'll have to see what the lap times Peterson is able to put together. 201.1 last lap round compared to Akyol 2 minutes 0.8. So have Cassian Motorsport pulled the blinder here, and could they be on to spoil the sort of, 3 wins in a row? They were looking for their 4th win in a row today, weren't they? Rafa Esports, and suddenly Caspian, the Turks, have spoiled the party.
Yeah, indeed, Caspian Motorsport could well have thrown a spanner in the works of the Rafa Esports team strategy. Coming out of turn 5 now and across, underneath the bridges, and it looks like perhaps this Caspian Motorsport car might have put themselves in for a good shout lead. They've still got a couple of hours to hold on to that position though, and a lot can happen in a couple of hours.
Yeah, of course, they're a little bit off sequence in terms of pit strategy as well, but it is going to start to converge towards the end. We'll have to see if the Porsche has got it's certainly got the pace, has it got the fuel to last the distance here? We've got 58 laps to go, so Victor in GT3 well and truly rests on a knife edge then, and it's up to Jesper Peterson to make up that 6.5 second gap. But at the moment, Erdi Mekiol is pulling away, doing an absolutely superb job to come from pretty much nowhere to victory over the course of these 8 hours so far. We're just about we've got an hour and a half left, haven't we? 58 laps, isn't it, roughly?
A little bit more than that. I think it's a couple. It's almost. It's about
Nearly
an hour
2
50,
hours.
I
Yeah.
think.
Okay. Yeah. I was a bit of a optimistic estimate there from me. I just want to eat dinner, but that's what that's about. But anyway, let's check back in with the Maki Yupi Geniali squabble. 2.5 seconds between the pair, as Geniali's just had to let Moynier, I think, back through in the hypercar. But yeah, he's certainly keeping Geniali inside. The lap times 2/10 quicker for Maki Yupi the previous lap around, so catching him little by little, but the charge, it's not quite as much as we saw in the previous laps. Maybe Thomas Enke Sim Racing keeping their powder dry for the closing stages.
Yeah, that's also something very important, is to make sure that you keep your car intact towards the end of the race, to make sure that you actually have the opportunity to battle for these positions at the end of the race. Francesco Ginali doing a good job though defending, or at least keeping that gap constant, I should say, rather. Although Maki Yupi there was stuck in the GT traffic through 3, 4 and 5. It's so difficult through there because there is only really one line. You can make it side by side, but one of the cars will lose a lot of time compared to the other.
Yeah, we also see both of the race leaders in. Out comes Prosciutto. Boda is still in there being serviced, just about to get in his box there. Should comfortably come out ahead of Moynier then. But meanwhile, Maki Yupi sees Geniali just struggling a little bit with some LMP2 traffic there. So this could be interesting then if Geniali is held up a little bit. He's got to pass the Caspian Motorsport car as well. So Maki Yupi will have to deal with them, both of them, in due time himself. But this certainly has opened it up for Thomas Enke Sim Racing, and Maki Yupi, of course, Enke Sim Racing, of course, have had plenty of success in history, in their history here in VEC. I've sort of been able to mount a bit of a comeback in the standings the last couple of races to close on Blackhawk, and it could well be this result that puts them in with into the lead of the championship. Although we can't, of course, forget about Hyperion number 44, who are doing an excellent job, well on their way to their second win of the season. And with 3 cars in between them and Thomas Enke Sim Racing, not forget in the standings, they are, let's have a look, on 160 points to Thomas Enke Sim Racing's 177. So they're 17 behind. They're going to gain significantly. And Thomas Enke Sim Racing themselves are about 7 behind Blackhawk as well. So you've got to say, we are looking at a 3-way fight in the final 2 races for the LMP2 title. And I think that's going to be absolutely excellent because it could really go either way between the 3 of them.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very fun to see what happens in the final couple of races of the championship. You see this Maki Yupi is closed up quite a bit now with Geniali. 1.8 seconds now, the gap between the 2 of them as they come down towards the hairpin. We'll get another update on this gap just now. See if it is closed. Indeed, it's 1.5 seconds now. So Maki Yupi, this Thomas Enke Gold LMP2 car, appears to be gaining ground really, really quickly over that number 41.
Yeah, maybe it's the sun going down and casting a gold light over the track as well. Helps the car with the gold paint, coincidentally. But Maki Yupi always seems to find a little something extra in these sorts of conditions. He always tends to, once he's feeling really comfortable, he never seems to get too tired in these sort of closing stages, even near the end of a stint then. So that's bad news for Geniali, who I think is just hoping that something happens to delay that Thomas Enke car behind him. But he could well find himself very, very vulnerable in these closing stages then, with 50-odd laps left to go. The pressure's only going to get worse from here for Arm Sebring.
And under a second now, this gap, this Thomas Enke car, is starting to get bigger and bigger in that rear view mirror of the Arm Cyber number 41, crossing the start finish line once more, 0.6 of a second, the gap between the 2 of them. We could well start to see these attacks happening this lap. Coming through turn 1 are both these LMP2 cars, and up towards turn 3 now, a big braking zone
4 and 5. There's a little bit of traffic ahead, but I think they managed to pass that before they get down towards the hairpin.
Also, Akel is in the pits now, serving what should be his penultimate pit stop, I suspect, then, of the race. Is a battle with Jesper Petersen. So Petersen, he'd actually had a slightly slower lap. The gap had dropped to 5.8 seconds. Probably the right call from Caspian to pit their driver in, put some fresh tyres and more fuel in, and get back into the race then. So, but of course, that gives Jesper Petersen back into the lead. Exactly what he would have wanted, and they need to make hay now that they've got that track position again.
So half a second now between these two very, very equal machines coming down towards Bishop. Now these couple of flat out left-handers. Having a look at the traffic ahead, I can't really see any GT3 vehicles. The right, the left, and the right once more. I think Maki Yupi might have a chance and an attack down into Sunset this time round.
Yeah, here you go. You can see the sun setting in the background then, and now Geniale is going to know Maki Yupi is there. Will he try and defend the inside? He sticks to the racing line, brakes very, very late, and sort of tries to spook Maki Yupi out of that one. A little bit of struggling for traction actually from both of them on exit here. The tyres clearly have been through some abuse in the course of this stint then. Sparks flying from the bottom of the Arms Sebring LMP2 then. Maki Yupi, very, very confident, swings into the first corner and now sets himself up well into 2 and 3. Geniale, or a little bit late on the brakes, light contact with the curb from both cars there. Sun just getting in their eyes then as it goes below the horizon in the background. And Maki Yupi, is he sizing up a move into the hairpin? He's a little bit further back than I think he'd ideally want. It would have to be a late move here. He can probably afford to be just a little bit patient, at least wait another lap or two before manning the move there. Maybe another opportunity with some traffic coming up ahead of them. Maki Yupi looking confident, looking calm, looking assertive here as well. And Geniale may well be biting through his fingernails if he didn't have to keep them on the steering wheel at the same time.
Oh, look how close it is between these two. Now, Maki Yupi just wanting to launch an attack at any opportunity, but this might be the best one so far. Coming down towards Bishop once more, lap 214, the leader is on. And then through these left-handers, and I think we might have a move into Sunset again this time round. We saw the slightly differing lines last time round, and that might give that Thomas Engle car a better idea of how the Armed Cyber car approaches Sunset Bend and start to give ideas on how to try and make that move. Going to move to the left, to the right, all the way around the outside, try and dive it up the inside. The slipstream is closing that gap. Not able to make a move, or perhaps trying to get a better exit to make a move down towards turn 1 is this Thomas Engle car, but doesn't really appear to get that overspeed.
Yeah, there we go. You could tell. Maki Yupi saw the Brabham GT3 that was coming up ahead of them. I was hoping it would hold up Geniale, but they caught it just a little bit too late. He needed Geniale to get stuck at the apex there, so he couldn't get on the power when he wanted to. There might be a better opportunity now, though, because is that the SRC Commerce cars? Whoa! Big save for Maki Yupi. He nearly loses it there at the exit of turn 2, but just about gets off the throttle in time and is able to wrestle back control there. But Chasey, sometimes when you run ultra close behind another car and you're trying to gear up for a move over several laps, that's the sort of thing that can sometimes happen there. So luckily, Maki Yupi survives that one, but it gives Geniale just a little bit of breathing room at least for another lap.
Yeah, indeed, that's going to give Geniale a little bit of breathing room and at least let Geniale recollect the thoughts and get ready for what is going to be likely another attack phase in the near future.
Yeah, I've just also been looking at Erim Eichel, where he's emerged in the race relative to Petersen. Emerged about 50.8 seconds behind then, and slower in the middle sector. Peterson's sitting personal best in the middle sector that last lap, around 2 minutes 0.7. So that's certainly a really, really good lap for him. It's only about 0.2 off their best lap. So yeah, they're really pulling out all the stops to try and snatch a lead back from Caspian Motorsport. The gap now 51.1 seconds. So Yeah, Cassian Motorsport will have to rise to the challenge here. But yeah, that final sector time 3/10 slower from AKL then. So yeah, Solos and Caspian are looking a bit up against it. Peterson has started to come to grips with that car since getting back in it and is now getting some absolutely superb lap times out of it. Meanwhile, Maki Yupi back within 8/10 briefly, but he's sandwiched between these two GT3 BMWs, IT Myros cars that are just temporarily in the way there, but he clears them swiftly, quickly, and now a much cleaner run through turns 2 and 3, and it is surely going to be laser focused on the back of Geniali there, who actually gets a little bit delayed going around the outside the satellite car there.
Indeed, and that's just what happens when you can't take the ideal racing line. And as you said, a little bit delayed. So 8/10 of a second was the gap at the start-finish line, and the field was a little bit closer. Now, indeed, it is 4/10 of a second between the two of them as they came out of the hairpin and coming up towards Cunningham yet once more, and then through this right-hander, and then through the flat-out left, and right before this braking zone for Tower, which is quite interesting because you need to turn and brake at the same time. Although it's just a little bit of turning, perhaps that's why we've seen the rear end of quite a number of cars snap there today. But then coming down towards Bishop, and you can see how close, but you can't really make a move into this corner. You've got to wait until sunset, and look how close. Oh, I say that, move into the right-hand side.
Oh, there we go. Shows what Maki Yupi was probably right not to listen to you, but we'll see whether there's a folly in that decision there. As Geniali tucks right in and is now going to try and go back around the outside into Sunset Bend. You see how low the sun is in the sky. That's really bold from the Arm Super driver. Geniali is going to go wide on exit. It's Maki Yupi that's got the inside, that's got the position that goes up to that crucial 4th position. And could be the move that puts Thomas Enger Sim Racing in the lead of the LMP2 Championship, well and truly.
That is always a bonus for that Thomas Enger Racing car, being able to climb that championship leaderboard. And as you said, put them at number 1 with just a couple of races remaining.
Yes. Sorry, it's just distracted people typing in the chat. But look at Geniali. He's certainly not taking it sitting down. He actually got a really good exit out of 3 and 4 as they come towards the Sim Racing for Holland car. Oh, had to back out the last minute there. I think he realized 3 into 1 was not a good idea. And Maki Yupi couldn't even get past before going into the hairpin there. So, yeah, Geniali is certainly looking for revenge. He wants payback for what just happened to him. But unfortunately, when you leave the door open sometimes, you can't be too surprised when a very fired up Maki Yupi goes for the move then, as they now lap the Cassian Motorsport car, and a penalty for Matthias Dabrowski. That's not to be confused with Patrick Swakowski in the sister Hyperion that's leading the class. Dabrowski is, let's see, where he is actually in the order at the moment. I'd have to do a bit of a search for him. Surprised actually. There he is, Matthias Dabrowski, 15th overall in the number 45. So
yeah, so 10th.
Here he is.
8th, 9th in class, I should say rather.
Yeah, about 70 seconds down on Binsbergen and 150 seconds ahead of Enzo Guibert. So it's not an entirely consequential penalty, but certainly frustrating for the second of the Hyperion teams there, with Dabrowski probably going to be kicking himself a little bit for extending track limits a little bit too often, once too often, I think, for the game to allow.
Yeah, and as you said, it will be a track limits thing. That will be the main problem there. But you can say this. Look at this. Geniali really hasn't let this position go. Still right there in the rear wing of that Thomas Enger car.
Indeed he is. They're actually starting to hold up is that Prosciutto that's trying to lap both of them. Is that Zoltan Boda? It's one of the Go Team hypercars there that's just being a little bit held up by the both of them. Gets up the inside of Geniali. It is indeed Prosciutto. And Thomas Enger Sim Racing turn in across the front of the Suzuki Maki Yupi. And that's not ideal for Cosmo Prosciutto. The gap surely is going to fall almost to 50 seconds now to their teammates in the number 7 crew, as they're flashing their lights as well. Clearly, Francisco Geniali is frustrated he wasn't able to get past Maki Yupi as well and all of that.
So here we go. Maki Yupi still ahead, just half a second separating the two of them. But as you said, a little bit of contact there at the hairpin. Perhaps the Thomas Inc car not realising there was an overlap with the armed cyber number 41. Coming through the final complex. Of course, a square move was made 1 lap ago for that 4th position. You can see what the relative gap is now. And you can see about 0.7 of a second or so is probably about right. And that certainly is within striking distance for that number 41.
Yeah, meanwhile, looking at the GT3 lead battle, Akiel has been lapping a couple of seconds slower last couple of laps than Jesper Peterson. Last lap for Peterson, 201.4, Akiel 202.3. Yeah, so 9/10 slower. The lap before was a 203 for Akiel as well. So 50 laps to go. Caspian, they're charged, starting to hold. Did they try and double slip the tyres perhaps? And now maybe they're feeling the pain of that as the sun has dipped below the horizon. This is where those headlights that they were forced to turn on by race direction are going to come in handy now as darkness floods Sebring International Raceway as we go well and truly into the last final furlong in this race.
Yeah, the final section, 50 laps to go here at Sebring. Yes, it certainly is starting to get nightfall here. And you can see this is the Thomas Enga car in the pits. And I'm making they probably need one more stop after this one, wouldn't they? Yes.
Yeah, it's going to be a splash
yeah.
and dash surely at the end, wouldn't it? As we see yellow in the final sector, is somebody else pitting potentially as well. Doesn't look like it, no. So I'm impressed that we've only had 2 retirements so far actually in this race. We've still got 36 cars running overall at this late phase. Having said that now, hopefully we're not going to see loads of cars just drop out randomly, but that would be classic commentator's curse, wouldn't it? But yeah, nonetheless, Genie Alley now has got to try and overcut to retake that position from Thomas Enga Sim Racing. So Maki Yupi on the fresh tyres has got some work to do now. He's about 7 seconds behind UC Narola.
Yeah, there is this battle currently on circuit between Dabrowski and Zuber, but I think that Hyperion car still needs to serve that penalty. It just got it, didn't it?
Oh, has he served it already? And that's why he's only 2 seconds ahead. It was like 150 seconds ahead, wasn't it? They might have had to do a stop for fuel and tyres and also serve the penalty as well with drive-through. That would add up to around about
that's also
100 seconds or so.
Yeah.
Yeah, certainly trying times for Matthias Dabrowski then. But Enzo Guibert, looking at his pace, yeah, Dabrowski's at 206, which is definitely an outlap. Guibert 149.8 then. So yeah, Guibert actually one of the fastest cars out there in the LMP2 field actually at the moment, it must be said. I don't think there's only Marco Vinciulo at the very back that's going quicker than him in the 47 then. Maximilian Scheider, his charge seems to have halted as he goes into the pits now. As he was the one that was within about 4 seconds of Enzo, but he's dropped to about 20 seconds behind just before making that pit stop as well. So yeah, it's really not been Black Hawk number 30's day, is it? They look like it's inevitable that they're going to lose the lead of the championship. They're still going to be in contention. It's not like they're going to fall to 20, 30 points behind. They'll still be about within 10 points, but it's a case of they look so good early on, and now what should have been a very straightforward run to the title has become much more complicated for them.
Yeah, as you said, it's going to become very interesting on that front for the final couple of races to see if the Blackhawk car can, if you like, regain that, well, what is now a points deficit, isn't it? That's going to be really the story of the final couple of races for that championship. In particular, having a look here at Zuber and Dabrowski still not coming in, so I think you're right, that penalty may well have been served.
Yeah, there we go then. If it wasn't served, we'd be seeing black flags, wouldn't we, before too long, for ignoring the drive-through penalty then. Yeah, very much the battle will continue. But doing a pretty underrated job in the rFactor. They've certainly had some issues early in the race that they've had to recover from. Great to see them really starting to get dark here now, so visibility will be very much at a premium, and you're going to need to rely on those shiny headlights to show the way for the rest of this race. Meanwhile, Boda continuing to impress in second position. The gap to Prosciutto in the lead, 46 seconds. But you have to say, with about 47, 46 laps left to go, it's becoming, you're not going to catch a second per lap at the rate that he's going at the moment. I think going to run out of time, surely.
That could well be the case. It's always frustrating when you run out of time. You know you're fast and you know you can make that move. You just have an extra 20 minutes.
Or indeed, if you didn't have to serve that those 2 penalties at the very, very start of this race as well.
Indeed so. Indeed so. You can see here, though, Zuber's right there in the rear wing of Dubrovsky now. This Hyperion Esports car is at danger of losing that 9th position. Coming through the Le Mans complex, and will be using all the slipstream down the Ulm straight. I think the Hyperion car just a little bit of a wiggle on the apex there.
Yeah, he was really pushing to get on the throttle as early as possible. But the battle's very much going to continue now as they go towards Sunset Bend. Can Guibert get close enough? He's a little bit too far back, I think. He's going to tuck in and try to make the move into turn 1 if possible. Again, Dabrowski manages the exit well there. Clearly the Hyperion, as we've seen with the sister guys, set up very well for this Sebring circuit. So it's down to the 2 drivers. Which of them has got the edge over the other in this battle for 9th in class? Then there is the GT3 class leader by 56 seconds, Jesper Pedersen, on his way potentially to what would be big victory.
Oh, there we go. That's the
sideways
mistake.
moment, and they're still side by side actually, but it's up the inside going Enzo Guibert into turn 3, and rFactor up to 9th then. So Dabrowski, after going wide, breaking track limits and getting a penalty, now finds himself going wide again and losing a position this time. So horrible 20 minutes there for Matthias Dabrowski.
Yeah, that's the mistake. Of course, we've said it so many times that these some of these drivers will just pressure and pressure the car ahead until they fall into a mistake, and that's exactly what happened to Dabrowski that time round. Just a little bit of a wiggle there through turn 3, and that opened the door for that rFactor SimSport car to take that 9th position. Yes, but the question is, can Dabrowski make an immediate response? And well, considering stuck behind that GT3 car was Gilbert, the answer might be yes.
Yeah, there we go. So Guibert is not out of the woods yet, needs to hold firm here. Certainly, I think Max Scheider, a lap down, is going to be too far behind in the Black Hawk, even with the pace that car's got to really challenge in this battle for 9th. Then I think it might have to be an 11th place finish for Black Hawk, which is a big shame for them. But now this is really the point in the race, to be honest with you, where we start to look at who has got the fuel potentially to make it to the end and who is going to have to come in for the splash and dash. Because I think the most exciting one is really going to be Pedersen versus Ekiel in that GT3 lead. Still 56 seconds between the pair of them. So Ekiel half a second slower the previous lap, 201.6. So it really feels like they're not really lighting up time screens like they were before. Maybe in these colder nighttime conditions, the McLaren's starting to come into its own compared to the Porsche.
That's also very true. Of course, when the nightfall comes, the characteristics of the track change a little bit. And yeah, that's actually a very good point. Perhaps this car is just a little bit better in that nighttime conditions rather than compared to the day.
Yeah, also a different atmosphere as well. It's always interesting.
Of course.
In these longer races, it gets dark, the visibility is a bit lower. There's some people who really, really excel in the night conditions and love doing the night stints, and there's others that tend to just want to go to bed. Oh, big moment there from the Seawolf Net Race hypercar that just about wrestles for control, and Guibert gratefully gets through, but he's going to have to let that hypercar back through almost immediately because it's going to be so much faster down the straight, surely.
Yeah, and again, just some mistakes starting to creep into some of these cars. Perhaps they've been in the car for a long time now, and you know that tiredness is just starting to creep in, and that's how we're starting to see some of these mistakes. But Gilbert, what's that, 2 seconds ahead of Dabrowski now, so appears to be there as the Hyperion car comes into the lead of the LMP2 class at the same time.
Yeah, big lead, of course, over Go Team 38, who themselves have had a pretty fantastic recovery. Valtteri Kajalinen, sorry, at the wheel of that car. Then my nose is starting to act up a bit, so some of the names with more consonants in, I tend to need a couple of goes to get correct there. But yeah, Swakowski is surely going to re-inherit the lead as all. Big moment there for the valet, just ahead of Enzo Gruber. That must be, is that Ilko Busing, isn't it? That was a couple of laps down on them already. It's been a horrible race for Busing, hasn't it, frankly? And doing well just to get out of the way without any major incident there. The other interesting battle on track, potentially in Hypercar, is that Stefan Ruot here, with that mistake we just saw for Putske, is now only 3.6 seconds behind. So Netrex still technically in the title fight, but they're not realistically. I think they're sort of in the battle for fourth and maybe third at most with Racing Zone, who are, of course, a couple of places ahead of them at the moment. So, yeah, Seawolf Net Race could potentially be a prey for Stefan Ruot, of course, a former GPVWC Super League champion in 2021, of course, as well. He's got some great pedigree, great pace in that Netrex Hypercar, as we see yellows in the final sector.
Yeah, and I think I said this with Cameron earlier. I think it's just a thing that if a car comes into the pits, the game recognises it as a massive speed
doesn't seem like
differential.
anybody came in. Might have been somebody genuinely in trouble there. But it's cleared now.
Also true, yeah. Cleared now, but having a look at Putske in the Seawolf Net Race car, yes, what's this, 3 seconds ahead of Stefan Gleno in the Netrex GP car as they're coming around Sunset Bend themselves, battling for the final position in the top 5 in the hypercar class at the moment.
Yeah, 1.2 seconds faster the previous lap. And let's see this, that 1:45.2 for Stefan Ruot, 1:47.0 for David Putske. He's been caught hand over fist at the moment. So Seawolf Net Race, they were fighting for the podium early doors. Now they're in trouble. They're about to be dropped to last if Putske is not careful here.
So coming through the big bend now towards the hairpin, you can see that gap is 1.8 seconds. Can you see the hypercar in front? Indeed, I think it is. Yeah, you can just see that light blue car ahead through the apex. Perhaps it'll be. You can see it once more, perhaps on the apex. It's quite kind of difficult to tell via that in-car shot.
Yeah, a little bit easier from the external offboards, but it's always good to see the driver eye there in these hypercars. The camera sort of right next to the driver's head, essentially, although the virtual driver's head, not the actual driver. But that would be interesting. But maybe there's a VR experiment in there. But Satellite Racing, I think, making their final stop. Jimmy Nisula on board that 64 is going to come out behind Yannick Pleiss in the Team Iris entry, but ahead of Bert Knops, I believe. So, yeah, certainly the Sim Racing Holland strategy doesn't look like it's going to pay out at the present moment, because I think Satellite Racing 64 have jumped them here in terms of the overall order. Yeah, there we go. The Killer exits the pits. There you go. So he's definitely still ahead of Bert Knops there. More than 8 seconds, I think, behind Yannick Pleiss. Yeah, I think Bert Knops is somewhere in the background there, but more than 10 seconds behind. So, yeah, definitely looking good for them to finish at least 6th, depending on what happens to Scalvini, who I think is the only one ahead of them that's really in trouble on the fuel mileage at the moment.
So here we go underneath the bridges once more, and as you said, as we got this battle, once more for this 5th position in the hypercar class, 0.8 of a second separate the two of them. Perhaps Gono, this car, as you said, similar before, just a bit better in the night time.
Yeah, Stefan Ruot is one of those drivers that's just very, very, very quick naturally. I think whatever conditions it is, he tends to really loves qualifying, loves that single lap pace. So this is a late stint in the race where the track is a bit cooler, and maybe push the tires a little bit more without them overheating. I think this is sort of ideal conditions for him, whereas David Putske clearly was making a few mistakes, was struggling, and I think the night's probably come at the worst possible time for him. And now you see Ruot has got a face full of blue and yellow in the form of that Seawolf Net Race hypercar, so he'll have to pick his moment well, but he's certainly got a huge pace advantage here, nearly a second and a half quicker per lap at times here he's going. So,
but that traffic certainly won't help this Netrex car when it comes to getting a good run onto the back straight, and there's more GT traffic ahead. We'll be able to pass that before getting into Sunset, and is going straight on.
Oh, well, that's not good at all for Rot, is it? Yeah, that looks like he's had either a screen freeze or it's all shut down completely, and oh dear, hit the barrier at the exit of Sunset there, and that's going to be yellow in the final sector for everybody. Are we about to lose Stefan Rot from this race right as he was catching David Putske? That's horrendous misfortune, isn't it, for that error to befall him at that moment.
That was a very interesting, well, problem, and yeah, gone to the pits, and that's a DNF. So, yeah, I'm wondering, that must have been a hardware failure of some description.
I can't think there would have been anything else, Vidir. Yeah, that's a big shame. But we do get some comments in the chat, by the way, from Gimli Oakenshield from rFRO. He says, yes, let's go, rFRO. So we're clearly happy about Enzo Guibert's move on Dabrowski. I've got bad news. Dabrowski got back through. Now he's 1.8 seconds ahead. So the Oakenshield might not be celebrating quite so vociferously there as we look at the sadly stricken car of Stefan Rot stationary in the pit lane. Pablos says, rip, rest in peace there, as we see number 81, Bradajam, is being serviced in the pit lane. There's the sister car that retired from victory contention earlier on. But yeah, Bradajam is the first to blink, or the second to blink, because of course it was Nisula that pit first, wasn't it? So this is going to allow Yannick Pleiss into fourth then, as he gratefully gets allowed through. But surely Team Iris, not long before they're going to be serviced in the pits as well.
Also true, it's not going to be and when that Team Iris car comes in, I'm wondering, I think it might just be a little bit too soon for that final stop. I think the GT cars that stopped now still need to make another one.
Yeah, meanwhile, Yukimaki Yupi, remember he made that stop when he was fighting for position. He's actually been caught now by Mikko Kuriakowski, who set a 149, won the last lap, 150.8 for Yukimaki Yupi. And Kuriakowski sitting personal best in the middle sector on that last lap as well. So, yeah, he's really got the bit between his teeth, wants to try and get into the top 5 here, whereas Maki Yupi, apart from catching Genie Ali, now finds himself 61 seconds behind. So, Thomas Enga Sim Racing, the strategy not quite going as planned at the present moment.
I'm wondering if Genie Ali in that number 41 armed cybercar still needs to make a stop that Thomas Enga car hasn't.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me if he does. So, the second LMP2 Go team, I think that's Jelly Binsbergen, just coming in for a service now as well. That's going to give David Baranek a bit of breathing space as well, as I think Binsbergen is selling in for what's looking like an 8th place finish for him. Meanwhile, Jesper Peterson continuing to extend the gap to Erdim Eikjol. It's now a full 60 seconds then. It was just over 50 not too long ago as well. A 2:00.0 is continuing to be pumped out by Peterson. Eikjol is still about 9-8 tenths slower than him at the present moment. So yeah, you've got to feel Eikjol is sort of being played out of this one as in comes Kuriakowski. Maybe he was just low on fuel, and that was why he was going quicker than the Thomas Enga Sim Racing car.
But still needs to make one more stop after this one, I think. Yeah. I think there's about 75 minutes to go. Maybe a few more. Maybe closer towards 80.
You're getting to the end up, I'm afraid, though, of your commentary stint, though.
Yeah.
Video. 8 minutes to go.
Long, yeah. But yeah, I think there's about 80 minutes to go or so in this race. So these prototypes will still need to make one more stop to make it to the end. Although they should be fairly safe to make it on one more stop, I should say that.
Yeah.
As opposed to it being close, yeah.
Could probably get away with being quite aggressive in terms of fuel usage.
Yeah.
Still get a pretty good result here. Genie Ali is also in the pit, so yeah, nearly a lap ahead of Maki Yupi. That's going to change now by the time serviced. But yeah, this definitely looks like the Arm Subaru have sort of got the jump on Thomas Engate in that 4th place battle here.
Am I seeing it? Does that car not have a rear wing?
Oh, it doesn't. Oh, okay. This is an unforced pit stop. I take that completely. I wasn't paying attention there. I saw it coming in the pits. I didn't see what state it was in. So clearly he's backed it into the barrier somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know if that's just... Yeah, I don't think he does have a rear wing.
Oh. Cam Roger, I think, is asking what's going on. Well, I'll do my best to tell you.
No, that doesn't
He's going
have
up
a rear
without a
wing,
rear
no.
wing. Has he?
He's going off.
Has he
without a
tapped
rear
the
wing.
barrier and not realised that he's tapped the barrier, so he hasn't repaired it, or has he just misclicked and mistakenly not repaired it in time? Because this could be a code 80 if he's crawling around on track with no rear wing here. Whoa!
Yeah,
and
that's no
immediately,
rear wing,
yeah, he
immediately
clearly hasn't
gone round.
realised. But yeah,
That is. Oh, don't go at any speed.
oh, this is an accident waiting to happen for Geniali there, and Luca Martin, the rest of the Arms Serpra team, are watching this with their eyes blocked by the hands. They're watching it through their fingertips here, because this is I can't watch level of a horror show at the moment for them.
Yeah, and look at this, making the way around Big Ben. Got to be really, really careful around the entire circuit. As to the other cars out there in circuit, as we almost saw that hyper guy, I think that was, plow into the back of that number 41.
Yeah, this is just a rolling hazard, so I guess we'll just continue to watch this, because the other battles on track, at least on track, and there's a couple. Callum Cripps is actually only about 2 seconds behind Julian Guerin, and that's the fight for, I believe, just outside the top 8. So I think that is the fight for about 10th or 11th class. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. But hopefully Francesco Geniali can get to the pits, and all the racing zone just emerging from nowhere. The speed differential is going to be even worse as well, because Geniali knows he's got no rear wing. So he's having to crawl around. I'm not sure if Jimmy Allison's back from dinner yet, so we'll have to see if he gets... hopefully somebody has warned everybody about this car coming out with no rear wing. But yeah, that was quite comical. They immediately got on the power coming on the pit exit and spun up. So I didn't realize he'd lost his rear wing. I don't think Geniali did either. And he's going to struggle to save that one through the Le Mans chicane. And luckily, it just stops before he gets back on the racing line, and reverses before the Aston Martin can catch him there. But difficult to rejoin here with no rear wing.
Yeah, any sort of acceleration and turning at the same time just won't work for this LMP2 car, but it appears to be okay for now.
Only one more corner to go. He's just got to make sure he gets through sunset in one piece, flashing his lights, letting everybody know that he's wounded, not just in terms of his pride, but the rear wing is still missing, didn't get repaired at the pit stop. So coming through the final corner now, got to keep tight to the right hand side, and he's out of harm's way. So hopefully this time the Arms Serpra mechanics will be able to put a new rear wing on top of that, and Geniali will be desperately pressing the button saying repair, 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 full service.
Yes, very much so. That is indeed needed, as you point out, and Francesco Geniali comes into the pits. A couple of seconds here separating the final position in the top 8, and therefore the final position on that timing tower for the GT3 class. This G League Esports car ahead of the Brabham Motorsport car for now.
Callum Cripps, who I didn't realise had done a stint earlier, but now he is going to be in that car through to the finish. He's fighting Julian Guerin, and of course this is a bit of a not a rematch, because they're in different classes in that championship, but yeah, tomorrow they'll be both racing in the Le Mans Ultimate VMS Pro Series together as well. So yeah, a bit of a reunion for those two. Julian Guerin, the Frenchman, used to drive the hypercars. Callum Cripps sticks with the GT3s with what he knows, as we see the number 38, important stop in for Valtteri Karjanian in the Go team number 38, that's running second in LMP2. That's going to run Nicholas Lemoyne and On-Off Sim Racing up to second, you would think, unless they are running low on fuel as well.
So indeed, here we go. We are looking at Cripps in the Brabham Motorsport car. A couple of seconds back still, but closing that gap ever so slowly, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely the closest battle on track, and Callum Cripps, because we know Brabham, one of the teams like Sim Racing Holland, that's just been extending the life of their fuel each stint to try and reduce the amount of pit stops that they have to do. So they've certainly got a bit more fuel to burn in these closing stages than Julian Gurin, even if they end up having to converge on strategy. But it's a case of, is he just going to wait for Gurin to pit in front of him, or is he going to try and make the move on track? I suspect he might fancy his chances here. If we look at the lap times from the pair of them, though, he was a tenth quicker the lap before, so not a huge amount of difference between the two, but certainly Callum Cripps got a feel if he pushes it a bit, he can maybe get enough of make enough of a difference through some of the faster corners to maybe mount a move where Gurin probably wouldn't be expecting it. So yeah, Julian Gurin doing a solid job so far, but Cripps very much a threat and closing at the moment.
So here we go, accelerating down towards Sunset Bend, although there's not much of a sunset anymore, is there? As, yeah, that gap appears to be growing ever so slightly now as well. So it really is flowing somewhere between 2 and 3 seconds, depending on where on the track they are and depending on what traffic they receive. You can see that bright yellow GT3 car just in the background there as they cross the start-finish line. 2.7 seconds to gap now. And yeah, you can see it right there in the foreground, just for a split second as it goes past, and that is the car that Cripps is trying to chase down.
Yeah, quite. It may look, it's sort of a case of so near yet so far, isn't it? So it could rely on a bit of luck with the hypercars and prototypes in LMP2, also lapping them at convenient times that are inconvenient for Julian Gurin and convenient for Callum Cripps, essentially. That's probably what he's going to be relying on, though, as we've got just over an hour left to go, Vadir, and it looks like we might be swapping out the commentators then. So yeah, it's been a pleasure having you. I hope you enjoyed the race. It certainly looks like, although Sultan Boda continues to catch Bashuto, 36 seconds is the gap then, with about, let's see, 34, 35 laps left to complete then. So yeah, Boda's catching, but not quite quickly enough, I think, to steal the win off of his teammate.
And yeah, stealing a win off the teammate is maybe not the thing that you always want to do. Sometimes it's better for team harmony, but it really depends on what happens in the championships. No doubt they've had conversations as well, considering what's going to be the situation regarding the championship as well.
Yeah, certainly then. So it looks like Cam Roger is ready then. So we are going to do shift over. So it's been a pleasure having you, Vadir. Hope you have a lovely evening. Who do you reckon is going to win each of our 3 classes then?
Oh, it's far too early to say. Even when they reach the final lap, it's too early to say.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, let's keep us in suspense and stay on that fence. I definitely think GT3, it could still go either way. But at the moment, Peterson is doing everything he needs to keep control of this race, but it might not be too long before we see the rFactor pits then. But I think I should now be joined by Cam and Roger then. So Cam, welcome back to Sebring for the final hour and 10 minutes or so of the 1,000 miles then. So very much all still to play for.
Yeah, absolutely, and the race has gone pretty quickly indeed. Just had a nice little nap in the couple of hour gap that I got, and all of a sudden it's 230 laps, and yes, certainly getting very much to the business end of the race, and this. Yeah, it's been a pretty spectacular race in terms of the track and the racing. Of course, as the hours have gone on, lots of the gaps have opened up, and the leaders do look pretty certain, as just as you were mentioning there. But what was going on about 20 minutes ago there, 15 minutes ago, is, route going off. We had the arms car spinning around, still showing you how vulnerable these drivers are.
Yeah, I've just been waiting for comments in the chat. I think everyone got so distracted by the arms Sebring going around with Genie Alley with no rear wing that we haven't really got any explanation on what happened to poor Stefan Ruot, but I definitely think there was, like Vadir suggested, a hardware issue. It just shut down. Could be that he got a screen freeze, and by the time he came back, he decided that it wasn't worth continuing, given that he would have another lap to make up on Putske there. But that was a shame. He was just about to catch Putske, and then the Netrex car went kaput, and I think that's very much the end of their title hopes for this season, sadly. But it's a shame. Netrex were really strong, actually, last time out at Road America. Were able, maybe there was a sense number 17 Go team was toying with them a little bit, but they were able to keep pace with him quite a lot of the first 4 hour half of that race, essentially, and tried quite a lot of the entertainment when there wasn't really much else going on. So yeah, we got to thank NetRex for being strong for most of the season. Shame that today the number 18 couldn't quite get things to go their way, but nonetheless, still plenty left to play for in the other classes. Boda continuing to catch Bushido by about a second a lap now. Problem is, he's going to run out of laps and fall just short at the current rate of progress, especially with traffic playing its part, as you see there, as he passes the Mook Motorsport by Biogas car.
Yes, so we've got, what's that, 33 laps. So they'll need to pit again, and then probably a splash after that. So there is still a couple of opportunities for some mishaps, and maybe someone doing something silly and trying to save those extra laps of fuel. But I think that's a little bit too much of a stretch at this point. So from what I can see, I do believe we are going to need as I say, a pit and a splash from basically everyone to the end. Also in the GT3s, yeah, like we're just seeing there with Rafa coming in. So there is still some interesting opportunities, because when you get to that final pit stop, you've then got to work out how many laps that you need and make sure you do the fuel calculation correctly, because you never want to run out of fuel or sit there and take 10 seconds worth of fuel that you don't need. That could change a battle as well. So it's definitely a important point of the race, this one. They've done the 230 odd laps, and now these final 30 odd are the important ones, as there is Jesper Pedersen getting out back onto the field and going to be of course enjoying his gap to Akio, which is obviously not going to be quite as much as it was before, and yeah, it looks like it's only going to be a handful of corners.
Yeah, there we go. So Akio, before in the previous pit phase when Rafa pit, it did actually put them 6 seconds in the lead, and now the gap looks to be, he pulled that 10 seconds on them, hasn't he? So I think actually he should be at least 4 seconds ahead now, Jesper Pedersen, compared to before, potentially a few more as well. So he's sort of turned things around very much in this last stint then. It did take Pedersen a couple of laps to sort of start matching the pace of Akio and the rest of the Casper Motorsport team there. So it has ebbed and flowed. Casper Motorsport done very, very well, must be said, to get back into this position after that early drive-through penalty for it that they had to serve, carried over from Road America. But in the championship, though, I have to say, Rafa Esports is still very much in control, and all of a sudden, 11 seconds, there we go, the gap. So it looks like Rafa might be looking to make it 4 in a row.
I'm just thinking, though, so Rafa definitely need to stop again. So they're going to need to stop with, let's say, 6 odd laps to go. Whereas Akio also needs to stop, but he is going to stop and basically have a full stop to go. So I'll just try and do the quick maths here. Yeah, so Rafa should be good because they've both got 1 pit stop left, but Rafa's is shorter from the maths that I can do in my head right now. So they've got the track position and a shorter pit stop, so Rafa should be okay. So they just need to basically just keep it on the track, not make any silly mistakes, as we've got Scavini in the pit lane as well for the 99 Sebring car. They've got about 12 seconds ahead and behind of them on the track, as they currently sit there. So obviously dropping down the way just a little bit with the pit stop. And then of course here is Callum Cripps, and this is one of the closest battles of the field as he's trying to chase down those couple of seconds.
Yeah, so it definitely looks like Scalvini, as he's come out just behind Jimmy Nisula in the satellite car, that puts them into 7th in classes. Scalvini's on pretty much the same strategy as Pedersen and Rafa Esports, essentially. So yeah, Sebring following suit in the Aston Martin, but they'll have to do that splash and dash at the end, I think, at the current rate of consumption. They've actually let Bert Knops through as well, so they're 5 seconds behind Sim Racing for Holland too. So yeah, definitely the Corvette's running a bit longer on fuel, so they could be potentially trying something a bit different here. So that might be why Callum Cripps hasn't quite made the move. He's certainly been slightly quicker than Julian Gurin in this stint. Yeah, over 2 tenths quicker the previous lap. But he's starting to up his pace little by little, but it's not really enough to make an easy move. It's sort of enough for him to catch him in a couple of laps' time, but he might end up still stuck behind Julian Gurin for a couple of laps, even after he catches up to the back of that yellow G-League Esports BMW.
Oh yes, it's fairly similar lap times. So it's not like he's just going to go up behind him and then, breeze straight past. It's going to be a bit tough. We've seen this, throughout this race. When you get behind someone, you have to basically work your way through the move. You have to force them into some sort of mistake. You have to use a bit of traffic to your help. Those sorts of things you need to do. It's not like, he's just going to go up, open DRS and goes past. Completely different style of racing that we've got here. He does have 30 laps to do it, so he's got the time, and it's basically just a sprint race from, 45-minute sprint race from here to the end to try and make this work. And hopefully, from his sake, he's able to do so. And where are they looking? Let's just double check what they're looking like on the laps. So actually, Cripps is going to need to pit fairly shortly. So he might actually have to fuel save a little bit to the end, whereas Guerin is going to be fine. He's got another 15 odd laps before he has to pit. So this actually is in the favour of G-League in that point, because they have a shorter pit stop.
Yeah, maybe that's also why the Brabham's a bit quicker, because it's got less fuel in it comparatively at the moment. Bad Light Racing 64 going into the pits. That's Jimmy Nisula then being serviced. Ernie Mako, by the way, was about 3/10 quicker than Peterson the previous lap, so the gap just about 10 seconds flat at the moment, 10.3. As now, as you predicted, almost immediately into the pits comes Callum Cripps to serve his final pit stop of the day with about 29 laps of racing left to run. So yeah, Brabham trying to make this strategy work. It's kept them sort of in play, but it's going to come down to him having to put pressure on Gurin at this point.
Oh yes, it's when it's that much disparity as well, it's basically half a tank of fuel. So that's going to be 15-20 seconds at least, something that they're going to gain from that. So it's really a big jump in the favour of this car for Guerin and G League Esports. So they should take that very nicely, but you can't just sort of rest on your laurels in that regard. As we see there, Cripps leaving the pit lane. Here comes Loic Meunier down pit road, currently P3 in class. He has got a huge gap behind to the Racing Zone team, so he just needs to bring it home in this last stint. Although, as we are like 29 laps to go, it is going to be just on the limit, really, of what they need to do. So there's going to be a tiny bit of fuel saving, I think, or at least just making sure that they get to the end.
Certainly. Also into the pits comes the race leader, Cosmo Pasciuto. Should be staying in that car to the end of the race then. We also see, by the way, Ruol, I think, still stationed. No, he's not going back into the race. I think that's just the LMP2's overtaking him. I swore for a second, is Ruol back in motion on track again? Nope, no, he's still in the pit lane, so my eyes were just playing tricks on me there. But yeah, Pasciuto, though, making his last pit stop, and Boda will be hoping he can gain a little bit of time in this pit stop phase. The problem is they're both on the same strategy that I wonder there maybe even is some team orders at Go Team saying, look, just get to the end, and Boda, you can still keep doing your pace, but if you catch Pasciuto with maybe 1 or 2 laps to go, it's not worth making a move on him. And in fact, he briefly takes the lead because he actually pits right in front of his teammate there, but Pasciuto will of course be released comfortably in front of him there by over 30 seconds at least.
Yeah, I don't know if there's necessarily going to be team orders as such, because there's still going to be 1-2 in the race. There's still going to be 1-2 in the championship. And they had a pretty hard fight back on Monza from memory as well. But I think it's more so just don't risk not sort of putting pressure on each other and then not getting that 1-2. But hopefully there isn't any team orders regarding the championship, and 17's leading, so that needs to lead. Well, if the 7 have the speed to win, then hopefully they would at least let them go out and do so, because I think championship wise they're going to be fine on that when all things are said and done. In 2 races time, just Nürburgring and Le Mans left, as we've got all 3 classes working their way through. Le Mans, there's a Racing Zone team taking an interesting line as we come onto the Ullmann Straight, but it looks like Caspian are all good. 10 seconds behind Jesper Pedersen, and they are going to be faster at the moment as they're on less fuel, but they do owe us a pit stop in probably 6 to 7 laps time.
Yeah, there we go. I was just thinking of the lap times. Akiel actually was 4 tenths slower than Peterson the previous lap, and in fact he's going to pit immediately and cut his losses then, Cam, with 28 laps to go.
Oh, I guess that's probably balancing out the tyres as well. because they'll be changing tyres, so there'll be no point putting the fresh tyres on for half a stint. You might as well come in a little bit earlier and balance that out a little bit. I guess that's what that would be for. Hopefully I'm right in the predictions of that. But yes, that also lacks the the gain that Jesper may get on the fresh tyres right now. So it's all that they can do for now. But with that gap, as I say, they are fuel-wise, they are going to take more than what this car is going to at the final pit stop. So Rafa, in theory, should be okay, but yes, you never know. And they've been leading. I mean, the whole time that I've been looking at the race, Rafa have been leading. So imagine to lose it in the last 20 laps with a fueling error. That would be quite something.
Yeah, so crucial not to falter in these late stages. We even saw with Francesco Geniale losing the rear wing and forgetting to repair it at the pit stop, not realizing until he got to the exit of the pit lane that it was missing, essentially, which is a little bit embarrassing. But it's the sort of thing that can happen when you've been in the car hours and hours and hours on end, and you maybe have a small moment where you think you just tapped the barrier and actually you whacked it enough to let the rear wing to fall off. They are quite fragile, not just in real life, but in rFactor 2 as well. They happen.
Yes, and the rear wing is so annoying on these LMP2s as well, just with how the damage model works for this car, and also because of the ease of it coming off, you then have the aero balance issue when it's just literally undrivable. When you try and turn, there's just so much front end on the car, nothing on the rear, just pirouettes around. But Geniale actually did a really good job, to be honest. He had that. There's two little spins, but generally there's been people who've crashed every single corner trying to get back too fast. So that was good enough to not cause a code 80, and I think we can be thankful for that.
Yeah, we certainly can. So two interesting battles going on right now. There's Team Iris, number 70 versus Salet Racing 65, fighting over 13th position. That's Felix Becruif versus Tom Kapusta, and Kapusta putting the pressure on, but he's got to let all three LMP2s through at once there, all on different laps fighting for different positions, I think. So that's almost a major distraction there. And we've also got Erdi Makol, who's come out of the pits 6/10 behind Alex Brautigam. And for Caspian Motorsports' hopes, they really did not want to be stuck behind Blackhawk, because that is just going to play even more into Rafa's hands, isn't it?
Yeah, that's pretty awkward indeed. And here is that battle that you're talking about as the Hyperion LMP2 goes past. But now Akio is going to be losing some time here. Not ideal, to be honest, when they're in such a tight battle. Every second is going to count. And now he's the push to try and get past. But Brautigam is going to be... well, actually, his lap times are not too bad, to be honest. He was faster than Jesper Pedersen on the previous lap. As we're getting a run, a bit of a look to the inside there. Is he going to try and sneak it up the inside? He's thinking, he's putting his front bumper there. With both cars bumping around as they try and get the power down onto the exit of Sunset Corner, but not enough there for Akio to find his way through.
Yeah, I thought he was going to spin the BMW around there for a second there, so ultimate aggression, and he can't really afford to hold back at this late phase of the race then, because there's not really a whole lot of time that he can afford to make up later on. Because he knows exactly that Peterson's got clear at the moment. He's got that BMW that potentially he could lose time battling with if he isn't careful. Even if it's setting the same similar pace to him, he will want to get through as quickly as possible. And certainly he's pulled some brilliant moves so far in this race. If he wants any chance of winning it, he needs to pull a few more at the very least. Then we also see, I think that's the on-off car that's just been surfaced. Nicholas Lemoyne has gone out the pits 49 seconds behind Team number 38, with Karjalian still in that second position then, and but they're well clear of Yuki Makiyuki in the Thomas Enger Sim Racing car, and Thomas Enger Sim Racing looking to take the lead of the LMP2 Championship. And up the inside goes Erdi Makol into Cunningham Corner. A little bit of a touch side on side, but that was a fairly straightforward move in the end, and Akol luckily is now going to try and streak away.
Yeah, that was a lovely move up the inside. It was aggressive, and he put the car perfectly in the space with the LMP2 going through. He couldn't have broken any later or earlier, really. That was just the perfect timing. Slipped his way through, and now he's up into that third place. So now got a 12-second gap up ahead to the Iris car, which will be pitting Yeah, some point in the next 5 laps or so, I'd assume. So that will be dispatched out of the way, but also with a 12-second gap, he's probably not going to catch that anyway. So should be okay. It's just between him and Jesper at this point. But obviously, the gap is going to be a little bit bigger once Jesper comes into the pits. We're still going to be quite a while. It's going to be just right at the end of the race. A few laps to go, I believe, that the rFactor will have to stop.
Yeah, so we'll have to keep an eye on those lap times. Oh, personal best, final sector for Erdi Mako, 42.9. So he's definitely got the bit between his teeth there. That was a 201.0. And I think Jesper Peterson said a 201.8 on his previous lap then. So, yeah, he's gained 8 tenths there. That's nearly a whole second taken out of him there. So, yeah, Caspian Motorsport, it never say die at this phase. They could still claw those 10, 11 seconds that they need back. Meanwhile, actually, I did miss a calculator earlier. Nicholas Lemoyne has come out 1.7 seconds behind Valtteri Jalian, whose last name I'm continuing to struggle with. I'll try the best that I can. But yeah, Valtteri is going to be up against it a bit because, yeah, on-off sim racing and Charlie Rugo, Nicholas Lemoyne and co. have put together a bit of a stonking race to keep Go Team under pressure here.
Yeah, on-off racing, they're really having a pretty strong season. They're up there in 4th place in the championship. They are 27 points off the lead as well. Well, they're number 27, so that's a good omen for them. And they're up there with some of the top teams. You know, we've got Blackhawk, Thomas Enger, Hyperion ahead of them in the championship. And at the moment, it's only Hyperion on the road who are ahead of them. So they're gaining points on Blackhawk and Thomas Enger. So this is actually working out fairly nicely. So if they can try and get Go Team as well, get a 2nd place finish, then that will be very nice indeed. Hyperion, they've just been absolutely superior in this race, so they're not going to be able to do anything about that. But getting that 2nd place finish and a couple extra points will go very handy indeed to have at least a shout at this title. They are going to need some things to fall their way, especially when we get to Le Mans potentially with the 150% points. But as it stands, you just got to keep yourself in the game so that at least you can have a think about it at Le Mans.
Yeah, more personal best sectors for Akyol, 0.1 compared to Peterson, who actually set a 201.9. So yeah, Akyol is just taking almost half a second, 3 tenths out of RAF Esports every other sector here. So the gap 100 seconds at the moment, but we could yet see it go down to 90 again, 89 seconds, and that's where we get into sort of touch and go territory. So like if RAF have a slow stop, then potentially they could lose that track position.
Yeah, so Jene Simcic will be on the calculator, I'm sure, for Jesper in the background, and he'll be making sure that they've worked this out to perfection. It does help that it's a lap counted race. If it was a timed race right now, it would be a little bit more difficult because they may have to add a lap or two here or there just to be sure. Whereas if when it's a lap counted race, they can see exactly when the hypercar is going to finish. So that makes it just a little bit easier, though of course you may always want to just add a lap of fuel just to be safe, to be honest, but it certainly is a little bit easier when you know the lap that the cars are going to finish. So hopefully they get that calculation correct and they should be okay with Caspian. But Caspian are putting on a charge, I tell you what. No one else has really brought it to Rafa in the same way in today's race. Not quite the same, because obviously Iris, as we said, they're about to make their pit stop. They'll be dropping back. So hopefully, all is well. Ooh, who spun there? It was one of the LMP2s. Went for a spin. I wonder if it was Korkiakovsky potentially having a bit of a spin there. Maybe that arms car down in Sector 3.
Yeah, a bit of issues there. So Geniale is still in 13th overall and about 111 seconds down on Korkiakovsky there. So yeah, I think it could well have been him. They hit more trouble there, and that's a big shame because Arms Super were in the very, very early phase of the race, actually. They were leading with Luca Martino. Martino said a quite telling comment, I thought, where he was saying, "Oh my God, my arms are tired. I'd never want to drive Sebring ever again," which is sort of unsurprising in a way, but is that these drivers do put a lot of effort in, and because they want the reward, of course. Meanwhile, continuing the charge, as you say, desperately tries to keep those victory hopes alive. 9.4 seconds to Yannick Pleiss, as you say, might be heading to the pit lane. Could be that he actually catches Yannick Pleiss before Iris pit, which could again be a bit of a roadblock for them. Plus Lemoyne then continuing to close down on the 38 Go team.
Indeed, just 2 seconds. They are getting there, and we just got to really see if they've got enough to be able to get past. We've seen how difficult it is in the LMP2, probably the hardest one on the field to get past, and with that 2 second gap, this is an opportunity for them to at least have an opportunity to try and get through. They do have more fuel. They do have, just trying to do the bit of the quick maths. Yeah, they do have more fuel right now, but that means that they will need to take less at a stop. Actually, no, they'll have enough fuel to get to the end, whereas the car ahead, 13 laps, they will actually need to stop again. So actually, I think for Go Team Racing, that might be a bit of a bad fuel number situation. I think as long as Nicholas Lemoyne can make sure he gets to the end, because he was a bit on the stretchy side of fuel, if he saves just a little bit and he can get to the end, I think he should be able to get that position.
Yeah, problem is, as a racing driver, you see a position right in front of you, you want to go for it. As we see David Baranek in the 34, that's the Sean Clark racing car, coming into the pits as well, which is going to allow Koryakovsky pull away. But yeah, David Baranek should get back out ahead of Francesco Geniali there. But yeah, Lemoyne is certainly not giving up at this point of the race, knowing that if he can just stretch the fuel, he might just have to wait for Karjanian just to pit ahead of him, and he won't necessarily have to make the move on track. That's the smart play anyway, as you say, Cam. Might not necessarily be what on-off racing end up going for. Meanwhile, let's see how many laps left to go. Is that 21 laps to go? And Zoltan Boda's got the gap to Pashito to 23.6 seconds. So he gets closer and closer, but agonizingly, Pashito knows he can just wait for the laps to run out, and Boda might just fall a few seconds short by the end.
Yeah, and the one thing that I always have to remember as well is, even though it's 23 laps to go, as you say, for inside the LMP2s, they're probably going to be lapped once or twice in that time. Well, probably just once in that time. So they may actually end up doing a lap less, which means their fuel numbers might come back towards them for the likes of Lemoyne, who is trying to save fuel depending on where they are in relation to the leader. So actually, it might work out fairly nicely indeed, as there goes Boda, actually perfectly timed, and up the inside of Sim Racing Holland as if they weren't moving. So yeah, they're trying to chase down. They were 2 seconds quicker on the previous lap. Of course, I'm sure there's a bit of traffic involved there as well, but Boda's really got really got the speed right now, and he's trying to do something in these last few laps. At this rate though, at that rate, he is going to catch.
He would, but look at the last lap. He just set 1:45.0 for Pashito, 1:45.197 for Boda. So Boda clearly a little bit held up in traffic there. And the problem is that, admittedly not his fault. He's not responsible for who he has to get past on any given lap. But laps like that are going to hurt his average in terms of whether he's catching Pashito quickly enough or not. And I think there's also an element of Cosmo knows doesn't have to set lap records out front. He can sort of afford to take it easy and not take too many risks given the buffer that he had. So whilst it's an incredible performance from Boda, we shouldn't take anything away from the 17 crew who worked so hard to get in that position as well earlier on.
Yes, that is very true. The only thing is, just from driving experience, before you can never really go slower than, especially when you're in the top category and you've got the traffic, because if you go, because there's a natural flow of like the GTs going around the track, and there's a natural pace, an average pace, let's say, and they get to a corner at a certain time, and if you get into a certain flow with them, you can meet them at all the right places. if you start making mistakes and all this sort of stuff, you sort of fall behind that flow and you never quite meet them at the right time. So if you ever hear a driver who's always saying something like, oh, you know, I'm always meeting traffic at the worst points, it's kind of because of their driving as well. They haven't got themselves into that flow state with the GTs. So if you start going too slow and you start falling behind that, then yeah, he is going to start struggling. So you kind of just have to go with your normal pace, and it goes the other way as well. If you start dive bombing GTs and you start trying to force things to happen as well, you again, you break up that you break up that rhythm, and unfortunately it goes a bit south as well. So that's why the prototype drivers who can time those overtakes to perfection, they often just seem to catch the GTs at the right time.
Yeah, you're going to have bad laps, but if you minimize the damage when you have to pass like 6 GT3s on the same lap, if you're a hypercar, for example, and you lose like maybe half a second instead of 1 or 2 seconds, then that's the difference between the good drivers and the very great ones. Looks like the Team RS78 of Yannick Pleiss into the pits for its final stop. That promotes Erdi Makiol to second. And now he's 96 seconds exactly behind Jesper Peterson. So yeah, he taking a bit more time out, but look at the last lap, 2 minutes 0.6 for Akyol, 2 minutes 2.4 for Peterson. So this is really crucial time in this race then for RFR Esports. If they want to hold on to this win, they need to hold their nerve. They need to make sure they're not losing too much time to Caspian, because otherwise, instead of coming out comfortably ahead at this final splash and dash stop, they could end up coming out behind.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think, are they trying to fuel save? Are they trying to fuel save and not the final splash? That would be an interesting one. And that
we could look on board if you want.
Yeah, that would explain. The things I can't hear the engine sound, unfortunately from the feed. So yeah, not quite sure on that one, but yeah, because even like 1 second a lap, you're not always going to really notice so much. So it could just be the tyres, or it could just be that they're just taking it easy if they know that they've got the gap. But certainly an interesting one when the the margin is potentially close, to suddenly see a second a lap difference.
Yeah, you certainly wouldn't expect that from a driver of Jesper Peterson's quality, so maybe there's some serious calculations and numbers being given to him by Joni Simčić, just like in isn't it Formula E, where they'll be like beeps on the radio that would inform drivers when to lift and coast into each corner. Maybe that's what Joni is doing at the moment. It wouldn't surprise me. But,
yeah, I mean, he is that type of person who would do that.
Well, just to annoy Jesper, not because it helps him save fuel.
Well, yeah, well,
just to keep his
true.
mind active during these late phases.
Imagine if he's literally watching his onboard and then he gets to 200 meters like left. that would be quite something.
Also, it wouldn't help if there's like internet lag and delay on that. It's like, I'm already through the corner, Well, you're not getting that fuel back, my friend.
Yes, certainly not, as someone is down pit lane. Yes, he's the leader of your LMP2. So they've got that lap lead just by virtue of they've been going longer than everyone all day. And here comes their reward. After 8 hours worth of work, their reward is a shorter final pit stop. So they just have 17 laps to go. So they saved about 10 laps or so throughout the race. And that has basically got them to this position, so they should be absolutely fine to the end. We do see Karlainen basically getting back onto the lead lap, but he also needs to stop, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 18 laps with another 17 to go. Yeah, they're going to need to make another stop, so they will probably end up off the lead lap by the end of the race.
Yeah, I think there's a couple. There's I think 3 battles to really keep track of in these closing stages. There's Binsbergen versus Koryakovsky. There's 2 seconds between those two, so I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure both of them have been down pit lane recently, so they should be good to go to the end. There is Peterson versus Akyol, of course, with the late splash and dash, and there is Gianluca Scalvini and Yannick Pleiss, both of whom are trying to make up time from their fairly recent stops, I think. Yannick Pleiss setting personal best sector time. Scalvini is lapping about 7/10 a lap quicker than Jimmy Nisler in front of him, who's about 5.4 seconds ahead. So Satellite Racing are really struggling to hold on to what would be a top 5 result here, I think. GT3. Top 4, sorry, yeah.
Yes, indeed. That would, that'd be a bit unfortunate to lose out to that at the closing stages of the race, but I think you might be right with just a handful of seconds between them.
Purple middle sector for Yannick Pleiss as well, so he's catching up to Julian Guerin. Sorry to interrupt you, Garen.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine. But let's see if that can work out. Yeah, but it was personal best first sector as well. Purple in the middle sector, so the speed is there.
He's got the one Eco car. He's going to have to lap here as well. That's trying to desperately get out of the way, isn't he?
Yes, and they've done that very nicely indeed. Actually, so what happened to Wanako then? They lost 5 laps. They must have crashed at some point. I missed that one. That's a bit of a shame for them because they were running pretty good earlier.
They were, yeah. I think somebody said, "Oh, look, Wanako doing well for a change." And it seems
that's me. Cursed.
Yeah, typical bad luck seems to strike, and poor Roy Demoink still going. Yeah, I think it was earlier when what name of the driver that was Borg Milan, I think, that was on board that car when things went wrong a bit earlier. So yeah, I must have confessed I missed it myself. They were sort of in the mix in the top 5, top 6, and then that was when a disaster struck and they lost a couple of laps. So good to see them still running, but they are last of the GT3 order at the moment.
Certainly are. More pit stops come in. There's the Go Team LMP2, but actually that's the 37. That's not the one in second place. That's their sister car.
Yeah.
And then here is the 251. The bright yellow machine getting back out on the track, just coming in behind Caspian, actually. So, yes, they are going along nicely, but of course a lap down to that Caspian car.
Yeah, and Callum Cripps was the one fighting with Julian Guerin earlier, pardon me. You can tell somebody's hungry, can't you? But there is Callum Cripps. He's about, less than 40 seconds, I think, behind. So it is looking like he might have to settle for 9th here. I think Julian Guerin and Geely Esports have outfoxed them on the strategy here, which is rare for Brabham to be outsmarted then. So it definitely looks like they stretched the field as far as they could. It wasn't quite far enough, it seems.
Yes, it's always a shame if you can't quite make it work when you try, but you know that's a situation sometimes. We're seeing Nicholas Lemoyne get a bit closer. He was, 3/10 on the previous lap, so the speed is there, but it's difficult because he's on more fuel so than Kailinen. So basically he's able to keep up with the pace, even though he's technically got a heavier car. So he knows he does have the pace once everything's sorted out. 20 laps done for Go Team with 15 to go. So yes, they will need 100% will need to stop. So it's just a matter of when they want to time that. Interesting that they're keeping it so long. We saw earlier, Caspian, they sort of split the difference. Rather than going for a full stint and then a really short one, they kind of split the difference in the middle. But maybe they are just, the Go Team car just more comfortable going as long as they can and seeing what happens.
Yeah, Eikjol getting the gap below 93 seconds now, continuing to close, although the previous lap not by as much, only 3/10 this time, so the gap 92.8 seconds. Yeah, Peterson is starting to fight back a little bit here.
He is, and that is good. And of course, the longer the stint goes on, the lighter his car will get, and hopefully if he keep in the tyres, the fuel wear will outdo the tyre wear, and at that point you just get faster and faster as the weight comes off. So yes, hopefully he's able to control that nicely. But once more, we are going to be seeing a splash potentially from that car. So you never have to.
Unless he has some spare fuel that we don't know about in the Go Team fuel tank. But Yannick Pleiss has set the fastest lap of the GT3 class, 159.8 by the way, in recent history. But the problem is he's about 30 seconds behind the Scalvini-Nisula fight over 4th, as there's a yellow in the first sector.
8th in LMP2. Who's that?
That would be... it's the armed Sebring of Junior Alley, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it is. He's slow coming through Big Bend. Must have had an off through the sort of chicane complex in Sector 1. Does he? Yeah, he has a rear wing. He looks to be going, so maybe it was just a bit of a spin. And to be fair, he got back going pretty quickly by the time we found who it was. He's already back going, so yeah, hopefully just a spin. But oh wow, they are 3 laps down already, subject to their recent issues.
Certainly, just a case of getting it to the end in that 8th position now. That's probably the best that the Italian squad can hope for in the dying minutes of the race. Then we got 14 laps to go, I believe. Is it 14 or is it 13? It's 14 or 13.
14 including the one that we're on.
So,
at least for the leader.
Less than 14 laps to go then here at Sebring, and it's 21.9 seconds in Prosciutto and Zoltan Boda. Lemoyne 1.6 behind, but we know Valtteri Jenian is going to be very, very low on fuel at this point, presumably. Erdim Eikelt 91.7 seconds behind Jesper Pedersen, who still owes us a pit stop within the sort of last 8 to 6 laps, we suspect. And then we've got Gianluca Scalvini continuing to close by about half a second a lap on Jimmy Nisula in that fight for 4th in GT3. Let's see what the difference is this time. I think Nisula may have been about only 2 tenths slower. So Nisula himself is in the Jesper Pedersen sort of role, except Scalvini's right behind him, sort of 90 seconds behind, and there's no more pit stops for them to make.
Yes, it's 3.8 seconds the gap. What is the lap? Oh, they're fairly equal on lap time. Just a couple of tenths difference between them. So Yimi just needs to make sure he's not making a mistake. But he's a very, very fast driver indeed. The amount of times a couple of years ago, I believe, I'm trying to think what car they're in. I think it was when they're in either the McLaren or the Porsche. Him and I think it was Henry Sinnick, his teammate at the time. Jimmy was always like getting pole position and leading towards the front in all of the first stints. Very fast driver, very competitive at this level, and is trying to do what he can to chase down. Obviously, he's got 30 seconds ahead. He just needs to make sure that he holds on to Scalvini behind, as you're saying.
Yeah, and I remember when they were using that McLaren 720S in the Esports Endurance Series, another rFactor Championship last year, there was a 6-hour race at Nürburgring where they were against the World of Sim Racing team, and it was Henry Sinnick versus Jordi San Andres, and Jordi San Andres mounted a last-minute sort of... He was fighting them the whole race, but in the last 5 minutes or so, he just threw absolutely everything at Henry Sinnick, and it was an incredibly close finish. One of the most exciting I've had the pleasure of commentating on. Literally for the final corner, he tried to go all around the outside of Henry Sinnick, but Sinnick defended it really, really well. So that satellite team, so experienced, so strong in these sort of situations where they've got to defend in the closing stages there. So yeah, Scalvini is certainly going to meet his match in a few laps' time. I think that's fair to say. Yannick Pleiss continuing to take chunks out of them, but making up 28 seconds now. Even if he's gaining 2 seconds a lap, he's just going to run out of time, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and then you'd still have to overtake a couple of cars. So yeah, unless he can find an LMP2 chassis to hijack for the final couple of laps, yeah, he's going to be...
Nisula in, so
struggling.
that puts paid to that.
That's very true. So what we saying then for Scalvini? Oh yeah, he's going to be... Is he going to be fine? What's that, 11 laps? Yeah, he's going to be right on the limit, but he should be fine.
He was the one-on-ones on the bubble because he was on the alternate strategy compared to everyone else.
Yeah, he should be fine. We'll need a tiny bit of fuel saving, but he'll be fine. So that is a nice little free position there. So 4th place for Simframe. It's currently 6th for Satellite as they work their way out. Got their sister car just ahead of them as well. And then there's got the Wanaka car in behind, but of course, as you mentioned, that's a few laps down.
Yeah. Only real hope for Nisula now is on the fresher tyres to maybe pass Yannick Pleiss, who is about 10 seconds up the road But it's a bit of a faint hope, I think. Yannick Pleiss just looks a little bit too quick at the moment. I think he's just going to hold on to that 5th position, which is probably slightly better than Iris are expecting going into this final stint of the race, although in a way they might be a little... It's going to match their best result because you get 30 points for 5th in these sorts of races, don't you?
Yes, so the points, obviously, they go down in fairly even chunks, so still a good haul of points, actually, to get up there inside the top 5. More pit stops are. Here's Karjalainen as they finally make the stop. 11 laps to go, so this is going to put Nicholas Lemoyne up into 2nd place. How far is the gap to Makiyuki?
95 seconds, so he should be comfortably clear.
Should be fine, yeah. So obviously not enough to get 2nd place today, but 3rd place is still going to be a solid result for this 38 entry. Yeah, and obviously not a long stop at all. Just trying to see where they sat. Oh, they're down in 13th place in the championship. Really struggling this season, of course. Go Team Racing champions in this championship, but not able to do so much this season. Yeah, struggling quite a bit, actually, about almost 50 points off the lead.
Yeah, it's definitely sort of the C team behind the hypercars, so to speak, without wanting to disparage the drivers. But certainly it's good to see them finally have a much better race. That I think they've always been playing all season that things never quite fell their way, that they're a bit unlucky, there'd be incidents that they get into while looking strong, or they go for the wrong strategy, or a code 80 would come out at the worst possible time. But in this race, there's not really been any code 80s at all to speak of, and they've kept it relatively clean pretty much the whole way. The only thing that I remember happening was there was a collision with the Motorsport by Biogas team. We came back from a replay, and Luigi Russo in that 38 car was turning in and spinning around at the Genderbean bend right as we cut to him. So, yeah, it was a little bit unfortunate there, but they've really recovered beautifully to get onto the podium. And there's all the sister car, Cosmo Prosciutto, saying, "Get out of the way, please. I've got a race to win here."
Yeah, he was not messing about then. And yeah, you can really just see the difference between the two classes there. LMP2 is fast, but the hypercar is just a bit faster. Can basically drive around the LMP2s still. As we see, Guerin is very, very close indeed. We've got another pit stop of Breutigam coming down pit road with obviously his splash right at the end. Scalvini's not too far behind, so Scalvini might just sneak this, actually, depending on how much fuel Breutigam needs. 10 laps remaining in this race. It's really getting down to crunch time.
Yeah, Blackhawk have done well to stretch the field, and they're away already, so this is going to be very tight. I think Blackhawk may have done enough here to jump Scalvini and Simfrim in the order here. Scalvini is going down the straight, but I think Bradajam is just about to exit the pit lane in a few seconds' time. No, maybe Scalvini's going to take it then. There we go, up to 3rd position there for Gianluca Scalvini. So Bradajam is demoted down to 4th.
Yeah, nice little strategic battle there, and that just shows you how every second counts. You know, you see these drivers over the race, they make these little mistakes, they're like, oh yeah, it's only 5 seconds, but imagine if Scalvini did that, and then he would then be behind. So it's very very important why every second matters in these endurance races. Now Breutigam needs to try and chase him down and overtake in these final 10 laps or so. The issue is that with the splash and dash, he'll be taking the same tyres, so he's going to have a bit more of a difficult time with the tyres to the end, whereas Scalvini will have the full fresh set, and they'll be a little bit fresher.
Well, which fight should we focus on, this one or Binsbergen versus Kuryakovsky for
All
6th in LMP2? Right, okay, we'll keep across them. I think this has not been a great first sector for Binsbergen, so we'll probably stick with this one for the time being then, but still relatively close. But yeah, Bradajam certainly coming out on the fresher tyres could well be a threat to Scalvini, and Scalvini's always been on fresher tyres compared to the people he's been battling with. This is now where Bradajam may well get his revenge now in the dying moments of the race. Then 8 laps to go for the race leader Cosmo Prosciutto, 17 seconds ahead of Zoltan Boda. It's not that dominant, but yeah, certainly number 17 seconds ahead.
Yes, and the gap's coming down, but yeah, just the laps left. It's unlikely that is going to change too quickly indeed. So let's see what this Black Hawk car can do. So this is the number 81 entry for Black Hawk. They've got a couple of them. There's 11th place in the standings. I think their best result is a 5th position as well. So this would be just one place better than that, season best. So if they can get to the end, it'll be good. But if they can try and sneak onto the podium, that would be very nice indeed, especially that Sebring car. They're 3rd place on the road and in the championship.
Yeah, a little bit of a glitch on the timing screen. That's Akiol showing us 7,000 seconds behind Peterson because Peterson has overtaken the hypercar of Rolt that retired earlier on. So that's what's causing that.
Yeah, nice little bug. So as soon as Akiol sort of laps Rualt such, he'll obviously drop down the tower. So that'll be fine. Just give him a lap or so to do that. And that's actually quite crazy. So Stefan Rualt, that was a long time ago now that he retired, and the GT3s are only just getting back past him in the overall standings. Just showing you how many times these GTs get lapped.
Yeah, that's the pace differential though. It's all part of the game. So yeah, 8 laps to go then. So we're running out of time to see some action. There we go. There's the true gap, 87 seconds. So Akiol still setting personal best middle sectors as well. He is getting closer and closer to Jesper Peterson, but the longer Peterson stays out, the less fuel he'll have to put in for this final stop as well. So even if he gets it within 80 seconds, that might not be enough to jump ahead of him.
Yes, that's very true. And we're still yet to find out if that is going to work or not, if the strategy is going to work or not. And I tell you what, if it's that close, I think Jesper might be okay on fuel. And I think that might be why the pace was a bit low. I think he might have just been saving that lap or two of fuel just to make sure that they get to the end. Because obviously that saves the risk of going down pit lane as well. And if he does have 87 seconds, he can risk losing 2 seconds lap for a few laps to save the fuel. So he should be okay for Rafa, as they've been leading all afternoon pretty much, at least for the majority of the race. And they just need to bring it home now. So as much as the 3 leaders haven't really changed for a while, the positions in behind have gone all over the place.
Yeah, indeed they have. So there has been at least some action to keep us occupied in 1,000 miles of Sebring here. Let me just count what round we're at. It's the 6th round of the season, isn't it, of VEC? Yeah, so it is building to a little bit of a climax then. Again, Boda sets another lap, 1:43.3, so there's another lap time very much quicker than Pashute. But the gap 15.7 seconds with 6 laps to go, so it's a little too late. But it's a case of for Boda sort of what could have been had the number 7 crew not had that penalty hanging over them. But nonetheless, they did absolutely everything they needed to do today. As all the Go team of Binsbergen goes very wide past Peterson there through into the Le Mans chicane there. So a little bit taking risk there to try and keep Kuriakovsky in sight here.
Yes, just up the road, but yes, it's one of those things. It's only a couple of seconds, but that's actually a lifetime when you're trading lap times that are 1/10 apart. That can easily end up being 28 laps, which is a whole stint. So even though you see that that small gap, the margins can add up very over a long period of time. So very difficult indeed to be able to do that. But it's still a solid race in the middle. But the gaps in the LMP2 have actually surprised me a little bit, because it was very close when I have said that was like 6 hours ago now or 5 hours ago when I first got in the commentary booth. But the gaps are actually staying fairly close. They've spread out a bit more than I thought, and obviously Hyperion just absolutely dominated everyone. But even in behind, there's only 3 cars on the lead, or on the second lead lap, if you want to call it that. And then there's only another 3 cars on 2 laps down as well. So they really have had some struggles today in these LMP2s.
Yeah, certainly. Like you said, it's been up and down. It's really only Hyperion 44, Thomas Vac, Patrice Rukowski and company that have had an absolutely sublime run, stayed out of trouble, and their experience has really shown. So they're going to add to the win they took in Bahrain. And it's almost a shame that Hyperion 44 third in the championship, but they are a little way off the overall lead. It's about 24 points off of Blackhawk. They're going to gain quite a lot of that back, and they're going to gain a little bit on the Thomas Enge, who are 17 points ahead of them as well. But unfortunately, I think it's Thomas Enge with that 4th place that are looking very much to take the lead in the standing. So we could yet see if Blackhawks' luck changes around, a 3-way fight for the championship. So I think the championship very much on a knife edge, even if this particular race looks pretty settled in favour of Swakowski and Hyperion.
Yeah, I am looking forward to Le Mans, to be honest. Of course, we've got Nürburgring before that, but that should set us up perfectly for some championship battles when we get to the mighty 24-hour race to finish the season. That's always what we want. You never want to see someone sort of pull away so much that it's almost a foregone conclusion before you get a 24-hour race, because part of the magic of going to Le Mans as well is, as we were mentioning with Vida before you, Ed, you get points at half race distance. So you have to go 12 hours at Le Mans before you get the points. And a few years ago, when I had the pleasure of winning the Division 3 championship, as it was back then, we basically won the championship because our rival crashed in the 11th hour, DNF'd. So automatically they were going to get 0 points, and therefore it doesn't matter where we finished because we were ahead of them. We won the championship. So that was always a bit of a thing to look at. So that is a very important note, that you do have to stay in the game until at least the 12th hour at Le Mans.
Literal 11th hour Division 3 championship for Cameron Roger, and I'm sure
I crashed 3 hours later, but it didn't matter because we'd already won the championship.
Oh, that's true. We're already in the bag at that point. That was just you having some fun and doing donuts and celebrating. But anyway, I can't really talk. My endurance racing experience is on Trackmania. I did like a 24 hours is older, where I was like, showing my age, I was like 15 or 14 at the time, so my parents insisted, you have to take a break every 2 hours or so. So I'd be trying to tempt the others into the pit lane by showing off that I was having a coffee, reading a book and stuff like that, and sort of telling them about it over the chat, because we're all in the same call as each other. Didn't work, of course. I ended up 6th in the end.
Wait, sorry, a 24-hour Trackmania?
We made the Zolder circuit in Trackmania using an editor.
Wow.
Grid editor, so.
But you were controlling the car on your own for 24 hours?
Yeah, on my keyboard.
Oh my god!
But like I said,
I
that was why I was saying a break every 2 hours or so.
That's some concentration. I mean, sim racing is concentrating as well, but you still have the straights and that sort of stuff. But those track, well, I guess you actually, yeah, because it wasn't the normal crazy tracks; it's still a GP track, but still.
Doing a 24-hour solo race is a very stupid thing to do. I do not recommend it to anybody trying to get into sim racing.
Have you mentioned that to David Junt?
I might have.
He's the master of doing the long races on his own. Or sometimes he'll just get one of his friends to do one stint to satisfy the rules of having two drivers.
He's the Pierre Levert, isn't it? He tried to do that at Le Mans, I think.
Yeah.
52 or something. And then he got like, what was it, the Prince of Sweden, or there was some it might be in Thailand or something. There was some royalty from another country that he brought in to do, I think, a lap or two, and then got back in the car and then collapsed near the end of the 24 hours of Le Mans, and I think Mercedes stole it from them or something.
Yeah,
but,
I don't envy that. Do not envy that at all.
But anyway, no danger of that here with the VEC rule. They're much safer anyway. But yeah, only a couple more laps to go for Cosmo Bushido and for Go Team number 17.
Ooh. That gap has come down very quickly, though, while I've been talking. It's now 8 seconds at the front.
Yeah, 1:46.4 for Bushido.
Oh my, do not throw it away. 7 seconds at the front, Cosmo. 3 laps to go. Come on, hold on to this. We've been waiting 8 hours. I mean, you've been comfortably in the lead. We've been waiting 8 hours to see you come across the line. Don't throw it away with just a few laps to go. At this point, we're almost going to be seeing his teammate in the background.
Cosmo Bushido, the man from Boston in the United States, now starting to feel a little bit cagey, because for the first time in a long, long while, that lead that was 76 seconds, let's not forget, earlier on, has shrunk to now just 6.5, and maybe Cosmo letting the pressure get to him, a little bit fatigued potentially in these last few, but he's just got to hold on. Surely it's just a matter of ticking off the laps, staying out of trouble here, but easier said than done when he's been in that car for at least nearly 2 hours now.
Yeah, and just to reiterate as well, so in the championship, they are in the same order that they are on the track. So there's no real reason for them to swap the cars, on purpose as such. This is just the situation of the race. Boda's coming in strong since he's got in that car. Cosmo's maybe fatiguing a little bit. I believe they've got the same fuel in the car as well. So it's a straight fight. I'm not 100% sure on the tyre situation between them, but at least on fuel, it is a straight fight. And I think it's also one of those things, when you are the chaser, in Boda's case, it's kind of easier because you just go flat out and you have no pressure, really, because if you don't catch him, you don't catch him. Whereas Cosmo has something to lose, and I wonder if that is coming to the fact. But yeah, it was 1.5 seconds on the previous lap.
Yep, 143.9 for Boda, whereas Prosciutto's just been consistently in the 145.5 mark, although he did set 146 the previous lap as well as Boda lets the rear absolutely hang out there through Cunningham Corner. He is desperate to try and steal the win, but he's lost a little bit of time in that. The gap going back up to 7 seconds, and I think that's surely game over now. Whatever slim chances he had, I think Prosciutto just needs to coast it home now.
Yeah, and it's crazy. We got some big gaps in LMP2, in GT3, but it is so small in Hypercar. And not only is it small between two cars, but they are teammates as well. They are following each other in the championship and on the road. They are so close to do this. 2 laps to go here at Sebring. So about 12 kilometers before the end of this race, and we need to see just how much closer Boda can do. Can he put any pressure, force a mistake from his teammate? It is a little bit much now to catch on pace, but not if there's a mistake.
Yeah, Prosciutto's upped his pace, 144.3 that last lap. That's the first time in a while he's gone that fast. So clearly somebody at Go Team gave Cosmo the hurry up, and he said, yes, yes, can do, sir. So he was clearly holding something in reserve, and just for these final phases then. So yeah, a little wobble, but Cosmo picks himself up and is surely on his way to victory, almost certainly.
Yeah, this is a funny one. Maybe he just had a bad traffic lap and he just chose not to be overly aggressive. Eat up a couple of those seconds and just have a bit more of a calmer lap potentially. But he's looking very, very nicely indeed. Just while we see, it's just to reiterate a couple of the situations. So we got Hyperion, they got a lap lead. They've just been so dominant today. In your LMP2. Then just behind them actually is the rFactor GT3. I do believe with the gap going down so much, 2 seconds slower, they are just saving fuel to make sure they get to the end rather than doing the couple of laps splash and dash that I was potentially expecting them to do so. So those are pretty locked in, but we have just 1 and a bit more laps to go for Cosmo Prosciutto. He's still pushing, trying to hold on to this 7 or less than 7 second lead now for his teammate.
Yeah, feels like he's just got a little something to prove, trying to pump in a quick lap at the end of the race. It's still the number 7 that's got the fastest lap there is 142.4, but there's no need to go anywhere near that quickly then. Final lap about to begin, and Cosmo Prosciutto still a nearly 7 second lead then as he crosses the line for the penultimate time. White flag out at Sebring.
Yeah, be waiting just over 8 hours. It's a lap counted race, but it would basically be the same laps as if it was a timed race, because it's exactly 8 hours gone, and this would probably be the final lap anyway. So perfectly timed for one final tour here at Sebring. It's been a very controlled race from the 3 leaders until this final hour or two, where suddenly the Go Team Racing number 7, after their penalty earlier, is having a comeback. They're trying to get the 17, but the 17 leads for now.
Going very wide around the outside of the Caspian Motorsport car there, and it looks like Caspian Motorsport are going to fall about 79 seconds short of victory in the GT3 class. In the end, the fuel strategy just could not work for them. Yellow in the final sector ahead of Cosmo Prosciutto, but that clears quickly then, so won't be any concern to him now. And this could well be the 4th win for this squad in this season, and also the 5th win in a row for Go Team, and that's got to be the 4th 1-2 of the season as well, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, after a tricky start to the season, to be honest, both cars really struggled they have come back fighting. As you say, they've won the last 4 races, 3 of them in this number 17, and just one final corner to go. Cosmo Prosciutto in the car, taking it to the finish, and this is going to put them in such a good position in the championship. He's still pushing through that final corner, sliding the rear end, but as we come out of it, the 1,000 miles of Sebring goes to CMT Go Team Racing, the number 17, and what a dominant drive. They're going to get a 1-2 finish with their sister car, number 7, bringing up that second place. We'll have to wait a little while for Loic Meunier to come through in the background for a 3rd place finish. But we go back to the LMP2s, and talking of dominant drives, putting a lap on the whole field. They were faster and they were better on fuel, and the 44 is bringing their championship charge at a very crucial point in the season. 2 rounds left. They're sitting in 3rd, but they're going to elevate themselves with a win here in Sebring in the LMP2s as well. That is one of the most dominant drives we've seen in a long time, as I say, putting a lap on the whole field. And in behind them is going to be Rafa Esports and Jesper Pedersen, Jerne Simoncic alongside him, saving fuel in that final stint. No need to splash and dash. They will take victory, and that will be 4 in a row for them as well.
Yeah, heartbreak though for Mikko Kuriakowski, because I think he had to he ran out of fuel and had to go in the pits right at the end, which allowed Binsbergen up to 6th in the LMP2 class. So heartbreak there. But shall I take the final results, or do you want to do it, Cam?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, so confirmation then. Here are our hypercars after 268 laps, 1,000 miles here at Sebring. It is the number 17 Go Team crew with Cosmo Prosciutto crossing the line at the end of 8 hours of racing to take victory from teammate Zoltan Boda. Boda, amazing recovery to be within 5 seconds at the end, but it wasn't quite enough to steal the win. Loic Meunier was running 2nd for a significant portion of the race. A spin at Tower Corner, 2.5 hours to go, handed that position to Zoltan Boda. Zolt Prubek Racing Zone made a great start at the very beginning of the race, but faded to 4th with their penalty early on. David Putzke did get it home in 5th, but Stefan Ruolt, sadly, mysterious retirement about an hour to go, came to a halt at Sunset Bend when he was right behind Putzke as well. So that is their race. But for LMP2, Patrick Swakowski, Hyperion Esports, and Thomas Vack, that was a beautiful run, a lap clear of everybody else. Nicholas Lemoyne and On-Off Racing, great points for their championship in 2nd as they beat the CMT Go Team Racing number 38 to get their first podium of the season. So both very strong performances from all of our podium trio. Yukimaki Yupi, Thomas Engesim Racing, they take the championship lead from Blackhawk with 4th as they beat David Baranek and Sean Clark Racing, who finished 5th. Jelle Binsbergen took 6th right at the death for CMT Go Team as Mikko Kuriakowski ran out of fuel in the undercover Raijin entry. Matthias Dabrowski came home in 8th for Hyperion ahead of Francesco Geniali, but Arm Subra were leading early on but had all sorts of issues later on that dropped them to 9th. Enzo Grivert and rFRO get the SimSport entry into the top 10. Maximilian Scheider, Blackhawk do recover to 11th after being disconnected. It's a case of really what could have been for them today as their championship. They lose the lead, and now it's going to be much tougher for them to win. Marco Vinciulo and Simfreem take 12th of Ilko Busink in 13th for Valet. So all the LMP2s do get to the end. Then finally, GT3, it's a 4th win in a row for Rafa Esports, Jerne Simoncic and Jesper Pedersen. Another fantastic drive. They outfought everybody despite a strong challenge from Erdim Ekyol and Caspian Motorsports, 79 seconds in arrears. But Caspian Motorsports nevertheless put in some spectacular overtakes today in their Porsche and took a well-deserved runners-up spot. Gianluca Scalvini gets the Simfreem team into 3rd, a very strong drive from them as well to beat Alex Broughtajam. Despite a late pit stop for Blackhawk, they nearly were able to jump ahead of them, but fell just a few seconds short and were 10 seconds adrift in the end. Yannick Pleiss gets the Team Iris team into 5th. That's their joint best result this season, ahead of Jimmy Inisula in the Satellite Racing entry. Bert Knops was 7th for Sim Racing for Holland, with Julian Gurin bringing the G League Esports car home in 8th. Callum Cripps was 9th with the Brabham Esports team. Then David Serra rounded out the top 10 for Top Racing. In 11th was Juan Carlos Fernandez for the MUC Motorsport by Biogas squad. Andrea Gandosi was 12th for Tamela ERT. Benjamin Gilzinski got the Seawolf Net Race car home in 13th. Felix de Cruyff was 14th in the second Team Iris entry. Tom Kapusta in the second satellite entry was 15th, with Willen Schlichtling was in 16th for SRC Commerce Esports. Roy de Muink was the last finisher for the unfortunate One Aco team. Sadly, we lost Arda Erchen from the number 91 Blackhawk Racing team with a wheel failure. And then Francesco Matalana did not get far at all for the Gilles Racing team. They are last finisher, as in not classified. So there we go, Cam. Exciting round. Only 2 more to go, but for Go Team, it's really looking very, very good for the number 17. Freeway fight in LMP2, and then Rafa Esports just continuing to increase their stranglehold on that GT3 class.
Yeah, absolutely. That was an important race for the championship. And let's see how it goes. Next up, we have the 6 hours of Nürburgring on the 5th of April before we work our way towards Le Mans, qualifying at the end of May and then the race in June. But until then, we wish you a very warm goodbye, and we'll see you in 5 weeks' time as we go back to Germany after a few years' absence.